Thank you muno mwiroreri wa GTN TV ni ngatho nyingi muno makiria ni mithaa ma miaraho tukiuma na inyue kiroko muthenya wa umuthi twagithethaura magatheti twako tukigira ndereti-ini riu ndagika ino turathie imwe kwa imwe nginya kuria bunge ya bururi kuria na the National Assembly kuria muthenya wa umuthi ariguo muthenya uria thirikari iko igithoma thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza iko igithoma budget yao ya mbere ya kuma riria makioire wathani ari budget ya 3.6 trillion ni mbeca nyingi muno kuma na thirikari ira kihetukire ya Uhuru Muigai wa Kenyatta. Ino ni budget iria nene muno thirikari ya Kenya kuma riria ya kirutirie gwithoma budget. Ino niyo budget iria nene muno ya President William Samoei Ruto hamwe na thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza. Ni budget iko igithomwo thutha wa mathaa matari kuraihu kuria bunge ni ikingirirwo ndona mweshimwa wotha ya mweshimwa wa Bogoa-Inaina ari ni akinyire tene ndakiona makiria kwina abunge ingi makorirwo magikira bunge ni maikarire thi iri bunge ya bururi na iragithie na mbere ota bunge iri ingi ona wakorwo mweshimwa Speaker of the National Assembly Mheshimiwa Wetangula Papaloma no ona gitongoria bunge no muthenya wa muthi no ukorwo ikaribisha professor kana CS wa Treasury Mheshimiwa Ndung'u ni ukorwo kiingira nigetha githome budget ya bururi budget iria yendekithitio iria ya 3.6 trillion na ndagika ino turaria nawe murori wa GTN TV ndera tuthie na mbere kunyitanira tukorwo hana wakiri advocate wa Rutere uria ari mutaramu wa budget ni wakiri tuko tukirora maundu maingi megie maria makiri budget ni githomo arikio gikirirwo mbere ni thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza magikirite ciringi bilioni 600 thiini wa sekta ya githomo. Tukurora maundu maingi maria magukoma magithie na mbere thiini wa budget muthenya wa muthi tuguthikiriria miario ya atongoria na makiria twina wakiri advocate wa Rutere tuko twigutwara bunge igithie na mbere na ithu twaguteithia imwe kwa imwe guthaurira maundu ria magukorwo magithie na mbere. Jetagwo ithaka wa Kenyua tuthie nyambe gutwara imwe kwa imwe kuria bunge nigetha tuthikiririe bunge ria rathie na mbere tugucoka tucokererie oha studio.
Is a very important village in this country. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 15th June 2023. One, report of the National Government Budget Implementation Review for the first 9 months of the financial year 2022-2023 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. Two, County Government Budget Implementation Review Report for the first 9 months of the financial year 2022-2023 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. Three, the Performance Audit Report of the Auditor General on construction of small dams and water ponds by the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation and implementing agencies for June 2023. And lastly, four, the annual report and financial statements for the financial year 2021-2022 from the Office of the Auditor, Office of the Controller of Budget. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Special Funds, Accounts Committee. Go ahead, Honorable Fatuma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 15th June 2023. First, report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Women Enterprise Fund, Coffee Sherry Advance Revolving Fund, Strategic Food Reserve Trust Fund, Equalization Fund, Mechanical and Transport Fund, National Research Fund, Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Uwezo Fund, and Civil Service Housing Scheme Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fatuma. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Under this order, Honorable Fatuma. Give notice of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Notice of motion. Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee. Consideration of the report of the Auditor General.
Order, Honorable Fatuma, I say, I beg to give notice of the following motion.
Thank you, sir. I beg to give notice of motion. Consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for Women Enterprise Fund, Coffee Sherry Advance Revolving Fund, Strategic Food Reserve Trust Fund, Equalization Fund, Mechanical and Transport Fund, National Research Fund, Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Uwezo Fund, Civil Servants Housing Scheme Fund. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the Women Enterprise Fund, Coffee Cherry Advanced Revolving Fund, Strategic Food Reserve Trust Fund, Equalization Fund, Mechanical and Transport Fund, National Research Fund, Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Uwezo Fund, and Civil Servants Housing Scheme Fund, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 15th June 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fatuma. Clerk. Order, Clerk.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Clerk, hold. What Honorable Fatuma has given us notice, you expunge the first statement she made, then start in the Hansard with I beg to give notice, right, so that the record is proper. Thank you, Fatuma. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, we have no questions, we have no statement. You have your Thursday statement. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 13th June 2023, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, this week the House concluded the general debate on the budget estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2023, 2024, and the medium term, and adopted the annual estimates with amendments in the Committee of Supply. Additionally, the House concluded the second reading of the Finance Bill 2023 after the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning tabled its report on the bill. I would like to commend the committee and indeed the House for the steadfast commitment and participation during this important business, which has sometimes gone late into the night. Honorable Speaker, members will note that I had previously conveyed that the Cabinet Secretaries for Labor and Social Protection and the Cabinet Secretary Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development were scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 14th June 2023, to respond to the questions in the plenary of the National Assembly. However, due to priority business before the House, this has been postponed to a date that shall be communicated. Honorable Speaker, with regard to the business for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the Finance Bill 2023 at Committee of the whole House in the course of a week, and the Appropriations Bill 2023 also in the course of a week at all stages, once it is published. Debate on the following business will also continue next week. 1, report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on the ratification of the Kigali amendments on the Montreal Protocol on the substances that deplete the ozone layer. 2, the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. 3, the report on United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, and Global Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, Annual General Meeting, and 4, the second reading of the Statutes Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill of 2022. Finally, the House Business Committee, Honorable Speaker, will convene on Tuesday, 20th June 2023 to schedule business for the rest of the week. And I wish to lay the statement before the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next. Yes, Junet, what is...
Mr. Speaker, in line with the statement that has been tabled by the Majority Leader, I think now there is clarity in the House that the Finance Bill is coming up for the third reading on Tuesday next week. Because, Mr. Speaker, you know, yesterday when we were debating the Finance Bill in the second reading, there was a lot of confusion that people didn't know, and many members are saying did not know that the question will be put, even though we have Standing Order 95 that allows anyone to stand up and ask for the mover to reply. But now with clarity and with a statement that now has been tabled by the Majority Leader, there is clarity that the third reading is going to happen next week on Tuesday, and members must be aware of that, especially members on our side. Now, you can prepare properly. Thank you very much.
Yes, Chungwa.
Honorable Speaker, you know my good friend, the Honorable Junet, might not have heard me clearly. I said from business beginning on Tuesday, in the course of the week, next week, we will have the third reading and the appropriations bill, should it be published over the weekend. But that is not to say it could be Tuesday, and the Honorable Junet is a member of the House Business Committee, and he knows it is a House Business Committee that schedules business for the week. And I believe when we meet on Tuesday 20th, we'll be able to schedule business for next week. Two, Honorable Speaker, there should be no excuse for any member of parliament to be anywhere else other than in the National Assembly, in chamber, debating, and therefore there were no surprises yesterday. Every member of parliament who's been elected by the people of Kenya from the constituency we are elected in, we should be in the House from Tuesday to Thursday. And it's a very short 4 hours in the afternoon, another 8 or so hours on Wednesday, Thursday, another short 4 hours, and we're off to our constituency. Honorable Speaker, let me just say, in the course of next week, between Tuesday and Thursday, when the House business schedules and the order paper will be published, Honorable Speaker, by Monday night, actually. Then the House business schedules when we transact what business.
Junet, you want to pursue that?
There is clarity now, but you know, Mr. Speaker, the course of the week is a course that you have to, with your indulgence now, Mr. Speaker, and the mood of the House is that on Tuesday we have the finance bill. Can we agree tentatively here and ask the House,
Order, Honorable Junet. Order, members, order. For avoidance of any doubt and Honorable Junet's point of order, many members thought that by your vote last evening, you concluded the finance bill. You didn't. There is still the committee of the whole. The bill as you passed yesterday is the bill as published. The committee itself has proposed amendments. There are many members, I believe, who will also bring amendments to the bill. And that will be in the committee of the whole, depending on what the House Business Committee, in which Junet yourself sits, you will give direction as to whether to start on Tuesday or Wednesday or whichever day. But I believe that in the course of business, we should be able to start on Tuesday and proceed until you finish. If you want to truncate the process, you can finish on Tuesday. If you want to mount spirited competition, including but not limited to divisions, then we may be able to go on up to Thursday. But be aware that the finance bill is not done yet. Order, no more points of order. Yes, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance on a procedural matter, unless it escaped my attention at any one point. I'm looking at Standing Order 244C in terms of the order in which things are to be done. It suggests to me that the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures which would be presented by the Cabinet Secretary comes first under 244C1. On the same day, under 244C4, on that same day, then the Cabinet Secretary will then present a legislative proposal. It is that legislative proposal which, once presented under now Standing Order 245, constitutes and becomes the finance bill, which then is later discussed. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to understand a situation where the finance bill was already introduced, has already come to the second reading, and the budget proposals have not been made, and the proposal by the Cabinet Secretary has not been presented. What then were we discussing? It is my understanding that if we go that way, then it means we have dispensed with the presentation of the budget proposal by the Cabinet Secretary, in which case I will seek your guidance on why the business you had indicated that we'll be undertaking from 3 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senior Counsel, the standing order you are citing was actually rendered negatory by a decision of the court that has been the creation of the process that we are undertaking. So this process is not against any law. I hear somebody saying that you participated in the court case that rendered the standing order negatory. So what we are doing is procedural, and we are not in any way flouting any standing order. It wasn't. Honorable members, I have a short communication. And Senior Counsel, we may pursue that argument later in my chamber if you so wish. And it's in relation to interruption of business, pronouncement on the budget policy highlights, and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2023-24. Honorable members, Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 244C require the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury to make a public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government each financial year. In this regard, and as communicated earlier, the Cabinet Secretary will be making this pronouncement shortly. Honorable members, I wish to recognize the dignitaries present in the galleries today. They include members of the Cabinet, led by the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Dr. Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi, EGH. Other guests present today include Principal Secretaries, Chairpersons, and Chief Executive Officers of parastatals, senior government officials, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and the development partners. On behalf of the National Assembly and on my own behalf, I welcome all of you to the National Assembly. Honorable members, before I invite the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make his pronouncement, I wish to remind the House that in accordance with the provision of Standing Order 244C3, the Cabinet Secretary shall be heard without question or clarification sought. Further, the provisions of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017 do apply to the Cabinet Secretary during this sitting. Not all Cabinet Secretaries present, but only the Cabinet Secretary for the Treasury and Planning. Honorable members, I now interrupt the business of the House to allow the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the year 2023-2024 and the medium term. Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Professor Njuguna Ndungu, CBS, you may now proceed. The floor is yielded to you.
Mr. Speaker, it is a great honor and privilege for me to present to this august House and to the people of the Republic of Kenya the first budget of the Kenya Kwanza administration under the...
Order. Order, members.
Okay, other
Minister, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a great honor and privilege for me to present to this august House and to the people of Kenya the first budget of the Kenya Kwanza administration under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I do this in compliance with the Standing Order number 241 of the National Assembly and Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 that requires the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury to make pronouncement of the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures to the national government. This being the first budget following the conclusion of the general election held in August 2022, allow me to congratulate all the honorable members who were re-elected and those who are serving for the first time in this august House. I look forward to working closely with all of you as we implement the bottom-up economic transformation agenda designed to achieve a sustained economic recovery for improved livelihoods for all Kenyans. Before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to His Excellency, the President, for appointing me to the Cabinet Secretary, to the position of the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and Economic Planning, and entrusting me with the honor of overseeing the management of macroeconomic policy and public financial management for this great nation. I also wish to extend my sincere gratitude to His Excellency, the President, for his wise counsel during the preparations of this budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures that will lay a strong foundation for our socio-economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, the financial year 2023-2024 budget has been prepared against a background of a challenging external and domestic environment. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic, Kenya has, over the past years, suffered and also a series of devastating negative and persistent shocks that include the worst drought in decades, as well as adverse spillover effects of the conflict in Eastern Europe and a tight global financial market condition. The combination of all these negative and continuing shocks are what we describe as a perfect storm that has confronted this new administration. The extreme climate change events have emerged as key drivers of food security and increased cost of living. Indeed, our people are currently confronted with increasing higher prices of basic foods, commodities, energy, and transport. This calls for urgent and decisive interventions, especially on our supply side response. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of the requirements under the Constitution on public participation, we accorded Kenyans an opportunity to share their views on issues that needed to be addressed in this budget. Mr. Speaker, we received from many Kenyans proposals and suggestions that have informed the priorities outlined in this budget statement. The key concerns raised by the public can broadly be clustered around 5 issues. 1, the high cost of living. 2, the high cost of unemployment. 3, and this is mostly among the youth. 3, the high tax burden. And 4, the wastage of public resources. And finally, the high public debt. Mr. Speaker, having listened carefully to the concerns from the public and taking cognizance of the socio-economic and environmental challenges facing the country, the budget policy highlights seeks to provide solutions to the said concerns as we all work towards accelerating economic recovery. Proactively, the Kenya Kwanza government has begun the journey to bring down the cost of living and improve the livelihoods, while at the same time fostering a sustainable, inclusive economic transformation. The government has taken the long-term sustainable approach of subsidizing production of goods instead of consumption to respond to the rising cost of living. In this regard, the government has instituted immediate interventions that are aimed at providing short-term solutions to the high cost of living, while at the same time building a momentum for the long-term economic vibrancy and transformation. In particular, the government has covered the following areas. First, through the e-voucher fertilizer subsidy program, availed to 6 million of 50 kilogram bags of subsidized fertilizer worth 15 billion that are retailing at a cost of 350 per bag, a reduction from the market price from 6,500 per bag, representing a subsidy of Kenya shillings 3,000 per bag. So far, the government has registered 5 million farmers nationwide and issued over 2.5 e-vouchers to registered farmers. As a result, Kenyan farmers have been able to plant at least 200,000 additional acres of food this year and used 2 million more kilograms of seeds, and that is expected to improve the agricultural yields. Second, the government has granted duty waivers for importation of key food products such as white maize, rice, yellow maize, soya beans, soya bean meal, assorted protein concentrates, and feed additives effective from 1st February to 6th February, 1st February this year to 6th August 2023. This has been done in order to bridge the food stocks deficit and will lower the cost of food prices. As a result of the drought, third, the mitigation measures and the climate adaptation programs, the government initiated a national tree planting campaign that seeks to enhance our national tree cover from 12% to 30% through a target of planting 15 billion trees by 2032. In addition, the government has initiated new dam constructions to address the drought concerns and ensure Kenya has enough harvested water to facilitate a water management strategy for irrigation and food production. Fourth, the government has invested very heavily in biotechnology research and uptake of drought-tolerant crops to promote food security, particularly in marginalized areas. In the current year, over 250 metric tons of assorted drought-tolerant seeds valued at Kenya shillings 50 million have been distributed in Embu, Meru, Makueni, Machakos, Tharaka Nithi, Murang'a, Nyeri, Siaya, and Busia counties. Fifth, the government has reformed the National Health Insurance Fund to meet the urgent needs of Kenyans at the bottom of the socio-economic structure by actualizing its purpose as a social medical insurance facility. In addition, the government has committed to deliver universal health coverage to ensure that every Kenyan attains dignified health care at a minimum subscription fee. And finally, the government has reviewed the policy on the energy sector with the aim of developing and diversifying this market further by improving the sourcing and supply of cooking gas that inevitably has resulted in high costs that drive domestic inflation. This has allowed for additional players to be licensed and to set up liquefied petroleum gas facilities. A common use of bulk storage and even handling facility for LPG will be constructed through a private sector participation framework to enhance market certainty and stability in the use of LPG. This will cut costs of handling and evacuating gas from ships to the mainland and hence allowing dealers to pass through the cost of relief to consumers. Mr. Speaker, in order to improve service delivery and support livelihoods and businesses, as well as strengthen governance institutions, the Kenya Kwanza government has, since assumption of office, established Financial Inclusion Fund. This is commonly known as the Hustlers Fund. That was set up in November 2022 to provide access to affordable credit to individuals and MSMEs, medium and small enterprises, and to encourage savings. This is an intervention that will remain at the bottom of the pyramid in order to access borrowing under the fund. A customer only needs to register through his or her mobile phone. Since the launch of the first product, the Hustler Fund Personal Loan Fund, the government has invested a total of 11 billion shillings. This money has been revolving within the fund, providing low interest rate at 8% per annum, and so far 16.07 million Kenyans, of which 7.1 million are repeat customers, have actually accessed the fund. So far, 30.8 billion has been borrowed from this revolving fund. In addition to borrowing, the fund is designed to encourage savings. To date, 1.5 billion has been saved as a mandatory savings, while Kenya shilling 17 million has been saved on a voluntary basis. We have witnessed a phenomenal growth in the number of transactions that currently stand at 43.5 million transactions. The largest number of the times a single customer borrower has borrowed from the fund is about 50 times, indicating strong traction of the Hustlers Fund. To further empower the medium and small enterprises, the government on 1st June 2023 launched the second product of the Financial Inclusion Fund that is aimed at facilitating Kenyan access funding through groups. This follows the phenomenal success of the personal loans products under this initiative, and this will allow lending groups such as chamas and SACCOs and SACCOs. The groups can now borrow loans from between 20,000 shillings to 1 million shillings. Third, we have redesigned the competence-based education curriculum to make it responsive to our education needs. And fourth, I've employed over 30,000 teachers in a historic and unprecedented drive to improve the national teacher-pupil ratio and enhance performance. Fifth, government has introduced a new funding model for higher education that will make the universities and technical training fully inclusive, financially self-sufficient, and also capable of competing with their peers globally while contributing to our national socio-economic transformation. Sixth, the government has established the National Open University in order to make higher education inexpensive, affordable, accessible, inclusive, and attainable to all. The university will create its charter before the end of this month, that is June 2023. Seventh, the government has launched several affordable housing projects across the country, translating to about 36,000 housing units in just 8 months. Eighth, the government has proposed and moved with digitalization, and the digitalized and automated services to the tune of 3,570 of government services through the eCitizen platform that has enhanced access to government services and brought greater convenience to citizens. The government targets to bring on board close to 5,000 services on the eCitizen platform by the end of 2023. Number 9 is the government has launched a data protection registration system to provide digital identity to all Kenyans in order to facilitate the transactions between the government and its citizens. Finally, returned the port operation from Mombasa and Naivasha to Mombasa, returned the port operations from Nairobi and Naivasha to Mombasa in order to revamp the coastal economy and give importers, especially the business community, a choice on cargo clearance. The government has introduced a G2G, a government-to-government arrangement for oil importation to provide a longer-term supply of fuel and ease the monthly demand of US dollars in a situation where global dollar shortage was ensuing. Government has also appointed 4 Court of Appeal judges and 2 judges of the Environment and Land Courts in line with the recommendations of the Judicial Service Commission to strengthen the judiciary. Further, the government escalated the actualization of the judiciary fund that will increase the allocation of resources towards enhancing the access to justice. And finally, the government has enhanced the independence of the National Police Service by granting them financial autonomy as envisaged in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, while we celebrate these achievements, we are aware that a lot remains to be done in order to decisively deal with the pressing socioeconomic challenges. First, to reverse the effect of the recent past negative shocks that have been persistent. And second, to improve and accelerate the betterment of the livelihoods of Kenyans. It is for this reason that the government is implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, popularly referred to as BETTER, which is geared towards economic turnaround and inclusive growth. It is aligned to this agenda. It is in alignment to this agenda for this year's budget theme carries that spirit. This year's budget, the theme is bottom-up economic transformation and climate change mitigation and adaptation for improved livelihoods of Kenyans. Consistent with this, the government will scale up implementation of policy priorities and structural reforms under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, as detailed in the 2023 budget policy statement and the 4th medium-term plan, MTP4, which is currently under development, and that it will guide the attainment of these development objectives, as well as a continuation of the Kenyan Vision 2030 and Sustainable Development Goals. The strategy will involve increasing investments in 5 strategic sectors that have the largest impact and linkages to the economy, as well as on household welfare as the starting point. These 5 sectors include agricultural transformation, micro and small medium enterprise economy, housing and settlement, healthcare and digital superhighway, as well as the creative industry. Special focus will be placed on the interventions that reduce the cost of living, create jobs, achieve more equitable distribution of income, enhance social security, and expand the tax base for more revenues to finance development. And finally, also geared towards increasing foreign exchange to give us flexibility in that market. Mr. Speaker, we intend to implement the policy priorities within a sustainable fiscal framework. Overall, we have moderated our spending to ensure the value for money and enhanced the revenue mobilization efforts to ensure that our public debt remains on a sustainable path. Prioritization is critical because resources are scarce, thus limiting our capacity and desire to cover everything at once. In this regard, the budgeting process for the priority programs under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda will be managed through a value chain approach. This has ensured that the resources located along the value chain are allocated to all the components along the value chain, thereby eliminating duplication of roles, removing any funding gaps, and enhancing efficiency in the use of available budgetary resources. Mr. Speaker, it is now my privilege and honor to present the economic and fiscal policy underpinnings the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda for improved livelihoods to Kenyans. Thereafter, I will broadly outline the proposed resource allocations allocations and revenue-raising measures that the government will implement in the financial year 2023-2024 budget. But before I proceed to elaborate on programs, let me start by highlighting the economic context in which this budget has been prepared. Let me start with economic policy context and focus on the global economy. Mr. Speaker, the financial year 2023-2024 budget has been prepared against a background of increased uncertainties in the global economic outlook, reflecting continued geopolitical tensions, particularly the ongoing conflict in Eastern Europe, and the pace of monetary policy tightening amidst concerns about financial sector stability in the advanced economies. As a result, the global economic growth is projected to slow down to 2.8% in 2023 from 3.4% in 2022. Economic prospects are also expected to slow down across regions and countries. Nevertheless, the commodity prices in the global markets, particularly oil and food, have been easing due to improved and functioning supply chains. Let me turn to domestic economy. Mr. Speaker, on the domestic scene, the economic growth for 2022 slowed down to 4.8% from 7.6% in 2021 due to adverse impact of the multiple shocks that affected the economy. Kenya's growth in 2022 was supported by growth in the services sector, while the agricultural sector contracted for the second consecutive year due to the prolonged drought effects, but that also contributed to a slowdown in the growth of manufacturing sector, as well as that of wholesale and retail trade sectors. Mr. Speaker, the economy is expected to rebound and expand by 5.5% in 2023, up from 4.8% in 2022. And it is supposed to maintain that pace of the medium term. The growth will be supported by a broad-based private sector-led growth, including continued strong performance of the services sector and the recovery from the agricultural sector due to improved weather conditions during the March-May rainy season. This growth outlook will be reinforced by interventions being implemented by the government under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that include the provision of subsidized fertilizer and seeds to farmers during the planting season. Further, economic activity is expected to improve and drive aggregate demand expansion as the international community, international commodity prices is coupled with improved exports and resilient private sector consumption, as well as the ongoing public-private investments. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to support economic recovery by pursuing prudent macroeconomic policies geared towards reducing debt vulnerabilities and supporting sustainable and inclusive development. Inflation rate has remained above 7.5%, which is the upper bound target since June 2022. This is driven mainly by high food prices and energy prices following the adverse weather conditions and high global oil prices, but also compounded by the pass-through effects from the domestic currency depreciation. In order to anchor inflation expectations, the Central Bank of Kenya, through Monetary Policy Committee, tightened monetary policy during the last 1 year by raising the central bank rate to 9.5% in March 2023 from 7.5% in May 2022. This monetary policy action, together with improved agricultural production occasioned by the long rains and supported by fertilizer subsidy program and the ongoing importation of key food items, particularly maize, cooking oil, rice, sugar, at a duty-free window, are expected to ease the domestic prices and basic food items. Already, the inflation pressures are easing with inflation rate at 8% in May 2023 from the highs of 9.6% in October 2022. inflation rate is expected to return to the target range within the second quarter of financial year 2023-2024. Also, in addition, credit to the private sector has grown by 13.2% in the last 12 months to April 2023, and this is supporting economic activity. Most sectors of the economy continue to receive positive credit flows. Mr. Speaker, to further anchor inflation expectations, the Central Bank of Kenya will continue to implement reforms outlined in the White Paper on modernization of the monetary policy framework and operations that are aimed at enhancing the effectiveness of monetary policy formulation and implementation to prevent monetary policy falling behind the curve. These reforms include refining macroeconomic forecasting frameworks in line with the changing structure of the economy, improving the functioning of the interbank market to strengthen monetary policy transmission, and continued improvements of communication on monetary policy decisions. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal policy stance over the medium term aims at supporting the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda through growth-friendly fiscal consolidation plan designed to slow down the annual growth in public debt and implement an effective liability management strategy without compromising service delivery to citizens. This will improve the country's debt sustainability position. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the policy priorities of the government for fostering economic transformation and improved livelihoods. The policy priorities and structural reforms for improved livelihoods start with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, this year's budget places special emphasis on priorities at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which is detailed in 2023 budget policy statement that was approved by this House in March 2023. This agenda is premised to address the challenges of the economy is facing, to stimulate economic recovery, bolster resilience while building on the success realized over time. The strategy will involve increasing investment in at least 5 sectors envisaged to have the largest impact and linkages to the economy, as well as on household welfare. The priority programs are classified under 2 categories, namely the core pillars and the enablers that aim at the creation of a conducive business environment for socio-economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, as indicated earlier, in this statement, the core pillars include agricultural transformation, micro, small, and medium enterprises of the economy, housing and settlement, healthcare, and digital superhighway, and in creative industry. In order to make this program feasible, the government will implement strategic interventions under the following key enablers. First, the infrastructure, manufacturing, the blue economy, the services sector, the environment and climate change, education and training, women agenda, youth empowerment and development agenda, social protection, sports, culture and arts, as well as the governance. Mr. Speaker, in order to realize the aspirations of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the government will first continue to maintain macroeconomic stability and enhance the security to foster and secure conducive business environment for all Kenyans and their investment. Second, the government will intensify national infrastructure development and connectivity of roads and port, energy and fiber optic infrastructure to lower the cost of movement of people and goods, lower the cost of doing business, thereby enhancing profitability of businesses. Third, the government will enhance investment in key economic sectors for broad-based sustainable economic recovery by promoting agricultural transformation, growth in manufacturing, environmental conservation and water supply, food security, climate change mitigation and adaptation, tourism recovery, and sustainable land use and management. In this regard, food security and climate change will also become a focal point for policy formulation going forward. Fourth, the government will expand access to quality social services in health, education, and appropriate social safety nets for the vulnerable population. And finally, the government will support the youth, women, persons living with disabilities through government-funded empowerment programs that leverage on partnership with private sector organizations. Mr. Speaker, the government, under the support of the development partners, is implementing a program that aims at boosting revenue mobilization to reduce total expenditures as a percentage of GDP, thereby providing growth-friendly fiscal consolidation plan designed to slow down the annual growth of public debt and implement an efficient liability management strategy, without, at the same time, compromising service delivery to citizens. The fiscal consolidation plan targets to gradually reduce the fiscal deficit, including grants, from 6.2% of GDP in the financial year 2021-2022 to 5.8% of GDP in the financial year 2022-2023 to 4.4% of GDP in financial year 2023-2024, and further reduce the fiscal gap further to 3.6% in financial year 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, we are truly grateful as a nation to our development partners who have, over the years, provided financial resources to support the implementation of government programs, government policy, as well as structural reforms. In particular, allow me to single out the multilateral institutions, specifically the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, the European Union, the African Development Bank, and the many bilateral donors, institutions, and governments that have walked the journey of socio-economic transformation with Kenya. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has continued to successfully implement the Extended Fund Facility and Extended Credit Facility, EFF and ECF arrangements supported by the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. We concluded the fifth review of the program in May 2023, and we agreed on the augmentation of access under the program of 75% of the quota, that is SDR special drawing rights for 407 million.1, or which is about US $544.3 million, an extension of the duration of the ECF arrangement by 10 months to April 2025 to allow sufficient time for meeting the program objectives, and on a new 20-month Resilience and Sustainability Facility, RSF, arrangement that will allow us to access 75% of our quota that will run parallel with the ECF program arrangements until April 2025. Once approved by the IMF Executive Board in July 2023, Kenya will immediately access SDR 306.7 million, which is about $410 million, including from the augmentation of the access under ECF, EFF. This will bring the cumulative IMF financial support disbursed under the EFF, ECF program arrangements to SDR 1.509 billion, or about $2.017 billion. And for us, that's why we are appreciative of this multilateral institution. The government will also access additional SDR 407.1 million, about 443 million under the new 20-month Resilience Sustainability Facility arrangement upon successful next review. Mr. Speaker, when combined with RSF support, the cumulative IMF commitment to Kenya will be about SDR 2.633 billion, which is about $3.52 billion by April 2025. Mr. Speaker, as a stopgap measure to ease the pressure on the domestic supply of petroleum products, as well as ease pressure on the Kenya shilling arising due to the global shortage of US dollars in the domestic market, we have introduced an innovative new government-to-government arrangement for fuel importation through Regal Notice number 3 of 2023. That Regal Notice allows us to import the importation of petroleum products by private sector through the current open tender system, OTS. To date, the monthly importation of petroleum products is approximately 740,000 metric tons, of which 60% is consumed in the domestic market, while 40% is for transit markets in the region. This product is currently paid for using United States dollars, which puts strain on foreign exchange availability and pressure on nominal exchange rate and ensuing exchange rate volatility in the market on a monthly basis. Mr. Speaker, to contain the pressure of the US dollar availability in the market, as well as exchange rate volatility on a monthly basis, the government entered into a memorandum of understanding with governments of oil-producing countries, under which framework agreements have been signed with petroleum exporting companies for the supply of petroleum products on extended credit period of 180 days. The objective of this arrangement is first to ease the monthly demand of the US dollars in the foreign exchange market that is driven by petroleum imports, and by extending time required to source the US dollars from the current 5 days to 180 days. Second, to allow space to activate the interbank foreign exchange market and thus stem currency speculation, it was necessary to enter into this program that we intended to reduce the cost of petroleum products by lowering the economies of, leveraging on the economies of scale that arise from having longer supply contracts up to 270 days with potential suppliers. And fourth, we wanted to make sure that we avert supply disruptions by safeguarding longer-term supply contracts for petroleum products. And finally, it has allowed us to structure, in the future, to structure the fuel pricing mechanism that will be dependent on market conditions. Currently, the fuel pricing mechanism coordinates expectations of price revisions on the 15th day of every month, a situation that does not reflect appropriate market conduct, as well as encourage diverse market development paths in this subsector. I now turn to climate change mitigation and adaptation. Mr. Speaker, the climate change has become a pressing issue globally. Like other economies, Kenya's economy is vulnerable to its ravaging impacts. Indeed, we have just come out of the worst drought in 40 years, which has claimed lives of people and livestock, while at the same time threatened the livelihoods of millions of Kenyans. Given our vulnerability to climate change, it is imperative that we build a more climate-resilient economy. For this reason, the government has stepped up climate adaptation and mitigation efforts, including green energy, smart agriculture, decarbonized manufacturing, e-mobility, and green building. All these are aimed at the attainment of zero carbon by 2050. The government has committed to secure our future and to achieve a clearer and safer environment for all Kenyans by reducing greenhouse emissions, halting and reversing deforestation, biodiversity loss, and land degradation. In this regard, issues of climate change, mitigation, and adaptation have been mainstreamed in all government programs and across all levels of government. As part of drought mitigation measures and the climate adaptation program, the government is implementing a national tree planting campaign, which is championed by His Excellency the President, and seeks to enhance our national tree cover from 12% to 30% by year 2032. This will entail planting at least 15 billion trees over that period. Mr. Speaker, climate financing has emerged as a very important means of implementation of climate change and for promoting sustainable development and financial sector development. To enhance financial flows from the Green Climate Fund, GCF, the government will continue to implement National Green Climate Fund strategy, which provides an elaborate framework of coordinating and attracting resources from the Green Climate Fund. The government will also implement financing locally led climate action, we call it FROCA, program in collaboration with county governments and development partners to manage climate risks. Further, to support our climate change efforts and characterize additional climate finance from other official and private partners, we have agreed with the IMF on a new 20-month resilience sustainability facility arrangement that will run in parallel with the current program arrangement until April 2025. Mr. Speaker, the government last year committed to fast-track the enactment of Disaster Risk Management Bill and finalize the Public Finance Management Disaster Risk Management Fund regulations. These are meant to strengthen the disaster risk management in the country, given that Kenya is predisposed to various disasters, some of which are exacerbated by the ravaging effects of climate change. These disasters often have a huge negative impact on the economy. I wish to report that the relevant departmental committee of this House is in the process of considering registration on matters relating to disaster risk management. I urge this House to prioritize this matter to enable Kenya have an overarching framework on disaster risk management. I will later be submitting to this House for consideration the Public Finance Management, into brackets, the Disaster Risk Management Fund Regulations 2023 that will enable the establishment of the Disaster Risk Management Fund. Let me turn to legal and policy, legal and institutional reforms. Mr. Speaker, the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda, BETTER, will be underpinned by sound and appropriate policy, legal and institutional reforms that are aimed at improving the business environment, increasing the efficiency of public service delivery, and strengthening the accountability and transparency in public finance management. These reforms are outlined as follows. First, the procurement reforms. Mr. Speaker, on a continuous basis, the government reviews the procurement policies and procedures to ensure that we achieve efficiency and transparency and enhance good governance and promote savings in the procurement process. This is one critical area that government can achieve efficiency and unlock savings given the limited financial resources and fiscal space. With this in mind, Mr. Speaker, last year, the National Treasury committed to this House to roll out an end-to-end e-government procurement system, EGP, with a pilot phase commencing in July 2022 and a target date for full rollout to all ministries, departments, and agencies in January 2023. I wish to report to this House that the process is still in progress, albeit with some delays. The system will be rolled out by December 2023 to both national and county governments. Once rolled out, all government procurement and asset disposal procedures and processes will be managed online through the system. The system will enhance efficiency and transparency in the procurement and in the procurement functions. The system will also ease cost of doing business with the government and has the capabilities of monitoring and tracking all public procurement and asset disposals. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to facilitate access to government procurement opportunities and empower the MSMEs owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities. This remains a key priority of government under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. For this reason, The National Treasury has re-engineered the access of government procurement opportunities, AGPO, portal, to enable real-time registration and monitoring. The National Treasury has also directed all procuring entities to ensure prompt payment of all contracts successfully implemented at the AGPO that will enable businesses owned by the target group access liquidity promptly. Mr. Speaker, a large number of state corporations rely on the exchequer funding to service their payroll and other expenses. Over the years, bloated payrolls have remained a large burden to the exchequer, resulting in accumulated unserviced statutory obligations and also pensions liability running into billions of Kenya shillings. It has also been established that in most state corporations, a huge proportion of the staff complement comprises of support staff with a thin complement of technical staff. This gravely affects the core service delivery. To address this challenge, the State Corporations Advisory Committee, SCAC, will immediately embark on an aggressive program to rationalize staff establishment to keep them lean and strictly adhere to 70-30 ratio of technical staff to support staff. In addition, the National Treasury shall henceforth only approve budgets for hiring staff for only state corporations that have received approvals from the State Corporations Advisory Committee, the Public Service Commission, PSV, and Salary and Remuneration Committee together jointly. This requirement is in addition to confirmation of the requisite funding. Mr. Speaker, to support the restructuring of the state corporation, the Cabinet approved the Privatization Bill 2023. It seeks to repeal the Privatization Act of 2005 and streamline the privatization process and in order to restructure the state-owned enterprises. This was subsequently submitted to this House by the National Treasury in May 2023. The bill, once enacted, will enable the selected state-owned enterprises to achieve their full potential by entrenching commercial principles and reduce their reliance on the exchequer funding. I urge honorable members to support the government in this endeavor. Mr. Speaker, in financial year 2022-2023, the government initiated a number of reforms in Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC, and Kenya Airways, KQ, aimed at improving their efficiencies, reducing costs, and increasing revenues. To further enhance KPLC's financial sustainability, the government will restructure the balance sheet, mainly focusing on the huge loan balances, payables, and receivables. This will in turn address the current huge liquidity gap at KPLC. Towards this end, the government will implement a 4-point action plan focusing on, first, transfer of all transmission asset stroke lines to Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, KETRACO. Second, the government will settle outstanding rural electrification schemes, RES operations and maintenance costs, which has a deficit of 19.4 billion as of June 2022, and ensure that KPLC and Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation enter into a commercial contract for the future rural electrification schemes maintenance costs. Third, the government will develop and implement a turnaround strategy that includes the reduction of system losses from the current 22.4% to 14.4% by end of June 2025. Fourth, the government will establish a new governance structure of KPLC to give private sector stakeholders fair representation reflecting the company's shareholding structure. With regard to Kenya Airways, the government's policy stance is to turn around the airline and position it as a Pan-African carrier that will ensure it is run with profitability and sustainability objectives, eventually reducing the airline's dependency on budgetary support. Let me turn now to pending bills for the national and county governments. Mr. Speaker, the total outstanding national government's pending bills as of 31st March 2023 amounted to Kenya shillings 537.2 billion, comprising of 450 billion for state corporations, semi-autonomous government agencies, and Kenya shillings 79.3 billion for ministries, departments, and agencies. During the same reporting period, the county governments reported pending bills of Kenya shillings 159.7 billion. The management of the pending bills is a challenge. In the public eye, will form an important benchmark, and in the public eye, it will form an important benchmark upon which the overall integrity of government style of financial management will be tested and judged. The delay in settling payments of pending bills has led to deterioration of financial positions of businesses, in particular micro and small medium enterprises, including business owned by women, youth, persons with disabilities. In view of the above, the National Treasury has prepared a cabinet memo requesting the cabinet to approve the establishment of a pending bills verification committee to carry out a thorough analysis of the stock of all pending bills and advice on how the bills would be settled. Once the outstanding pending bills are cleared by the verification committee, the National Treasury will direct all entities to ensure strict adherence to Public Finance Management Act of 2012 and clear pending bills as a first charge on the budget of the concerned entity in the subsequent financial years. Let me turn now to financial sector stability and development. Mr. Speaker, the banking sector remained stable and resilient in 2022. Deposits held by the sector increased by 12.3%, while pre-tax profits increased by 22.0%. On the other hand, gross non-performing loans for the sector stood at 13.3% in December 2022, a decline from 14.7% in June 2022. The need to build resilience and to exploit emerging opportunities has led to increased consolidation as well as regional expansion through acquisitions. This has led to strong institutions supporting the stability of the banking sector. The sector is therefore expected to remain sound and stable in 2023, building on the reform initiatives and buffers that have been built over the years. Mr. Speaker, in order to address consumer protection concerns arising from unregulated digital lenders, the Central Bank of Kenya introduced Digital Credit Providers Regulations 2022 that were approved in May 2022. They provide regulations and guidelines for the licensing and oversight of previously unregulated digital credit providers. I'm happy to report that by the end of March 2023, 32 digital credit providers have been licensed, while others are at different approval stages. More importantly, the Central Bank of Kenya is working with other agencies and regulators, including the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, to ensure all digital credit providers are brought into the regulatory perimeter to protect consumers. Mr. Speaker, in an effort to transform Kenya's financial markets, the Central Bank will soon launch the upgraded Central Securities Depository Code named DAO CSD. The upgraded Central Securities Depository will improve financial market liquidity, enhance operational efficiency in domestic debt market, further promoting market deepening. and also broadening financial inclusion through expansion of digital access and position Kenya as the preferred financial hub in the region. The Central Securities Depository will also scale up services to the public sector, to the public market participants, and support our diaspora investors via a versatile and highly scalable digital solution with capacity to deliver seamless investor experience and convenience. Mr. Speaker, since the launch of the National Payments Strategy 2023-2025 in February 2022, the Central Bank has implemented major initiatives to improve quality, access, and affordability of payment services to Kenyans. These include implementation of mobile money interoperability, licensing of new payment service providers, and rollout of key standards that increase convenience of payment services in line with global best practices. Building on these gains, in the financial year 2023-2024, the Central Bank, together with other stakeholders, will first undertake a comprehensive review of the National Payments System Act of 2011 and National Payment System Regulations of 2014 to modernize Kenya's payments legal and regulatory framework in line with emerging trends, innovations, and enhanced oversight for improved service delivery to Kenyans. Second, it will develop and implement an interoperable payments platform to unlock cost-effective, real-time, and retail payments across banks, payment service providers, card schemes, and other regulated financial institutions. This will further contribute to lowering the cost of these services, increase choice, competition, stability, and widespread adoption of digital payments among Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, in order to reduce money laundering vulnerability, the Central Bank has reviewed and enhanced the banking sector Know Your Customer (KYC) and Customer Due Diligence (CDD) processes. This will further strengthen the effectiveness of the banking sector, anti-money laundering, and combating of financing of terrorism and the proliferation of financing (PF), risk-based supervisory framework. Indeed, AML CFT PF regime is important to uphold. Let me turn to deposit insurance reform. Mr. Speaker, financial stability risks have increased rapidly as the resilience of the global financial system has been tested by high inflation and rising interest rates. In order to enhance protection of the depositors, the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation is in the process of reviewing the current coverage limit of 500,000 with a view to ascertain its adequacy in protecting the micro, small, and medium enterprises. In addition, the corporation has developed an alternative dispute resolution mechanism and framework to address disputes between financial institutions that have been crossed and their respective stakeholders, thereby fast-tracking release of available resources and winding up those banks under liquidation. Let me turn to Capital Markets Authority, Mr. Speaker. The Capital Markets Authority, capital markets remain a critical catalyst in mobilizing of savings and investments towards productive enterprise in Kenya. In order to support micro and small medium enterprises, access to financing via capital markets, the Capital Markets Authority has developed the Capital Markets Public Offers Discount Regulations for 2023. These regulations will enable MSMEs raise debt and equity capital via Nairobi Securities Exchange. The authority is also implementing the Capital Markets Investment-Based Crowdfunding Regulations 2022, and that will support Kenyan startups to raise finance from both global and local investors. Mr. Speaker, as part of these initiatives to support the real estate sector, the LAP Trust, Imara Real Estate Investment Trust, late, has been listed in Nairobi Securities Exchange following the approval of the Capital Markets Authority. This will provide investors with a unique opportunity to invest in a diversified portfolio of income-generating real estate assets. Let me turn now to pension reforms. Mr. Speaker, pension coverage in Kenya currently stands at 22% of the working population, leaving majority of Kenyans without a pension cover. This underscores the need to extend pension coverage to the informal sector, which constitutes the majority of our workforce. To this end, Mr. Speaker, the government is working on a national pensions policy to address key concerns on coverage, portability of schemes, reciprocal arrangements to address concerns of Kenyans in the diaspora, and mitigate the fragmentation in the sector. In furtherance of the ideals at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the National Treasury has established an innovative scheme, the Kenya National Enterprise Savings Trust, KNEST, with a focus on the population in the informal segment of the economy. In order to promote uptake of the scheme, we will deliberately form strategic partnership to facilitate voluntary pension contributions for individuals in this sector and to continue to explore options to provide diverse pension solutions for self-employed individuals. Mr. Speaker, to effectively administer the public service pensions, the National Treasury will invest in modern technology and digital solutions to streamline pension processes and improve service delivery. In this regard, public service schemes will provide user-friendly online platforms that allow the pensioners to access their pension statements, make inquiries, and update their personal information conveniently. The government continues to implement public service superannuation schemes with the end goal of easing the burden of pension payments by the government. Me turn to insurance reforms, Mr. Speaker. In the past 2 years, the insurance sector has grown by 3.36 billion shillings from a premium of 273 billion. The industry has also attracted investment from key multinational players. In order to further enhance the growth of the sector, the Insurance Regulatory Authority has rolled out a micro-insurance framework that will contribute to increase penetration coverage for the individuals with low incomes. The authority will strengthen private insurance's role in the universal health care coverage, promote crop and livestock insurance, as well as support insurance for MSMEs. Mr. Speaker, there are no deterrent measures under the Insurance Act to motivate accountability and observance of directors' duties as well as senior managers' professional responsibilities. To address this shortcoming, I have submitted to this House Insurance Amendment Bill 2023 to provide for offences relating to the management of an insurer. In addition, the bill will contain other amendments aimed at enhancing the efficiency of the Insurance Regulatory Authority in regulating the insurance industry. Let me turn to SACCO societies reforms, Mr. Speaker. The SACCO industry is characterized by many small and medium-sized SACCOs that find it difficult to effectively compete in the deposit-taking and credit markets. To address this challenge, the SACCO Societies Regulatory Authority, SASRA, is working on amendments to SACCO Societies Act 2008 that will provide the licensing and supervision of shared SACCO services platform. This initiative will improve the efficiency and competitiveness of SACCOs through establishment of cost-sharing digital platform to enable small SACCOs achieve economies of scale, while at the same time mainstreaming regulatory compliance in a cost-effective manner. Mr. Speaker, 12 years ago, the government introduced prudential regulation to secure financial stability of SACCOs and boost savings for members. However, there has been a lack of a resolution mechanism for financially distressed SACCOs. In addition to addressing these challenges, the SACCO Society Regulatory Authority has proposed amendments to the SACCO Societies Act 2008 to provide for a framework for appointment of trustees to the Deposit Guarantee Fund for SACCOs in Kenya, DGF. Let me turn to unclaimed financial assets, Mr. Speaker. The Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority Act does not provide for claimants to designate a beneficiary of their assets or to cause of their choice, and therefore any claim must be paid to the claimant. To address this, I have proposed to amend the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority Act so as to empower claimants to designate beneficiaries of the unclaimed asset or to a cause of their choice. Let me turn to ease of doing business, Mr. Chairman, and consumer protection. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in order to ease the cost of doing business and minimize compliance costs for micro, small, and medium enterprises, the Competition Authority of Kenya will exempt MSE, medium and small enterprise sector from merger notifications, thus enabling startups, digital businesses, among others. Further, the authority will monitor and conduct surveillance audits specifically in the manufacturing and agro-processing sector so as to protect MSMEs from incidences and abuse of power, of buyer power. Second, implement codes of practice. The Competition Authority will implement codes of practice to ensure that MSMEs in the retail and insurance sectors are protected from powerful buyers. The Competition Authority will screen and investigate infractions such as suspected cartels or abuse of dominance conduct, such as excessive pricing, price discrimination, predatory pricing, margin squeeze, to actuarize a level playing field. And the Competition Authority will actuarize and initiate actuarize the initiative area started with the National Assembly to address the issue of price fixing by professional services to make the fees competitive and improve the quality of services. On consumer protection, the authority will monitor and investigate emerging consumer issues on the utility sector, pharmaceuticals, digital financial services, e-commerce, insurance, aviation, and safety of basic commodities. In addition, the authority will seek redress through replacement or refunds to customers affected by dark commercial patterns, scams, fraud under the digital economy. Let me turn now to the fiscal framework. Mr. Speaker, the government fiscal policy for the financial year 2023-2024 and the medium-term budget aims at undertaking a growth-friendly fiscal consolidation plan to ensure debt sustainability. This will be achieved through improved revenue collection, primarily through broadening of the tax base and containing overall expenditure to target set, while prioritizing higher impact social and investment expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal policy targets to grow total revenues to 17.9% of GDP in financial year 2023-2024 and above 18.3% of GDP over the medium term. As part of the economic turnaround plan, the government will scale up revenue collection efforts by the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, to a target of Kenya shillings 4.0 trillion over the medium term. In order to achieve this, the government is undertaking a combination of both tax administrative measures and tax policy reforms. Mr. Speaker, regarding tax policy, the government will implement the national tax policy and finalize the medium-term revenue strategy for the period financial year 2023-2024 to 2026-2027. The national tax policy, which is before this House, will enhance the administrative efficiency of the tax system, provide consistency and certainty in tax registration and management of tax expenditures. The medium-term revenue strategy comprises rigorous administrative and policy measures to reform the tax system, which is expected to boost tax revenue over the medium term. On tax administration, Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Revenue Authority is implementing reforms to move towards seamless taxation by ensuring that its systems, taxpayers, and businesses are integrated to allow for the automatic movement of data through machine-to-machine based processes, and where appropriate, shift to real-time processing. This will enable KRA to monitor business transactions in real time, therefore sealing revenue leakages through tax avoidance and evasion. On the expenditure reforms, Mr. Speaker, the government will sustain efforts to improve efficiency in public spending and ensure value for money by eliminating non-priority expenditures, retiring expenditure and unsustainable consumption subsidies, reducing tax exemption, scaling up use of public-private partnership financing for commercially viable projects, and rolling out end-to-end procurement system. Mr. Speaker, to address the challenges of perennial low absorption of development partners' funds that have denied Kenyans the full benefit of this financing, the government will put in place policies and administrative measures to minimize payments of unnecessary fees and charges. Let me turn to revenue projections, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, supported by the tax policy reforms and administrative measures highlighted above, we project total revenue corrections, including appropriations in aid and grants for the financial year 2023-2024 budget to be Kenya shillings 2.96 trillion, and that is equivalent to 18.2% of gross domestic product, GDP. Of this, ordinary revenue is projected at Kenya shillings 2.57 trillion, equivalent to 15.8% of GDP. Ministerial appropriations in aid is projected at Kenya shillings 348.7 billion, and grants are projected at Kenya shillings 42.2 billion. Expenditure projections, Mr. Speaker. Total expenditure projections in financial year 2023-2024 budget is projected at 3.7 trillion, equivalent to 22.6% of GDP. Of these, recurrent expenditures will amount to Kenya shillings 2.53 trillion, equivalent to 15.6% of GDP. Development expenditures, including allocation to domestic and foreign financed project, contingency fund, equalization fund, and conditional capital transfers to county government, is Kenya shillings 743 billion, equivalent to 4.7% of GDP. Equitable share to county governments is projected at that 385.4 billion shillings. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to fiscal balance. Mr. Speaker, given the projected revenue and grants against the projected expenditures, the fiscal gap of fiscal deficit is projected to decline from Kenya shillings 718.0 billion, equivalent to 4.4% of GDP in financial year 2023-2024, from a projected Kenya shillings 840.9 billion, equivalent to 5.8% of GDP in financial year 2022-2023. The fiscal deficit will be financed through net external financing of a Kenya shillings 1.5 billion, equivalent to 0.8% of GDP, and net domestic financing of 586.5 billion, and that is equivalent to 3.6% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, our medium-term fiscal consolidation policy targets to progressively reduce the level of fiscal deficit from the expected 5.8% of GDP in financial year 2022-2023 to 3.6% of GDP in the financial year 2026 to 2027. Let me turn to public debt management, Mr. Speaker. Kenya's public debt remains sustainable, but with elevated risks of debt distress due to persistent global shocks that adversely affect the liquidity ratios. The depreciation of the Kenya shilling against major currencies and the rise of interest rates have elevated cost of debt service. Further, the depreciation of the currency has increased the size of the public debt stock, as half of the public debt is actually denominated in foreign currency. Although the debt burden has risen, Kenya has not accumulated debt service arrears, and the government is committed to honor all public debt obligations as they fall due. Over the medium term, revenue-driven fiscal consolidation policy stance is expected to improve further the country's debt sustainability ratios and debt carrying capacity. Mr. Speaker, the current limit of the debt as approved in 2020 by this House is Kenya shillings 10 trillion. Guided by the best practice, the government intends to change the public debt ceiling from a numerical number to a debt anchor in the form of a ratio of public debt to GDP in present value terms. The proposed change to the debt ceiling provides an appropriate guide for optimal level of public debt based on the country's ability to pay. This is the debt carrying capacity that can objectively be assessed, as well as provide directions on information on debt accumulation or reduction from time to time. In order to anchor debt ceiling in a statute, the National Treasury developed a Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2023, which has been submitted to this august House for enactment. The bill was subjected to public participation in line with the requirements of the Constitution of Kenya on transparency and accountability in public policy formulation. I urge the honorable members to prioritize and consider this bill favorably. Mr. Speaker, the external debt service is projected to increase to Kenya shillings 475.6 billion in financial year 2023-2024 from Kenya shillings 242.1 billion in the financial year 2023 for financial year 2022-2023, mainly reflecting redemption of the US dollar 2.0 billion Eurobond, which is approximately 241.8 billion with the current exchange rate. In preparation for the redemption of this maturing bond, the National Treasury and the Economic Planning issued an expression of interest to bring on board a lead manager to advise the government on liability management options towards the resolution of the Eurobond 2024. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure Kenyans and investors that our fiscal positions remain strong and the government remains committed to meet all maturing obligations as and when they fall due, including the maturing Eurobond for June 2024. Mr. Speaker, due to the limited fiscal space, the government has strengthened the public-private partnership, PPP, framework to leverage on private sector expertise to deliver projects that have strong economic, commercial, and environmental benefits that are also aligned to our national priorities with sustainability and climate change as key considerations and drivers. To ensure the sustainability of PPP projects, the Projects Facilitation Fund, PFF, has been operationalized. The fund will support project preparation, provide viability gap funding to projects, as well as a source of liquidity to meet fiscal commitments and contingent liabilities that may arise from PPP projects. Mr. Speaker, with the fund in place and the robust legal and regulatory regime, the private sector has the necessary confidence and security to invest in PPP projects. Indeed, in the last financial year, the National Treasury successfully mobilized Kenya shillings 15 billion by achieving financial closure of 2 clusters of urban roads projects under the Roads Annuity Program. The projects are currently in the construction phase. Additional projects that have closed include 2 renewable energy projects with a combined installed capacity of 70 megawatts. Further, to contribute towards government's agenda on bulk water supply and food security, several high-impact projects have been appraised and approved to proceed to the project development phase under the PPP model. These projects will provide production of additional 51,000 hectares to further strengthen the food security agenda, which is a high priority for the Kenya Kwanza administration. The bulk of water will increase potable water. The bulk water will increase potable water supply by an estimated 200,000 cubic meters per day. The National Treasury and the Ministry of Water and Sanitation have developed a water purchase agreement which will pave way for the private sector to develop projects in a sustainable way. The National Treasury is in the process of developing a 10-year infrastructure plan that will be cross-cutting across various ministries to support delivery and prioritization of projects. Mr. Speaker, to build on this, the National Treasury plans to mobilize an estimated Kenya shillings 100 billion in private sector capital through various priority sectors. The focus will be on priority investment and underlying key projects and programs in each sector that deliver nationally significant infrastructure drive growth and also unlock private sector investment with greatest potential benefits to Kenyans. These sectors will include airports, seaports, blue economy, water, agriculture, industrialization, that is special economic zones, energy, including transmission lines, and digitalization, among other key sectors in the economy. Inclusion of local goods, works, and services will be emphasized for each project to contribute to overall economic growth by encouraging local investments in PPP projects. To also strengthen local investment, the National Treasury will be holding a series of roundtables to build local capacity in the financial sector so as to increase local financing of PPP projects. The National Treasury has embraced the climate resilience and adaptation framework for public-private partnership projects. This is to ensure that infrastructure projects are aligned to the realities of climate change. To achieve on the PPP mandate of scaling up private sector capital, the National Treasury will leverage on the continued support from development partners as well as other key institutions, both in public and private sector, including capital markets, pension funds, and commercial banks, in scaling up the private sector capital under the PPP framework. Let me turn to public investments management. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the House approved Public Investment Management, PIM, regulations, 2022. The objectives of the regulations is to provide the national and county governments and their entities with a standardized approach in project cycle management to enhance transparency, accountability, prudent use of public resources, and public participation. The government will continue implementing the regulations to enhance efficiency in identification and implementation of priority social and economic investment projects. This will further curtail runaway project costs, eliminate duplication, and improve working synergy among implementation actors for timely delivery and development of the development projects. In the financial year 2023-2024, the National Treasury will develop and roll out the Public Investment Management Information System, PIMIS or PIMIS. It automates public investments management processes as outlined in the regulations to ensure that only projects with highest socio-economic returns are undertaken and prioritized for completion. Let me turn to resource allocation under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, the highlights of the budget allocation in the coming financial year are provided in recognition of the need to restrain borrowing and utilize the revenues and grants projected and in the fiscal framework. The proposed total programmed expenditures spending for the financial year 2023-2024 has been capped at 3.68 trillion. The bottom-up economic transformation agenda, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, the government will implement strategic priorities under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that is geared towards economic turnaround and inclusive growth. The agenda focuses on 5 sectors that have been outlined, and they have been outlined because they give the largest impact to the economy as well as households, as well as raise the households' welfare. This includes, for purposes of repeating, agricultural transformation, micro, small, and medium enterprise economy, housing and settlements, healthcare, digital superhighway, and creative industry. Mr. Speaker, to ensure the effectiveness and efficiency in the planned investment in the 5 sectors, Kenya Kwanza administration has adopted the value chain approach to budgeting. In this regard, the government has identified 9 key value chain areas for implementation, namely leather, cotton, dairy, edible oils, tea, rice, brew economy, natural resources including minerals and forestry, and building materials. This will ensure that there is no break in the value chain, there is no break in the cycle of resource allocation for value chain, and that in the value chain, and that adequate resources are allocated to the entities along the value chain. And of importance, Mr. Speaker, this will eliminate any form of duplication of both roles and budgeting to ensure that there are no gaps and thus ensure efficiency in resource allocation. Agricultural transformation and inclusive growth, Mr. Speaker, the government will implement interventions to ensure food security in the country through climate change, mitigation, and adaptation, thereby reducing the cost of living. As part of the country's long-term food security plan, the government, working with private sector, will continue to subsidize fertilizer in order to make it available and improve productivity in counties. This intervention is also aimed at creating jobs, as agriculture has the highest employment multiplier effect owing to its strong forward and backward linkages to other sectors of the economy. Mr. Speaker, in order to support our aspirations of attaining food and nutrition security, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 49.9 billion to relevant programs in this budget. Out of this, 5.5 billion shillings is proposed for fertilizer subsidy program, 8.6 billion for the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, 2.7 billion for the National Agricultural and Rural Inclusivity Projects, 2.1 billion for the Kenya Cereal Enhancement Program, 2.8 billion For the emergency locust response, 1.4 billion for small-scale irrigation and value addition programs, 1.3 billion on food production and nutrition security program, 500 million for agricultural sector development support program, and 596 million for the food security and crop diversification projects. Mr. Speaker, to improve livestock production, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 3.7 billion to de-risking, inclusion, and value enhancement of pastoral economies program. Kenya shillings 2.1 billion for livestock value chain support project. Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for Kenya livestock commercialization program, and Kenya shillings 166 million for the embryo transfer project. I also propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 350 million for the development of the leather industrial park at Kinani. Kenya shillings 220 million for livestock production, and Kenya shillings 132 million for leather value chain. To enhance animal disease control, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 130 million for sustainable sassafras and trypanosomiasis-free areas in Kenya, and Kenya shillings 135 for the establishment of liquid nitrogen hydrogen. Mr. Speaker, the realization of food and nutrition security also relies heavily on the sustainable utilization of the blue economy, resources. To promote this, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 2.6 billion for the acquisition, for the aquaculture business development projects. Kenya shillings 3.5 billion for Kenya marine fisheries and socio-economic development projects. Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for marine fish stock assessment. Kenya shillings 580 million for capacity building in deep sea fishing. Kenya shillings 142 million for the rehabilitation of fish landing sites in Lake Victoria. Kenya shillings 141.5 million for the aquaculture technology development and innovations transfer. Kenya shillings 500.7 million for Liwatoni ultra-modern fish hub, and Kenya shillings 88 million for the development of the blue economy initiatives. Mr. Speaker, in order to increase agricultural productivity and enhance the resilience to climate change risks in targeted smallholder farming and pastoral communities in Kenya, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for climate smart agriculture productivity project, Kenya shillings 625 million to enhance drought resilience and sustainable livelihood program, Kenya shillings 318 million towards adding drought emergencies in Kenya project. In addition, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 300 for the crop insurance scheme to reduce the vulnerabilities of Kenya farmers to disease and natural disasters. Mr. Speaker, to ensure legitimacy of RAD ownership, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for processing and registration of title deeds, Kenya shillings 2.6 billion for the settlement of the RAD race, Kenya shillings 755 million for digitization, Kenya shillings 755 million for digitization of RAD registries, and Kenya shillings 138.3 million for the construction of RAD registries. Mr. Speaker, transforming the macro, small and medium enterprises, MSME economy. Mr. Speaker, this is going to help us and to tackle the key bottlenecks of MSMEs on limited access to credit. The government rolled out in November 2022 Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the Hustlers Fund, with an initial target budget of 20 billion shillings in the current financial year as an intervention to correct market failure problems at the bottom of the pyramid. This program aims to lift those at the bottom of the pyramid through structured products in personal finance that includes savings, credit, insurance, and investment. This, together with other affirmative action funds like the Youth Enterprise Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, UESO Fund, and MSME's Credit Guarantee Scheme, will increase access to affordable credit to targeted persons and sectors, and thereby increase their investment and allow for private sector-led growth. To further support MSMEs, women, and the youth of this country, I propose to the National Assembly to effect an additional budget allocation of Kenya shillings 10 billion towards the Hustlers Fund, Kenya shillings 300 million to SMEs in the manufacturing sector, Kenya shillings 182.8 million for Women Enterprise Fund, Kenya shillings 175 for Youth Enterprise Fund, Enterprise and Development Fund, and Kenya shillings 192 million to UESO Fund. These allocation will inevitably guarantee access to affordable credit to the hustlers, households, MSMEs, and therefore accord them an opportunity to make their rightful contribution to nation building. Let me turn to housing and settlement. Mr. Speaker, the cost of housing is a heavy burden to the majority of Kenyans and is the main factor driving the proliferation of slums in the country. The government's commitment is to turn the housing challenge into an economic opportunity to create quality jobs for our over 100,000 young people graduating from TVETs every year, directly in the construction sector, and also indirectly through the production of building products. This will be achieved through, among others, facilitating the delivery of 250,000 houses per annum and enabling affordable housing mortgages. To ensure success of this initiative, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of 35.2 billion for the housing program. This includes 7.3 billion under the Kenya Urban Program, KENUP, Kenya shillings 5.5 billion to Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company for enhancement of the company's capital, as well as for on-lending to primary mortgage lenders, Kenya shillings 3.2 billion for construction of affordable housing units, as well as Kenya shillings 3.3 billion for the construction of social housing units. Other key proposed allocations to the housing, urban development, and public works sector includes shillings 5.5 billion for the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project Phase 2, Kenya shillings 5.2 billion for the construction of markets, Kenya shillings 932 million to the maintenance of government pool houses, Kenya shillings 1.1 billion for the construction of housing units for the National Police and Kenya prisons, Kenya shillings 637 million for the Kenya municipal programs, and Kenya shillings 150 million for the construction of footbridges, and Kenya shillings 300 million for the development of appropriate building technology. Enhancing the quality and affordable health care. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza administration is committed and determined to realize the constitutional right to health in the shortest time period by delivering a universal health care coverage USA system. This entails promoting access to quality and affordable health care through the Universal Health Care Coverage Program. Towards this end, Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 141.2 billion to the health sector to support various programs aimed at supporting universal health care coverage. Mr. Speaker, specific proposed allocation for the various activities and programs include Kenya shillings 18.4 billion for the universal health care coverage, Kenya shillings 3.7 billion for the Kenya COVID-19 Emergency Response Project, Kenya shillings 4.1 billion for free maternity health care, Kenya shillings 5.9 billion for the managed equipment services, as well as managed equipment services, MES, as well as Kenya shillings 1.7 billion to provide medical cover for the elderly and severely disabled persons in our society. Mr. Speaker, to lower cases of HIV/AIDS, malaria and tuberculosis in the economy, Kenya shillings 24.8 billion is proposed at a global fund, and Kenya shillings 4.6 billion to enhance vaccines and immunization program. Mr. Speaker, to promote early diagnosis and management of cancer and reduce the burden of treatment among Kenyans, I propose to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for construction of cancer center at Kisii Level 5 Hospital, Kenya shillings 500 for strengthening of cancer center management at Kenyatta National Hospital, and an additional Kenya shillings 155 million is proposed for the establishment of regional cancer centers. Further, to improve the health service delivery, I propose to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of 21.6 billion for Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenya shillings 12.8 billion for the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Kenya shillings 8.8 billion for the Kenya Medical Training Colleges, Kenya shillings 3.3 billion for the Kenya Medical Research Institute, Kenya shillings 2.4 billion for the construction of the Kenya National Hospital burns and pediatric centers, Kenya shillings 1.4 billion for the equipping of laboratories and classrooms of KMTC, Kenya shillings 1.1 billion for the renovation of Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the procurement of family planning and reproductive health commodities, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the procurement of equipment for the National Blood Transfusion Service, and Kenya shillings 352 million for the digital health platform. Let me turn to digital superhighway and creative economy. Mr. Speaker, the digital superhighway will play a critical role in enabling the government to achieve the objectives of bottom-up economic transformation agenda, as well as in enhancing revenue collection via automation of VAT systems. Digitalization and automation will increase productivity and competitiveness through providing quick access to the market and reducing information asymmetry, as well as improving risk management. Promotion of music, theater, graphic design, digital animation, fashions, and craft, among others, will increase employment for the youth. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of these interventions is expected to stimulate economic recovery, while at the same time securing sustainable and inclusive growth amidst emerging challenges. But more importantly, improve the quality of growth from the public sector investment-led growth to a dynamic private sector-led growth. To achieve these aspirations, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 15.1 billion to fund initiatives in the information, communication, and technology sector. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, this proposed allocation includes 600 million for the government shared services to fast-track the development of the Concert Technopolis city. I propose the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 4.8 billion for the horizontal infrastructure phase 1, Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for Concert data center and smart city facilities, and Kenya shillings 475 million for construction of Concert complex phase 1B. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations include 5.7 billion shillings for the construction of the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology at Concert Technopolis, Kenya shillings 1.3 billion for maintenance and rehabilitation of the National Optic Fiber Backbone Phase 2 expansion cable, and Kenya shillings 583 million for the maintenance and rehabilitation of the last mile county connectivity network. Mr. Speaker, having highlighted expenditures under the 5 priority sector areas of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, I now turn to other proposed areas of expenditure in this budget that will support our path towards sustainable and resilient economic growth trajectory. First, let me turn to investing in critical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to expand critical infrastructure in roads, railways, sea, and airports to create an enabling environment for economic recovery and employment creation. Towards this end, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 244.9 billion to support construction of roads, bridges, as well as their rehabilitation and maintenance. Mr. Speaker, to expand the railway transport, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 37.4 billion for the second standard gauge railway. For the standard gauge railway. Kenya shillings 579 million for the rehabilitation of the locomotives. Kenya shillings 889 million for the development of Nairobi Railway City. To facilitate movement of goods and people, I propose to the National Assembly to allocate Kenya shillings 1.1 billion for the Nairobi Bus Rapid Transport Project and Kenya shillings 300 million for the acquisition of ferries for Lake Victoria. I have proposed to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of, I have also proposed to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of Kenya shillings 727 million for the construction and expansion of airports and airstrips. Kenya shillings 500 million for the smart driving license, and Kenya shillings 2.6 million for infrastructure development in Dongo Kudu Special Economic Zone. Mr. Speaker, to support the production of reliable and affordable energy, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 62.3 billion. Out of this allocation, Kenya shillings 33.8 billion will cater for the national grid system, 12.1 billion will cater for rural electrification, Kenya shillings 11.4 billion will be for development of geothermal energy, Kenya shillings from 3.2 billion will be for alternative energy technologies. Let me move on to improving education outcomes, Mr. Speaker. The ultimate means of ensuring an equitable society is through investment in education as part of human capital development. For this reason, the government will continue to address inequalities in our education system so as to level the playing field for all children irrespective of their background. Mr. Speaker, to improve the education outcomes in the country, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 628.6 billion to the education sector. Out of the proposed allocation, Kenya shillings 12.5 billion will cater for the free primary education, Kenya shillings 65.4 billion for the free day secondary education, including insurance under NHIF for secondary school students, Kenya shillings 25.5 billion for junior secondary school capitation, Kenya shillings 5 billion to support examinations fee waiver, Kenya shillings 4.8 billion for recruitment of 20,000 intern teachers, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the promotion of teachers, Kenya shillings 4.9 billion for the school feeding program, and Kenya shillings 940 million for the provision of sanitary towels. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 1.3 billion for training of teachers on competency-based curriculum, and Kenya shillings 400 million for the digital literacy program, and ICT integration in our secondary schools. To support infrastructure development and ensure safe learning in schools, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 6 billion for primary school and secondary schools infrastructure, including classrooms for junior secondary schools, and Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for construction and equipment of technical training institutes and vocational training centers. Further, 1.8 billion is proposed to increase access and improve the quality of technical and vocational education training programs under the East Africa Skills Transformation and Regional Integration Project. Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations to the education sector to include 316.7 billion shillings for Teacher Service Commission, Kenya shillings 97.5 billion for the university education, Kenya shillings 30.3 billion for the Higher Education Loans Board, Kenya shillings 2.7 billion for Kenya Secondary Education Quality Improvement Project, and Kenya shillings 5.2 billion capitation for TVET students. Mr. Speaker, Kenya shillings 980 million is proposed for technical vocational education training and entrepreneurship. Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for promotion of youth employment and vocational training, and 749 million for the research, science, and technology and innovation. Let me move now to supporting manufacturing for job creation. Mr. Speaker, in order to improve productivity in the manufacturing sector, as earlier indicated, the government has adopted a value chain approach through bottom-up economic transformation agenda. This will address bottlenecks that impede the growth of the manufacturing sector in order to create jobs and enhance the economy's competitiveness. To further promote local industries, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 26.9 billion under the various implementing ministries, departments, and agencies. Out of this allocation, 4.7 billion will support establishment of county integrated agro-industrial parks. Kenya shillings 3 billion for construction of 6 export processing zones flagship projects. Kenya shillings 3.1 billion for supporting access to finance and enterprise recovery project. Kenya shillings 500 million for the development of special economic zones textile park in Naivasha, and Kenya shillings 1.8 billion for the construction of an effluent treatment plant at Kenaini. In addition, Mr. Speaker, in order to maximize the benefits from our cash crop, the government will make further investment towards the revival of and enhancement of output. In this respect, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation to the revitalization of the cash crops. Kenya shillings 120 million for cotton, Kenya shillings 62 million for coconut, Kenya shillings 35 million for cashew nut, and Kenya shillings 150 million for pyrethrum. Mr. Speaker, I also propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 100 million for the modernization of cooperative cotton ginneries, Kenya shillings 134 million for the National Edible Oils Crop Promotion Project, and Kenya shillings 270 million for Sugar Reforms Support Project. Mr. Speaker, to equip the youth with essential internship opportunities, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for the Kenya Industry Entrepreneurship Project, Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project, Kenya shillings 300 million for the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project, Kenya shillings 332 million for the construction of industrial research laboratories, and Kenya shillings 182.9 million for the constituency industrial development centers. In addition, improving security, Mr. Chairman, The security is critical for creating a safe environment for the investment and protection of our citizens and their property. For this reason, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations for Kenya shillings 338.2 billion to support operations of the Kenya Defence Forces, the National Police Service, the National Intelligence Service, and the prison services. Mr. Speaker, the proposed allocation include 144.9 billion for the Kenya Defence Forces, Kenya shillings 98.6 billion for the National Police Service, Kenya shillings 44.3 billion for the National Intelligence Service, and Kenya shillings 31.3 billion for prison services. I have also proposed Kenya shillings 8.8 billion for the leasing of police motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, for better equip the National Police Service, I have proposed an initial allocation of Kenya shillings 500 million for the police modernization program. Mr. Speaker, I will later be requesting this august House for enhanced funding approval once the ongoing discussions on a comprehensive police modernization program once it is concluded. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to step up war on crime and enhance support to administration of justice, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 856 million to equip National Forensic Laboratory. Mr. Speaker, the improvement of the welfare of our disciplined forces is at the center of the Kenya Kwanza administration. To improve housing accommodation for our defense forces, we shall fast track the delivery of staff houses through public-private partnership framework. We have already around Kenya Defence Forces to retain Kenya shillings 534 million currently collected from rental income and applied towards repayment for the houses once complete. In addition, Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, His Excellency the President appointed a task force to review the terms and conditions of police, prisons, and national youth service. We shall be presenting a funding proposal to this House once the discussions are concluded and adopted within the government. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations include 2.9 billion for group personal insurance for police and prison services and Kenya shillings 5.8 billion for medical insurance for police and prison services. Mr. Speaker, I move now to protecting the vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of the government's development agenda is the inclusion in society and employment opportunities for the vulnerable groups, vulnerable members of the society. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of Kenya shillings 38.2 billion for the social protection and affirmative actions in this budget. Out of this proposed allocation, Kenya shillings 18 billion will cater for cash transfers to elderly persons, Kenya shillings 7.9 billion for the orphans and vulnerable children, and Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for persons living with severe disabilities. Mr. Speaker, to ensure the elderly and other vulnerable groups under the cash transfer program do not take long waiting for their cash payment and cash transfers will be prioritized and paid alongside the monthly government payroll as and when it is due. Mr. Speaker, the proposed allocation for the vulnerable group members of our society also includes 5.6 billion for the Kenya Hunger Safety Net program, Kenya shillings 3.3 billion for Kenya Social and Economic Inclusion Project. In addition, Kenya shillings 900 million will go to Child Welfare Society of Kenya, Kenya shillings 400 million for the Presidential Bursary for the Orphans, and Kenya shillings 459 million for the National Development Fund for persons living with disabilities. These allocations shall remain ring-fenced from any budget rationalization and will be fully funded in order to achieve the desired results. Let me turn to equity, poverty reduction, women and youth empowerment programs. Mr. Speaker, the most pressing challenge in our country at the moment is lack of job opportunities for the youth. This has been exacerbated by the hard economic times following several negative shocks explained earlier in the statement. In order to empower the youth and support businesses owned by youth and women, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 81.9 billion for these initiatives. The proposed allocations include 13.1 billion for the National Youth Service, Kenya shillings 602 million for the Kenya Youth Empowerment and Opportunities Project, Kenya shillings 300 million for the establishment of youth empowerment centers, Kenya shillings 229.7 million to implement the Vijana Vuka na Avya, that is Viva Youth Program. To support the film industry, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of 100 million to strengthen the film industry in Kenya, Kenya shillings 49 million for film location mapping, and Kenya shillings 100 million for the Kenya Film School. Mr. Speaker, women participation in the key sectors of our economy is critical for the economy. For this reason, the government will sustain increased incomes for women through employment creation and supporting women-led enterprises. We will further strengthen women participation in decision-making in our governance and political institutions, as well as reduce sexual and gender-based violence, provision of affordable houses, affordable health services. To further empower our women, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 245 million to strengthen prevention and response to gender-based violence in Kenya, Kenya shillings 3 billion for the national government affirmative for the Kenya Government Affirmative Action Fund. Mr. Speaker, to promote global equity, reduce poverty, and embrace social development, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 53.5 billion for the National Government Constituency Development Fund, as well as 10.9 billion for the Equalization Fund to finance programs in previously marginalized areas. Let me turn to stimulating tourism, growth, sports, culture, and recreation and arts. Mr. Speaker, the government has prioritized expanding the space for creativity, including freedom of expression and protection of intellectual property rights. We will also strengthen mainstreaming of arts and culture infrastructure and support cultural production and creative economy. We are also cognizant of the brand value of Kenyans participating and excelling in international sports arena as of ultimate importance to us. To support tourism, sports, culture, and recreation, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 12.5 billion. This includes an allocation of 6.4 billion under the Sports, Arts, Social Development Fund, Kenya shillings 4.1 billion for the Tourism Fund, and Kenya shillings 2 billion for the Tourism Promotion Fund. Let me turn to environmental protection, water, and natural resources. Mr. Speaker, environmental conservation and response to the impacts of climate change are the center of government's socio-economic transformation agenda. To expand access to clean and adequate water for domestic and agricultural use, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 43.3 billion for water sewerage infrastructure development, Kenya shillings 12.4 billion for water resources management, Kenya shillings 1.6 billion for water storage and flood control. In addition, I propose 19.7 billion for irrigation and flood reclamation, and now 1.9 billion for water harvesting and storage for irrigation. Mr. Speaker, in order to support the environment and water conservation and respond to climate change, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 14.4 billion for forests and water towers conservation, Kenya shillings 3.8 billion for environment management and protection, Kenya shillings 3.6 billion for the Kenya financing locally led climate action project, 1.5 billion for meteorological services. In addition, I have proposed an allocation of 1.1 billion for human wildlife conflict compensation, Kenya shillings 800 million for wildlife insurance, Kenya shillings 400 million for maintenance of access road and airstrips in parks, Kenya shillings 319 million for drilling of boreholes in protected areas for provision of water for wildlife, and 226 million for wildlife research facilities. Let me turn to improving governance, sustaining the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to scale up the implementation of the provisions of the 2010 Constitution, strengthen the rule of law, increase access to justice, and ensure respect of human rights. Mr. Speaker, to enhance good governance and scale up fight against corruption, I propose to the National Assembly to effect the budget allocation of Kenya shillings 3.9 billion for Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Kenya shillings 3.6 billion for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Kenya shillings 8 billion for the Criminal Investigation Services, and Kenya shillings 8.0 billion for the Office of the Auditor General. In addition, to embrace the oversight and legislative role of Parliament and access to justice, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 41 billion for the Parliament and Kenya shillings 23.2 billion for the judiciary. Completion of planned projects, Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure the value for money and timely realization of budgets of benefits accruing from budgetary allocation and implementation of planned projects, ministries, departments, and agencies have identified projects for completion in the course of the financial year. The projects will be fast-tracked and protected from any adjustment. The National Assembly is requested to support this endeavor as this is consistent with the resolution of this House. Transfer of national government to county governments, Mr. Speaker. The county governments will receive a proposed allocation of 385.4 billion as equitable share of the financial year 2023-2024. This is 23% of the financial year 2019-2020 shareable revenue, which is the most recent audited and approved revenue by the National Assembly. This is above the minimum threshold required under Article 203, Section 2 of the Constitution. In addition, the county equitable share, the county governments will receive additional conditional and unconditional allocations amounting to 56.7 billion. This brings total allocation to the county governments in the financial year 2023-2024 to Kenya shillings 442.1 billion. Part of this include 425 million for the transfer of library services being a devolved function. Kenya shillings 2.9 billion as outstanding mineral royalties share to 32 county governments as stipulated in the Mining Act 2016, a consolidated grant of 100 million Kenya shillings per county for the aggregated industrial parks program, which is meant to assist the farmers in the value addition and market access for their products. Let me turn to Equalization Fund, Mr. Speaker. In line with the Article 2004, Section 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, Kenya sharing 7.9 billion has been allocated under the Equalization Fund in the financial year 2023-2024. This represents 0.5% of the financial year 2019-2020 revenue, which is the most recent audited and approved revenue by the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, we have allocated 3 billion to cater for part arrears for the previous years, bringing the total allocation at the Equalization Fund to 10.9 billion shillings. Let me turn to transfer of functions between national government and county governments. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, in collaboration with the Council of Governors and other institutions, developed a draft registration to operationalize Article 187 and Article 189 of the Constitution. This is on transfer of functions and cooperation between national and county governments and amongst county governments themselves. The proposed registration has gone through public participation with the county government executives, county assemblies, development partners, among others. Mr. Speaker, I will shortly submit the bill for the Cabinet approval and onward transmission to Parliament. Let me turn to measures to enhance county government's own source revenue. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, State Department of Lands, Council of Governors, and other stakeholders have developed the National Rating Bill 2022, which went through the first reading on 8th March 2023 in the National Assembly, and thereafter was submitted to the National Assembly Committee on Lands. The bill provides, among others, standards in the way rating and evaluation is conducted in the country, how to deal with the properties cross-cutting in more than one county government, procedures for claiming and payment of contribution of RIO of rates, and timely updating of valuation laws by the county governments. More importantly, the bill will repeal the outdated Valuation for Rating Act Cap 266 and Rating Act Cap 267 and align property rating legal regime with the devolved system of governance. Our appeal to the House is to consider and fast-track this bill to unlock revenue potential to the county governments from property taxation as it was envisaged in Article 203, Section 3. Let me turn to sharing of mineral royalties revenue. Mr. Speaker, Mining Act 2016 assigns 70% of the mineral royalties collected from mining companies to the national government, 20% to county governments, and 10% to communities. Since 2016, county governments and communities have not received their share of these royalties. To address this matter, I have submitted a framework for sharing 2.9 billion shillings among 32 county governments for mineral royalties outstanding as of 30th June 2022 for consideration and approval by the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, during the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council (IBEC) 17th Ordinary Session held on 31st May 2022, IBEC considered and adopted a report and a framework for sharing of funds arising from contravention of county government registration. In the next financial year, the National Treasury has proposed Kenya shillings 108 million to be shared among the beneficiaries of county governments. Mr. Speaker, enhancement of county government has its own challenges. One of such challenges is multiplicity of fees and charges imposed by county governments that increase the cost of doing business and negatively impacts on our competitiveness as a country. Some county governments have imposed charges in a way that prejudices national economic policies, economic activities across county boundaries, or the national mobility of goods, services, capital, and even labor. As a result, the National Treasury and Economic Planning has been receiving a lot of complaints from the ministries, departments, state agencies, and the private sector relating to the uncoordinated manner in which counties are imposing multiple fees and charges. Mr. Speaker, some neighboring countries have also complained that some of the charges imposed by the county governments are against the East African Community Customs Management Act and East African Community Common Markets Protocol, and may result in retaliatory measures and trade disruptions between Kenya and other partner states in the East African community. To address these issues, the National Treasury and Economic Planning has resubmitted the county government's revenue raising process bill of 2023 to Parliament for consideration and enactment. I urge this House to expedite the enactment of this bill in order to promote the competitiveness of our country in doing business and open up the country for investment. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to taxation measures. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to 2024 budget. I will begin by highlighting the key measures on custom duty as agreed by the ministers responsible for finance and economic affairs in the East African community during the pre-budget consultation meeting that was held in Arusha in May 2023. Mr. Speaker, during the East African Community pre-budget consultations meeting, the ministers noted the significant contribution of manufacturing sector to job creation and economic growth in the region. The ministers therefore agreed on measures to prevent the proliferation of cheap imports into the region so as to protect local manufacturers from unfair competition and enable them to access raw materials and inputs at affordable prices. Mr. Speaker, the agreed custom measures shall become effective from 1st July 2023. Mr. Speaker, one of the success stories of the East African community is the establishment of the East African Customs Union as a single customs territory. In order to streamline importation of goods into the customs territory, the East African region completed the comprehensive review of the Common External Tariff, CET, and this has been under implementation from 1st July 2022. The revised tariff has a 4-tariff band structure compared with the earlier 3-tariff band structure. In the new structure, raw materials, that is, as well as inputs and capital goods, are imported duty-free. Intermediate goods are imported at a rate of 10%, while finished goods, which are not available in the region, are imported at a 25% tax. Finally, Mr. Speaker, all finished goods which are available in the region in sufficient quantities attract a common external tariff rate of 35%. The revised tariff bands are meant to cater for goods with long value chains, which require differentiated rates to promote investments. Mr. Speaker, despite rice and wheat being among the staple foods in our countries, Kenya's production of these food items does not meet the domestic demand. In order to meet domestic demand, Kenya will import rice at a rate of 35% instead of 75% under the EAC Common External Tariff. Further, in order to ensure that there is enough wheat to meet local demand, while at the same time protecting wheat farmers from unfair competition, imported wheat, Kenya will import wheat under East African Community Duty Remission Scheme of 10% instead of 35%. The importation of wheat will be undertaken upon recommendation of the Ministry of Agriculture, who will ensure wheat millers, as a priority, purchase local wheat before they are allowed to import. Mr. Speaker, in order to support local automobile industry assembly in the region, the East African Community Partner States agreed to continue with the importation of raw materials for manufacture of parts used in the assembly of motor vehicles, and especially leaf spring, radiators, and wiring harness under the duty remissions. In addition, the region agreed to extend importation of completely knocked down kits for assembly of motorcycles at 10% under the duty remission, as the region awaits the finalization of the East African Community Assembly regulations. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has suffered capacity to manufacture various products in the metal and allied subsector, thus providing employment opportunities to many Kenyans, thus failing to provide employment to so many Kenyans. In order to continue safeguarding this sector, the East African community ministers agreed that imported iron and steel products shall continue attracting a duty rate of 35% with the corresponding specific rates for a further 1 year for Kenya. Mr. Speaker, our hard-working farmers are capable of producing enough food to satisfy domestic demand. In particular, local demand for most vegetable products has been adequately served by our farm produce over the years. To protect these farmers from cheap imports, Kenya has been around to extend the import duty rate of 35% in addition to the specific import duty rates on vegetable products for a further 1 year. Mr. Speaker, the high cost of inputs of animal feeds, coupled with other factors like unfavorable weather conditions, make the locally manufactured animal feeds expensive and hence contribute to food inflation. In order to promote the local manufacturing and make animal feeds affordable to farmers, Kenyans will import inputs for manufacture of animal feeds duty-free under East African Community Duty Remission Scheme for 1 year. Mr. Speaker, last year we allowed the manufacturers of baby diapers to access inputs for manufacture of baby diapers duty-free. This was meant to lower the cost of manufacturing these essential products. I'm happy to note that many companies have responded to this incentive by increasing production. In order to continue making these products affordable to our babies, the East African ministers allowed Kenya to extend the duty-free importation of inputs for manufacture of baby diapers for a further 1 year. Moreover, to protect these manufacturers from competition from imported products, the region allowed Kenya to extend charging imported baby diapers at a rate of 35% for a further 1 year. Mr. Speaker, leather industry is one of the priority value chain under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. In order to support local value addition and protect the industry from unfair competition, the East African Community Partner States agreed to retain the import duty on imported leather and footwear products at a rate of 35%. In addition, Kenya was allowed to extend the duty-free importation of raw materials and inputs for manufacture of footwear products. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has adequate capacity to meet local demand for roofing tiles. In order to facilitate access to Kenyan-made roofing tiles at affordable prices, Kenya was granted extension of a duty-free window for importing inputs for the manufacture of roofing tiles for a further 1 year. Mr. Speaker, in order to protect the Kenyan producers of paper and paper products from the proliferation of cheap imports, Kenya was allowed to import these products at a rate of 35% for the next 1 year. Mr. Speaker, in order to protect local production of safety matches, particle boards, plywoods, among other goods of timber, Kenya was allowed to extend charging of specific rates of import duty in addition to ad valorem duty ranging from US $120 per metric ton to US $200 per metric ton on these goods. This is also meant to curb the undervaluation of goods and safeguard revenues further. Further, Kenya was allowed to charge a rate of 45% on imported furniture in order to protect local manufacturers and producers. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has sufficient capacity to manufacture plastic and rubber products to supply both the domestic and regional markets. In order to protect local manufacturers, Kenya was allowed to impose import duty rate at 35% on these goods for 1 year instead of 25%. Mr. Speaker, in order to protect local assembly of smartphones and other mobile phones, Kenya was allowed to extend the import duty rate of 25% on smartphones and other telephones for cellular networks or other wireless networks for 1 year. Further, Kenya was allowed to extend duty-free importation of inputs for assembly of smartphones and other cellular phones. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has capacity to produce billets for manufacture of wire rods and other similar products to meet the local demands. In order to protect the local manufacturers of these goods, Kenya was allowed to charge an import duty of 10% on billets. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to tax measures proposed in the Finance Bill 2023. Let me start off with amendments to the Value-Added Tax 2013. Mr. Speaker, I now embark on measures proposed under the Value-Added Tax 2013. Mr. Speaker, the high cost of liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, contributes to the escalating cost of living and continued use of firewood and charcoal, which negatively affects our forest cover. In order to make LPG affordable and promote its uptake, as well as encourage the use of clean sources of energy, I am proposing to the National Assembly to zero-rate VAT on LPG. Mr. Speaker, currently, exported services are subject to VAT at the rate of 16%. This has caused an increase in the cost of exported services, hence affecting the competitiveness of our services in the global market. In order to increase competitiveness and encourage exportation of taxable services, I propose to the National Assembly to remove VAT on exported taxable services. Mr. Speaker, currently, tea purchased for local value addition, either from the factories or tea auction centers, is vatable, affecting the cash flow of the tea exporters. In order to encourage local value addition of our tea, I propose to the National Assembly to remove VAT on tea purchased from factories or tea auction centers for value addition and subsequent export. This will improve the cash flow the cash flows of tea exporters involved in local value addition. Mr. Speaker, currently helicopters, airplanes, and other aircrafts are unladen and other aircrafts of unladen weight not exceeding 2,000 kilograms are subject to VAT. Further, some spare parts of tariff numbers 8803 are expressly exempt from VAT. However, VAT exemption on any other aircraft spare parts imported by aircraft operators or persons engaged in the business of aircraft maintenance is contingent upon recommendation by the competent authority responsible for civil aviation. This process creates administrative burden on the taxpayer to comply with the requirements. Mr. Speaker, we have also noted that the cost of aircraft maintenance and training activities has been high, prompting airlines to prefer undertaking these activities in other jurisdictions. In order to ease the process of VAT exemption on aircraft spare parts and encourage investment in this area, I propose to the National Assembly to remove the VAT on all aircraft simulators for training our pilots and aircraft spare parts. This proposal to expressly exempt from VAT on all aircraft and spare parts of Chapter 88 will spur the growth in the aviation sector and reduce the administrative burden of accessing its VAT exemption. Mr. Speaker, the international best practices is to charge VAT on all goods and services, and especially those that have undergone some form of processing. This is not the case in our VAT regime, as some of the goods have undergone some processing are also exempt from VAT, while others are zero-rated. This has impacted on the tax expenditures. In order to bring down the tax expenditures and also align with the international best practices, I propose to the National Assembly to rationalize goods and services in the first and the second schedules of the VAT Act by transferring some goods and services from zero rating to exempt status and from exempt status to taxable at the standard rate. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the petroleum products have received preferential tax treatment, gradually transitioning from exempt status in 2013 to 2018 and 8% at VAT from 2019 to date. This is irrespective of the fact that suppliers of petroleum products claim other input tax at the general rate of 16%, which means that the government has been sharing the burden of the input tax with business by subsidizing the difference of the general rate of 16% and the preferential rate of 8%. As a result, these practices and outcomes, the oil marketers have been in perpetual credit position and not paying VAT to the exchequer. This practice is discriminatory, and as business in other sectors of the economy bear the input tax by recovering the same from output VAT charged on the final consumer. Mr. Speaker, on reviewing the VAT rate on petroleum products to the standard rate, such business would at the onset recover the VAT credits that they have been carrying forward over the years, and government would end up correcting the VAT after some time. Mr. Speaker, if the anomaly is not corrected at the earliest stage, the buildup of credits will continue to increase, and should the government seek to charge VAT at the standard rate in the future, it would take years for the government to correct the much-needed revenue from this sector, since the credits have to be exhausted before businesses start paying VAT. The continued practice by government to subsidize cost of fuel by levying a preferential rate of 8% distorts the market, yet the economy should be operating on the principles of demand and supply. Mr. Speaker, in this respect, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the VAT Act to remove the preferential rate on the petroleum products so that the products will be subject to the standard VAT at 16%. Mr. Speaker, the brew economy remains largely untapped despite its huge potential. This is particularly due to low investments in maritime activities over the years. In order to spur investment and attract international sea freight in this sector, I propose to the National Assembly to zero-rate inbound international sea freight offered by registered persons. The government will continue exploring ways of providing more incentives to promote investment in this sector. Mr. Speaker, currently, machinery used by pharmaceutical companies are exempt from VAT on importation. This is meant to complement government's effort to ensure that all Kenyans have access to affordable health care. However, we have received numerous petitions to extend the exemption to locally purchased machinery to further boost access to healthcare services. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the VAT Act to extend the exemption to machinery and equipment purchased locally for use in the manufacture of pharmaceuticals. Mr. Speaker, in order to address the escalation of tax expenditures and foster prudent utilization of fiscal resources, I propose to the National Assembly to remove VAT exemptions in respect of taxable services supplied for construction of specialized hospitals, goods and services for the construction of tourism facilities, goods worth more than 2 billion purchased by manufacturers, as well as plant, machinery, and equipment used in the construction of plastic recycling plants. Mr. Speaker, currently, transfer of business as a going concern is subject to VAT at a standard rate. Taxpayers have raised concern that this discourages business reorganization and sale of businesses. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the VAT Act to exempt transfer of business as a going concern. This is expected to encourage mergers and acquisition, hence boost growth of businesses as well as their efficiency. I now turn to the amendments to the Excise Duty Act 2015. Mr. Speaker, I will now highlight tax measures proposed under the Excise Duty Act. The Excise Duty Act provides for remittance of excise duty to the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, by the 20th day of the following month. In this era of technology, there is no justifiable reason for waiting for 20 days to report transactions to the KRA. In order to cure the delay, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Act to provide for remittance of the excise duty on betting and gaming activities within 24 hours after closure of transactions by the betting and gaming companies. Mr. Speaker, betting and gaming prize competition and even lotteries are addictive in nature and have negative socio-economic consequences to the society. To discourage participation in these activities by Kenyans, and especially school-going children, I propose to the National Assembly to increase the rate of excise duty on betting, gaming, prize competition, and lotteries from the current 7.5% to 12.5%. Mr. Speaker, there has been an increase in the importation of fish into the country, which has negatively affected the local fish industry. To promote and protect local fish industry, which provides livelihood to many Kenyans, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce an excise duty on imported fish at Kenya shillings 100,000 per metric ton, or 10% of the excisable value, whichever is higher. Mr. Speaker, the government charges specific excise duty on juices per litre. However, there has been an increase in supply of juices in powder form, and based on the current tax regime on juices, the powdered juice is not subject to excise duty. And this creates an unfairness in taxation of juices. In order to cure this problem and to create a level playing field, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce excise duty on powdered juice at a rate of 25 shillings per kilogram. Mr. Speaker, currently, specific rates of excise duty are subject to annual adjustment for inflation. However, taxpayers are concerned with the frequent changes in specific rates of excise duty through annual adjustment, creating uncertainty in the prices and distorting the markets. Therefore, in order to create certainty in excise duty tax regime, I propose to the National Assembly to repeal the provision for annual adjustment for inflation. Mr. Speaker, consumption of sugar has been associated with various ailments, such as diabetes, which has become common in many families. To discourage consumption of sugar, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce excise duty on imported sugar at a rate of 5 shillings per kilogram, including sugar, but this excludes the sugar imported or purchased locally by registered pharmaceutical manufacturers for use in the manufacture of pharmaceutical products. Mr. Speaker, consumption of alcohol, betting, gaming, and lottery and prize competition are extremely addictive and result in harmful repercussions in the society, especially the youth. In order to discourage these activities and consumption of alcoholic beverages, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce an excise duty rate of 15% of excisable value of fees charged on advertisement by all televisions, print media, billboards, and radio stations in promotion of alcohol, betting, gaming, lottery, and prize competition. Mr. Speaker, to promote inclusion and enhance access to internet data services, I propose to the National Assembly to reduce excise duty from 20% to 15% in respect of fees charged for telephones, internet, data services, and fees charged for money transfer services by banks, money transfer agencies, and other financial service providers. Mr. Speaker, in the same spirit, I propose to the National Assembly to reduce excise duty from 12% to 10% of the excisable value of the fees charged for money transfer services by cellular phone services providers or payment service providers licensed under the National Payment System. This will encourage retail transactions at a more affordable rate and promote economic activity at the MSME and individual levels. Mr. Speaker, locally produced cement has been facing stiff competition from imported cement. To protect from the unfair competition and promote this industry, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce an excise duty on imported cement at a rate of 10% of the excisable value, or Kenya shillings 1.50 cents per kilogram, whichever is higher. Mr. Speaker, there has been an increase in the importation of furniture, especially office furniture, which has negatively affected the local carpenters and artisans, considering that there is enough local capacity to make furniture. In order to protect local carpenters and artisans, I propose to the National Assembly to impose an excise duty on imported furniture at a rate of 30% of the customs value, excluding furniture originating from East African community countries. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has sufficient local capacity to produce paint, varnishes, and lacquers. However, proliferation of cheap imports has reduced competitiveness of locally produced paints, varnishes, and even all the other products associated. To protect the local paint manufacturers, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce excise duty at the rate of 15% of the excisable value of imported paints, varnishes, and similar products. I now turn to amendments to the Income Tax Act. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight the proposed changes under the Income Tax Act. The current interest deduction restriction based on earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization was introduced in 2021 to discourage tax planning. This restriction currently applies to both local and foreign financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, I have received proposals from taxpayers who borrow loans from local financial institutions indicating that the restrictions discourages their access to credit. To address this concern, I propose to the National Assembly to exclude interest on loans borrowed from local financial institutions from interest deduction restriction. In addition, Mr. Speaker, where interest on loans borrowed from non-resident is disallowed, I propose to the National Assembly to allow businesses to carry forward that interest for deduction in the next 5 years, subsequent years. This will align to the international best practice. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the government introduced simplified tax regimes, tax regime that requires landlord to pay tax on residential rental income at the rate of 10% per month. In order to enlarge compliance and encourage more landlords to pay tax under this regime, I propose to the National Assembly to reduce the tax rate for this regime from 10% to 7.5% per month. Mr. Speaker, in order to support startup companies, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Income Tax Act to defer the taxation of gains on shares offered to employees in lieu of their salaries in a startup company for 5 years, all till the date employment ceases, or till the date of sale of the shares, whichever comes earlier. Mr. Speaker, upon retirement, most senior citizens have no access to medical cover and spend their little savings on healthcare services. In order to encourage employees save their post-retirement medical needs, save for their post-retirement needs, I propose to the National Assembly to provide tax relief of 15% of the contributions to a post-retirement medical fund, or Kenya shillings 5,000 per month, whichever is lower. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to exempt from income tax the investment income earned by post-retirement medical fund. This will reduce the pressure on the government expenditure on the medical care and accord the retirees access to dignified health care. Mr. Speaker, we have noted that family members have been using exemption from capital gains tax on transfer of property between related persons as an avenue to reduce their tax liability. In order to remedy the situation, I propose to the National Assembly to change the base of capital gains tax from the sale of property to be the original cost before the transfer to the family member. in instances where a property is transferred to a third party within a period of less than 5 years. Mr. Speaker, despite the advantages brought about by the digital platform, the transactions usually conducted under the platforms are not in the tax net. I propose to the National Assembly to introduce a digital asset tax at a rate of 3% on the value of the digital asset transferred or exchanged. Mr. Speaker, to further create equity and fairness, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce withholding tax at the rate of 5% of the gross payment in respect of digital content monetization. This will apply to incomes generated through media and digital platforms. Mr. Chairman, currently, non-residents pay withholding tax on payments in respect to sales, promotion, marketing, and advertising services. In order to harmonize taxation treatment for residents and non-resident and ensure equity, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce withholding tax on the same services to residents at the same rate of 5% of gross amount. Mr. Speaker, resident companies currently pay 30% of corporate tax, while non-resident with permanent establishment pay 37.5% of their gains on profit. This creates an impression that Kenya discriminates between residents and non-residents. In order to harmonize taxation treatment for residents and non-residents companies, I propose to the National Assembly to reduce the corporate tax rate for non-residents from 37.5% to 30%. Further, in order to ensure that there is level playing field, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce tax on repatriated profits at a rate of 15%, which is equal to the rate charged on dividends paid to non-residents. Mr. Speaker, businesses deduct diminution value of implements, utensils, or even similar articles used in the production process over a period of 3 years in determination of the taxable profits. But in order to increase working capital for the businesses, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Income Tax Act to provide 100% investment deduction of the value of these items in the first year of use. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the government implemented various measures to cushion businesses from adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. This included providing tax incentives during the period. With easing of the COVID-19 pandemic and recovery of businesses, I propose to the National Assembly to lower the upper thresholds for turnover tax from 50 million to 25 million and retain the lower threshold of Kenya shillings 1 million. In addition, I propose to the National Assembly that the turnover tax rate for this sector to be at 3%. Mr. Speaker, last year, the government provided various tax incentives to promote local manufacturing of human vaccines. That was applied in order to further support these manufacturers. So in order to continue supporting these manufacturers, I propose to the National Assembly to exempt the manufacturers in this sector from withholding tax on interest and royalties paid to non-residents. Mr. Speaker, the current payee tax structure has 3 rates and bands applicable to 3.3 million employees. The bands are as follows. 10% is applied to income tax, to income up to 24,000 per month. 25% is applied to the next 8,333 per month, and while 30% is applied to incomes above 32,000 333 per month. Mr. Speaker, employees who fall under the first category, who constitute about 42.5% of the total employed workforce and who earn a maximum of 24,000 per month, don't pay any tax to government, as the tax computed from this income is equal to the relief of 2,400 per month under the Act. The second category of employees, who constitute about 37.2% of the total working population and earn incomes between 24,000 per month to 32,333 per month, pay a tax rate of 25%. The third category of employees, that form 20.4% of the total employees, earn incomes above 32,333 per month and pay a tax at the highest rate of 30%. The tax structure for the payee, Mr. Speaker, means that the tax burden falls on 57% of the total employed workforce. The tax structure is therefore regressive, and as an individual employee earning income above 32,333 per month falls within the upper band at the rate of 30%, leaving no significant gap between employees who do not pay tax as a result of tax relief and those earning higher incomes. In this respect, we have to embark on the review of this taxation structure to make the tax bands more progressive, sharing the tax burden more uniformly across income groups. Mr. Speaker, at the start of this journey, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce 2 additional tax bands. A 4th band will be applicable to employees earning incomes between 500,000 per month to Kenya shillings 800,000 per month at the rate of 32.5%. And a 5th band that will be applicable to employees earning incomes above 800,000 per month at the rate of 35%. As a result of this change, the employees who will pay tax at 30% will be 19.5%, while those 2 new tax bands will affect 26.67% of employees. And the last band will constitute, let me repeat that. As a result of this change, the employees who will pay 30% tax will be 19% of the total, while the 2 tax bands will affect 26,676 employees, who constitute about 0.8% of total employed workers in the country. Mr. Speaker, we shall continue to review the pay structure to make it as progressive as possible and redistribute the burden of tax incidents. Measures to enhance tax administration. Amendments to the Tax Procedure Act 2015, Mr. Speaker. Currently, Kenya Revenue Authority has no visibility on the transactions of trusts, largely due to lack of requirement to report to KRA by trustees. This makes it difficult to ascertain the tax payable on the incomes paid to the beneficiaries of trusts. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to require all trustees administering trusts in Kenya to maintain and avail records required by the Kenya Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance the tax compliance by use of technology, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to require taxpayers to issue electronically generated tax invoices which can be tracked and traced through an electronic tax invoice management system, the e-TIMS. Mr. Speaker, in order to streamline the tax administration and remove pressure to abandon taxes and grant waivers of tax, I propose to the National Assembly to amend Tax Procedures Act to remove powers to abandon tax, as well as waivers on penalties and interest that currently exist in the Act. Mr. Speaker, to encourage taxpayers to pay outstanding tax debts, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce a one-year tax amnesty on penalties and interest on the accrued tax debts up to 31st December 2022. In order to benefit from this amnesty, taxpayers will be expected to clear principal taxes between 1st September 2023 to 30th June 2024. And now I take this opportunity to urge all taxpayers to take advantage of the one-year amnesty to clean their tax ledgers by paying all tax arrears. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance the power of the Commissioner General to correct taxes from non-compliant taxpayers using agency notices, I propose to the National Assembly to amend Tax Procedures Act to expand the scope of agency notices to cover default in payment of installment taxes, installment taxes, and in situations where taxpayers has made self-assessment and submitted tax returns but has failed to pay the taxes on due date. Mr. Speaker, submission of manual tax information to the Commissioner General poses administrative challenges and delays the decision making. I therefore propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to require the Commissioner General to provide a data management and reporting system that will allow taxpayers to electronically submit standardized transactional data on real-time basis. Mr. Speaker, impersonation of the Kenya Revenue Authority officers is an offense under the Penal Code and poses revenue risks. We have witnessed increased cases of impersonation of Kenya Revenue Authority officers. In order to curb this vice, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide for offenses and sanctions relating to impersonation of Kenya Revenue Authority officers. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance the efficiency in administration of tax refunds and boost cash flow of businesses, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to allow taxpayers who overpay taxes to utilize overpaid tax to offset both outstanding tax debt and future tax liabilities. In addition, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide an additional 30 days for the determination of complex tax cases. This will provide more time for the Commissioner General to complete audit and investigate processes for complex tax refunds cases. Further, Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to amend Tax Procedures Act to require Kenya Revenue Authority to pay approved refunds within 6 months. In instances where approved refunds are not paid within this period, I propose to the National Assembly to further amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide for automatic offset of the approved refunds against outstanding tax liabilities in other tax heads or even future tax liabilities. Let me turn to amendments to the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies 2016. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the proposed amendments to miscellaneous fees and levies. I had earlier stated that the government is committed to lower cost of liquefied petroleum gas, LPG. In addition to removal of VAT on LPG, I propose to the National Assembly to remove import declaration fees, IDF, and railway development levy on LPG. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Defence Forces and the National Police Service are exempted from import declaration fees and railway development levy in respect to equipment, machinery, motor vehicles for their official use. However, This does not extend to other goods for official use, such as material supplies. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to extend the exemption to all goods purchased or imported for official use by the Kenya Defence Forces and the National Police Service. Mr. Speaker, the aviation sector is critical in supporting tourism and transportation of passengers and cargo. Currently, some aircrafts and parts of the aircraft are exempt from import declaration fees, IDF, and Railway Development Levy, RDL. To further support this industry, I propose to the National Assembly to extend the exemption to cover all aircraft, helicopters, aircraft engines, and aircraft spare parts. Mr. Speaker, currently the imported goods are subject to import declaration fee at the rate of 3.5% and Railway Development Levy at the rate of 2%. On the other hand, raw materials and inputs imported by registered manufacturers are subject to a lower rate of 1.5% for both import declaration fee and Railway Development Levy. These differentiated rates pose administrative challenges and are avenues for revenue loss. In order to address these challenges, I propose to the National Assembly to harmonize these rates at 2.5% for import declaration fee and 1.5% for Railway Development Levy applicable to all goods imported into the country. I now turn to amendments on Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act Cap 131. Mr. Speaker, currently the Kenya Revenue Authority has not been able to enforce tax collection from betting, gaming, prize competition and lotteries activities due to lack of an enforcement provision in the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to amend this act to allow KRA to apply the provisions of Tax Procedures Act in enforcing tax collection. Let me now turn to amendments to the Employment Act. Mr. Speaker, in order to provide funds for the development of affordable housing and associated social and physical infrastructure, as well as the provision of affordable home financing strategy, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce an affordable housing levy through an amendment of the Employment Act 2007 to provide a monthly levy payable by the employer and the employee at 1.5% per month for an employee's gross monthly salary. Mr. Speaker, given that the construction industry is labor intensive, we expect every housing unit constructed will create new jobs, both direct and indirect, among the professionals, youth, MSMEs in general, along the production value chain of affordable housing. In order to support enterprises and businesses operating in the special economic zone, Mr. Speaker, through government support, the special economic zone and export processing zone continue to position our manufacturing sector at a pace as pace setters in the region through exports and manufactured goods. Presently, Mr. Speaker, the goods sold from these zones to the domestic market are subjected to import duty and other applicable taxes similar to goods imported from outside the East African Community region. This taxation does not differentiate whether the inputs or raw materials used to produce such goods originate from the customs territory or from outside the customs territory. In order to enhance the market access, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Export Processing Zone Act and the Special Economic Zone Act to exempt from import duty goods produced from the Special Economic Zone and Export Processing Zone that use inputs or raw materials originating from the customs territory when sold into the domestic market. This will encourage enterprises operating in the zones to purchase raw materials or even inputs from the domestic market. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, it is clear that Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, it is clear that we face many socio-economic challenges. The global economy may take a long time before output gap is crossed, and the cost of living may take a long time to be felt. To address these challenges, the government has initiated policy, legal, and institutional reforms to address these issues. His Excellency the President has already led the way. Under his leadership, we have already laid a firm foundation for the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The policies spelled out in this budget builds on a momentum for the envisaged transformation that will lead to improved livelihoods for all Kenyans. I therefore urge Kenyans to join hands in making this transformation journey a reality. Thankfully, our country is endowed with the necessary resources and human capital to confront the contemporary economic and social challenges and create a momentum for not only a higher and sustainable but also inclusive growth trajectory, but also create decent jobs, reduce poverty significantly. Mr. Speaker, this budget underpins the country's resolve and commitment to fulfill its social contract to Kenyans by progressively improving their welfare. At this point, Mr. Speaker, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and the Commander-in-Chief of Defense Forces, and His Excellency the Deputy President, His Honorable Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, for their counsel, guidance, and support during the entire process of laying foundation for the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and finalizing this budget. I also want to thank Her Excellency Madam Rachel Ruto, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, and Her Excellency Pastor Dorcas Gachagua, the Second Lady of the Republic of Kenya, for their support and contribution to the implementation of government initiatives, especially on the environment and climate change action, financial inclusion, and women empowerment. My special appreciation goes to the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Attorney General, and my fellow Cabinet Secretaries their respective Principal Secretaries and accounting officers and staff in the government, ministries, departments, and agencies for their support and contribution in making contributions to this budget. I also extend my gratitude to the Chairman of the Presidential Council of Economic Advisors, Dr. David Day, and all economic advisors at the Council for their critical inputs and guidance in supporting the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. This is one team that used their diverse frontier knowledge and worked closely in developing the Kenya Kwanza Administrative Manifesto, the PRAN, in the run-up to the 2022 general election. We have produced and pulled most of the materials for this policy outturn from the PRAN. And that guidance has been very, very critical. And so, more specifically, I gained a lot of support from my colleague and friend, Dr. Kamau Dhuge, Senior Advisor and Head of Fiscal Affairs and Budget Policy at the Executive Office of the President, and currently he's the Governor Designate for the Central Bank of Kenya, and wish him and pass his congratulations. My sincere appreciations first to the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly and your counterpart in Senate, the majority and the majority and minority leaders and the entire House leadership, including the respective class for the National Assembly, for the approval process and the budget estimates for the financial year 2023 and related documents. Second, to honorable chairs and members of both the Budget and Appropriation Committee, Finance and National Planning Committee, and all departmental committees in this House that helped me in terms of, and help us and my team to finalize the budget propositions. Third, I recognize and appreciate the management and staff of the National Treasury and Economic Planning who have worked tirelessly for long hours, including weekends, to ensure that this budget and supporting documents meet the legal guideline. Fourth, the Kenya Revenue Authority, Central Bank of Kenya, the Attorney General's Office, Commissioner of Revenue Allocations, Financial Sector Regulations, and various agencies under the National Treasury and Economic Planning, they have made contributions, and we appreciate their contribution. Fifth, my gratitude goes to the multilateral and bilateral development partners for their continued technical and financial support. Further, I thank the private sector for the sustained contribution to the growth of our economy and even contributions to the debate in terms of the tax measures and policies. Sixth, I wish to appreciate the media and the non-state actors for their active engagement and participation in this financial year and even in the process of budget process making. Mr. Speaker, I remain immensely grateful to my family for their support and inspiration as I execute my duties as the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning since the appointment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, my utmost gratitude goes to all Kenyans for their contributions, proposals, and suggestions we received during the finalization of the budget. We have covered acres and acres of materials that provided propositions coming from Kenyans, and we are happy that what we have provided is a synthesis and balance of what they presented. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, you will recall that I have already submitted to to this House the budget estimate and the Finance Bill 2023, together with accompanying documents as required by the Public Finance Management. Today, I further submit the following documents to the August House and request that you graciously receive them. First, the budget policy statement for financial year 2023-24 was presented. The 2023 budget policy statement, estimates of revenue, grants and loans, financial statements for 2023-24 budget, medium-term debt management strategy, budget highlights for Mwananchi guide for the financial year 2023-24, statistical annex for the budget statement for the 2023-24 financial year. So I do present the remaining documents to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, before I assume my position. Thank you, Your Honorable Speaker. I now take my seat.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I wish to thank the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury for ably making a public pronouncement of the budget policy highlights for the national government for the financial year 2023-24 and the medium term and the revenue raising measures. It took 3 hours and 20 minutes to be exact. In this regard, honorable members, I confirm that in conformity with the provisions of sections 39 and 39A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 244C, the Cabinet Secretary has already submitted to the National Assembly the relevant legislative proposals necessary to actualize the revenue-raising measures to finance the 2023-2024 budget. This has since culminated in the Finance Bill 2023, which is under consideration by this House. Honorable members, it's now my pleasure to invite all honorable members, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, other Cabinet Secretaries, and all invited guests to a reception at the Parliament courtyard hereinafter. Honorable members, now you may be upstanding. The House now stands adjourned until Tuesday, 20th June 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
Well, that is the conclusion of the pronouncements of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial.
Turakiona ni hindi budget yake rika guthomo ni CS kana Cabinet Secretary wa maundu megi besha Mheshimiwa Gwitwo Ndung'u. Karibu sana thini wa studio citu ngire na wakiri wa Rutere, advocate wa Rutere akiri haha nigetha makiria tugeithirania maigi maria magitinda atwire maigi megie budget ugo ya githomo. Wakiri wa Rutere atwire maigi uhoro wigie igoti riu ria korikirwo kuri maundu kuri kundu gwa korokirwo gukogwe tax free kuri kuria magoti mako magethwo ni thirikari. Wakiri karibu sana gukwa GTN TV makiria ni twagithikiriria tabarire yo yuma it's like 2 hours budget igithomo mathata meri. Karibu sana kwa GTN TV nigetha makiria warikia kuona ate muthenya wa muthi.
Ni wega muno ni ndakena muno gukorwo twina inyuĩ studio muthi getha tucabue budget yo muthi. Gwiciria budget yo muthi ni yakava maundu maingi maundu mega muno especially githomo-ini na health na kuri maundu mangĩ twaigua mari no igoti fiu nigetha mundu wa kawaida ahote gukorwo agiteithia
nima wakiri nie ni ngikuwi kiri ni ukikaine ni uri kiri ngumona ngumo ndekiigana mwene hihi andu no nyende ukiamba witamburukia andu makumenye nigetha tugicoka tukigire budget ni tumenye uria CS akiuga tuigire into details tukorwo tukichambua budget ino ya bũrũri na njĩra njega. Witamburukie kamera yaku nire
ndwega muno tugumaigua athikiriria ritwa riakwa ni Davidson wa Rutere ngoragwo ndi wakiri wa igoti inene na igoti ria gucokia appeal na nginya riri inene biũ ritugiru ria Supreme Court na ndingikoretwo ndi magoti-ini na especially ngiendio na macira makonainie na watho wa finance kana niguo mbeca watho wa county wa finance na nginya matho ma national government na mo maria makonainie na watho nikoletwo ngiendio na maundu macio muno na nikoletwo na ujuzi ucio na nikio umuthi ndi haha nigetha ndimuteithiririe na ndithiririe athikiriria kugeria kuelewa kana kunyita uria gwathie na mbere umuthi.
Karibu sana makiria kwa GTN TV ni toko tugithikiriria budget tukiri o ha mwirori wa GTN twina wakiri haha twathikiriria wega muno na makiria kwina maundu maingi mako makerio ni CS ni tuonire haria kabere-ini wakiri abunge mwena wa mung'ethaniro Azimio aria magisupportaga Raila Amolo Odinga CS alikia kuingira ona ataritie wega athire kugweta Kenya Kwanza othe mauma ndeto no mionire atia mundu gwitwo wakiri
ndeto ni yumba ndeto ya kumakania ona gukorwo ati andu acio a murengo ucio wa Azimio ira nitukurikana ni marari ko ni undu wa kuhitukia watho uyu wa finance bill wa keri irari hitho maria keri kana second reading muthenya wa ira na riu riria marakorirwo ni bakihotwo ni andu ayangi aria mena thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza gwiciria nikio umuthi matinagieterera tondu matinagikena hihi ni uria kurathie na ira tondu watho ucio ni urakorirwo ukihituka thiini wa second reading so gwiciria nikio wonire makiuma ni undu yakora happen kora hanikite ira na uguo nikio maumire makorio makiuma nyumba yo yakire no tukionire ati minister ni athire na mbere na speaker akibera mumbi ukahora matao nigetha batige aria marenda guthikiriria minister wa kigina
hau tukionire Wetangula speaker wa bunge akimera continue era mundu gitwo CS wa treasury athie na mbere na ndinona akimaka ona hako bunge hanieta aishimwa mauma nuthu athire na mbere na guthoma budget ino na akitukirora budget ino niyo ya mbere ya president kana thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza aniyo budget ile nene muno ya nathomo guku bururi-ini kuma hindi ya Moi wa Kibaki turoka Uhuru wa Kenyatta ni budget ya 3.6 trillion kuringana nawe bururi-ini ni budget hii no wega ututariri budget ni kina mundu agithoma budget hii mbeca icio akoragwo nacio kana ni kindu akoragwo agipropose akimagine
wa mbere niguo guga eno ni budget imwe iria ikoretwo ina inene muno kira nginya thirikari ni cigi ikoretwo ho ya 3.6 trillion na ege budget iyo kuringana na maendikithia macio budget ikoragwo ni maendikithia maria thirikari irauga ati riri ikoya mbeca kana irona te koya mbeca ciganona na mbeca icio ri yenda arike koya kigira kiu ri igitumire na njira fulani kana itumire maundu-ini mayo ma thirikari na njira ino kana mbeca iciganona kuringana na honge cia thirikari ogwe kwa na kindu twitaga na githungu ni estimates ya kiria thirikari ikuoya kuma yarike kwa igoti doria igutumira mbeca icio kuringana na honge ina cio cia thirikari so iyo niyo budget
tikindu wina kio
ni kindu thirikari iguthie yoe igoti ria iguthie kungania na uria igutumira igoti riu yongania ogwo ni hakoragwo na kindu tungita na githungu assumption kana irona ikuoya kigena kiganona na kigona kiu ri irenda guitumira kuringana na muringa kigana undu muna nona kuringana na departments kana honge ciothe cia thirikari
uthengi muno wakiri makine gutaria budget ni kiando ingiona ni makirigagwo hihi mundu afangagira mbeca tau mundu ina mbeca handu hihi mundu afatie gufangira mbeca ciake cie muhuko kana itokite akwa fangite kana mundu afatie kwagikata
kuringana na uhoro wa mbeca ni wega gukorwo ukimenya ati mbeca ici ni maybe tariu for example tuge mundu rathukuma ndirona gathukuma mbeca ciganona mwisho wa mweri na mbeca ici ri ni wega gukorwo wina handu thondekete ati mbeca ici wona cioka gutumira ciganona kuri ha maybe fees ya mwana gutumira ciganona hari kugura irio nigetha ndugekorage ati riri ni uratumira mbeca maybe nyingi gukira uria urongania wikore wina mathiri nona so ni wega muno gukorwo mundu ebangite ukamenya ati ni mbeca ici ya ni ndirona ngora mbeca cigarona kana mucara joyaga na gutumira na njira iriku nende
guciana mibango ya thirikari nota iria hihi ugibanga
ota ya mundu
turi hau hihi ona twanathie na mbere kuingira kurikira ukorora uria budget ikihana ituramenya kwina deficit yako igithomo thirikari kuri deficit ya bilioni 700 na tuiguite thirikari no thaci ndingikomberwo thiri ungi no tukombeirwo ciringi milioni 300 kana 200 guthie nathi kuma thi cia nanja toguo kwina ngombo cigukorwo cigikombo ku bururi-ini na kwina ngombo cigukorwo cigikombo nanja tutathiite kuraihu tucoke hari abunge a Azimio bica iyo marikirie kunia a Kenya ati one mauma nituronire nginya muthenya wa ira othe makiuga ati nginya uhoro wigie finance bill tondu tutingiona gutigithukania finance bill na kindu gigwitwo budget ya muthenya wa muthi riu kuma kuu kwa muthenya wa muthi mundu gwitwo wakiri hii ni bica hana ati kuria Kenya ni bica irenda kuonia a Kenya ati
reke njuge kwa maoni makwa bica iyo ni ya kwenda kuonia a Kenya ati maybe mari hamwe na Kenya tondu nukoretwo na mawoni ngurani kwi mawoni andu marona ati kuringana na watho uyu urendikithio wa finance bill ino iri kuo ati ai tukeko eri watho andu ni makorwo makiriha mathiri makiriha igoti nene kuri andu makorwo makirengwo ako ni andu aya mari na marani kuma 500 guthii na iguru ati ni makorwo makirengwo 35% ya mishara yao riu maundu macio ri gwiciria riu andu aya a Azimio ni kwenda kurania muingi ati mena muingi rita riri na ti watho ucio ti mwega
Kuringana nawe mundu wa thirikari wakiri kugate ni akurengwo muisho mundu uri hago 800 arirengagwo 35%, mundu uri hago ciringi 500 muisho wa mweri. CS ni uga wega muno ni arirengagwo igoti ria muigana wa mbeca fulani. Kuringana nawe undu ucio tukuonania ati aruti a wira thirikari ni maoko makirutira wira aria matakoragwo thirikari-ini?
Akatuge kuri ni actually niguo wina uhoro niguo tondu riu ni kuga ati mundu wothe wina pay slip ucio ni wori haga igoti urita ko PS1 na riu uriri ha kuringana na muigana wa mbeca ciaku no riu uhoro ucio waruto igoti andu amathukuma andu amatagukorwo magithukuma matai na pay slip bako makirutirwo igoti ya andu amarathukuma no uhoro ucio ti mwega ungithii uguo tondu ni ukuona ati andu ni bakore bakutiga gwetha mawira kuri thirikari tondu wathi ako ithio kwi thirikari uri hagire andu na ringi mundu ndari wira ri no handu hau no hako hatari hega ni hakwenda haroro wega
ni turaiguite nginya deputy president muthenya ungi akiuga ati mucemanio arakira wananchi inyi kuri kimundu kimuhete mai mandasani mwena ucio aca aya mari mwena uyu niyo turirengaga nigetha twake manyumba na makiria direciria andu a thirikari tha ici niyo makona itemi nene hari uhoro wigie kungania magoti na hii tulio hau mundu gwitwa wakiri no wega turore makiria thirikari ni yauga tuigwa CS akiuga thirikari no nifangite kurogota igoti ria muigana wa 2.57 trillion. Icio ni igoti ria thirikari ikoto igifanga ikurogota kuma hari a Kenya hari wananchi ya kawaida. Kuringana nawe magoti maya ni guhota gukinyeria kurogota kuri andu?
Akajuge ndingihota fiu tigano ikirire in place kana ithondeke mitaratara ya uria kungania igoti riri tondu ni wega ni wega kuga ati ni makungania igoti uria 2.7 no trillion no kuri andu aingi muno Kenya no bari ha magoti tondu thirikari ndiri na hinya ndikorwo na hinya ndiri na capacity ya kungania magoti macio no korirwo tutiriwa minister atwira atiriri magoti mako na njira ino so how gwiciria budget how atina thi wega tondu minister ni angiathire na mbere atwira magoti maya ri mekirite measures kana mekirite mitaratara iri ku ya kuhota kungania igoti tondu kuri mundu urendia nyanya kuri mundu urendia mboga na ringi mundu ucio ndari na tax watho wa nejo watho wa finance bill ni wa propose ati ni gukorwo na mundu wothe kana urendia mboga kana urendia nyanya wakagwa na receipt ukahe mundu uragura receipt wako na kamashini kau na KRA nao ni mari uhotaga gukorwo magithi kurora kana mundu wothe ni arahota ena receipt ya he mundu nigetha thikari kwa igoti no tutiwe kana thirikari na minister na twira kana hihi akorita agency ta icio citwithagia thirikari ku enforce maundu ta macio kana mena hinya ucio kana andu akeiara ya moyaga igoti mena hinya ucio hau ndigwiciria mena hinya ucio
na tondu wi wakiri makiria hihi uhoro wa igoti andu ni marakiuga ati kuringana budget ya thomo na CS yakirikineria uhoro wigi affordable housing undu ria wakorwo kirwo makiria ni thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza ni project imwe flagship maida gutigirira ati ni kwagia na manyumba ma raithi na kuringana nawe mundu gwitwo wakiri mwananchi wa kawaida wi guku mashinani kuringana uria taukirwo na wi mundu ukiwe watho wajikune igoti niki
rekajuge ni horo wa mwajikuna kwa wakimenya igoti niki tondu gwiciria hau thirikari ni kwenda igithomithia andu horo wa civil education mamenye igoti niki na mundu abatire kuruta niki ithomithia andu ati igoti waruta igoti thirikari nigetha ihote gukuhe service kana ihote gwika maundu ma ihote kugura dawa ihote gukuhe bara no nginya tukorwo tukiruta igoti riu mundu wa kawaida kana majikure tuge uria gitagwo ndigwiciria ni yoi andu aingi tondu ngeigua riu bateta ma mekuma igoti matiramenya kuria tuika niki akorwo ni uhoro wa nyumba icio matiramenya igoti riu na bata wario so how thirikari ndi kwenda ikorwo ina ikigera guthomithia andu mass education nigetha andu makorwo magitagukirwo igoti niki na bata wa kuruta igoti na mamenye bena right ki watho kwanja ndubataire kuruta kindu utaramenya na nikio kwina concern akoneta wathato uyu juge wa finance bill kwina issues ati nduthiite wega kuri muingi public participation tondu ni eketwo ni kwatuika ni kino ure kiruginya riu na gwito gicai kula nyumite mathira andu aingi taru ndirari ku weekend matinda makijuria ati igoti riri ngamuria kai mutokire kurio kana ni mukwenda kiria watho uyu mweru matikinyiriyo andu aingi macinani andu matiramenya
matina information
na dikio no ukolo no thirikari no utewira muritu muno aiko ndirera andu twende kwina giagwika horo cio wa guthi kuri muingi imurie kana ni makwenda watho ucio na watho mataririo ria ugite no ikona thina muno hari andu magiwitikira no andu maremo ni kuitikira tondu matiramenya niki na ni kihoto kiao mako makimenya
wakiri makiri kiuga ni kihoto kia andu gukorwo makimenya ndирeciria hihi ni watho kiugite uguo wa bururi na hihi turi hau tono akihuti uhoro wigi public participation na uhoro wigi finance bill otorenda kiuga ndungihota kutigithukania muno na kindu gigwitwo budget tondu finance bill irari aira budget yuma yo mothe riu indo ici ta cia mahatha riu tukirore haha uhoro wigi public participation yorauga atongoria azimio tondu mauma mucemanio muthenya wa ira ni maravotire no na marahotwo riu ni maraugire maguthi igoti-ini go challenge finance bill ati ni makumironda ndienda hiyo twire finance bill atongoria azimio magithi igoti-ini macinde cira mahote kumironda ri budget ino ya thomo ni thirikari ya 3.6 trillion ni gukinyanira
horo wa mani ati KCO hari KCO ona riu turaria iri igoti-ini tondu ada thini wa katiba ya twinayo ina right cia economic citaga economic and social rights katiba ya nguru yari before tutanakinya 2010 ndiari na kihoto riu ni kihoto kia mundu kwa ena gikara na njira njega ena akiata gwika biashara akiota kumenyerwo ni thirikari niyo social welfare kuheo nyumba kuheo mai indo icio ciothe ci katiba-ini ino watho ucio tondu ura based na maundu macio ri ndwacoka based on article 35 ya constitution kake ruhonge rwa 35 ya constitution ni ugite hena right to information ugwa andu mundu ena right ya kumenya uria kwathi na mbere watho ungithie cira uri igoti-ini ungituika igoti rione gutiathire utiari na horo cia andu muingi ndwatwikire ukirwo wega na thirikari ndiatambirio horo cio wega kuri muingi urugamio no urugamio iyo ni njire ni ground ya kurugamia na no urugamio nginya ri bill negirie ndukahitukie twike watho tondu right now ndutwikite watho ni hindi ura debate riu taira igoti bunge kira happen kira na mbere ni ati ndu rathiite through second reading kanitho mari akeri igoti rina hinya ucio wa kurugamia ingirugamia cira ucio watho ucio wa finance bill twike ndu kuhoteka ri thirikari ino ya Kenya Kwanza no ikora thina muno tondu ndingihota kuoya mbeca tondu watho irenda kuoya mbeca kuri andu wanyita so ungihoterwo igoti-ini gutwike watho ucio ti mwega ri riu ndiye kuria mangiuta mbeca icio marauga
turi hau hegi igoti atongoria azimio ni twamona ni mauma na ni twamona hihi mwerekera wao marathie riu kwarira gitama mamenye budget ino ya thomo ya 3.6 trillion hihi mareciria uria mangihota kumihagura o marauga matira Kenya tondu maramenya budget ino ri iguru muno na ni kuona ni Kenya ni makuo igoti muno ni makuo magikinyirwo nigetha marehe igoti kuringana na mundu gwitwo wakiri azimio mathi igoti-ini hihi no mahote kuona right ciao na hihi igoti ri gusaidi na thirikari ni maraugire angikorwo igoti-ini ri gusaidi na Kenya Kwanza maraugire magucoka kuri Wanjiku hihi azimio mangihotwo cira igoti-ini ri mathie kuri Wanjiku ri kuri ndungiuka mone right ciao kana kuringana nawe finance bill ni hatuku na rugano rugathira ikorwo hihi muthenya wa Tuesday igakwerio formality
akajuge ati igoti rigiona ni kwari na muingi no akorirwo ukiurio kana ni kwenda watho ucio hituke na utroke utwike gutiri handu ukiranite na katiba ria yugite ati akone levies kana magoti maya matirakiuka kana matirarugana na kihoto kia andu utwike watho ucio ni uringanite na katiba wega gutiri handu rahingicana na katiba watho ucio hituke ndikuona andu a Kenya azimio ta mangikorwo na guti undu mangika na muthenya wa Tuesday tondu ni urathie guthomo ria mwisho nio twitaga that reading kuria bunge wahituka ni uguo guti undu ungi mangika ucio no atuika watho no president ya guthie asaine ekire kirore ucio tuike watho riu gwiciria andu azimio no makoma hitukirwo ni mahinda nikoreke njuge uguo na no ukuruta wira no guti na njira ingi
hati na njira ingi
no njira ingi gikorwo guti na njira ingi
njira ni thiru toguo andu a Kenya Kwanza kandi cio kuringana nawe ni irite
gwiciria riu gwiciria horo uyu wari ni waikarirwo wega muno ni thirikari iri kuo na ni ikirite mikakati yothe na ona ndirona nginya ta igoti ringirugama naguo kinyite hau so gwiciria Kenya Kwanza ni mari horo wega
tukingire budget ine mundu gwitwa wakiri na ngocirie mundu wa GTN TV ni urerorera television yaku ako hiwi na kiuria ugenda njurie wakiri gikaunie budget ino yarikia gwethomo kana yarikia kwendekithio muthenya wa muthi ni CS ndungu no nju no wandike ndumiriri hau makiria Facebook ini ya GTN TV ni kongiuria kiuria imwe kwa imwe hena mundu ndona Pauline ari mitambo-ini na andu angi thina bena kwandika ndumiriri ng'enda-ini citu cia Facebook turari horo wigie budget ya bururi ire rathomwo ni CS wewe wathoma atia ni kaundu kari kuona makiri ungenda tuko tugigatamburithia wakiri tuthie budget ine ya bururi na ni yathomwo ni budget ile nene muno thiini ya bururi witu wa Kenya hi no twire ni tuona githomo nikio gikuite mbeca iria nyingi muno kina ciringi milioni bilioni 627 627 billion ciathie mwena wa githomo ni mauga kwina mendekithia magwaka new TVET institution kwina mbeca cigwikirwo ma secondary school ni ciandike arimu na githomo ri mundu gwitwo wakini ronire ni kiragumirwo ni mathina maingi muno turonire nginya arimu makiuga principals head teachers thirikari ndirarekireirie mbeca cia capitation riu budget ni yendekithio ya gutigirira ati mbeca iria nyingi ciathie githomo-ini woni waku ni uriku wakiri
akajuge woni wakwa hari icio cia twika maheana 627 billion
githomo
nikio gia kuwa budget portion iria nene no cio ndu mwega tondu ni tukoretwo tukiona ruhonge ni wa githomo rina maundu maingi ni ruo rukuite higher learning education ni kuri na riu ya secondary ni kuri primary na oho ni kuri iciretwo vocational kana TVET na mbeca icio ni ikuganio kuringana na iwango icio ndauga cia githomo na ni ikuhotithia thirikari akorwo ni ta higher education board loan rwa ruheanagwo rwa HELB ni kwari na thina tondu bogite bakwe andu ngirigana rimwe thiri wa bururi tondu ni makiheo mbeca nyingi gwiciria ni maukiheana mbeca nigetha andu matikihota guthoma tondu andu mangikinya ningi sekondari bari mundu guthina kumbere ri no na hau hako hena thina akorwo ni makurikurutia utani aingi kuringana haria mbeca icio kigina kimwe ni kunengerwo ruhonge rwa TSC mahote ku nigetha na tondu kwina transition ino ya ituka 100% nigetha hote ko kirutithia wira so gwiciria thirikari hau ni wega muno gwika uguo tondu bururi utakiri na andu bathomu ri no na gutiri tau maburi batwenda guthie America andu graduates ya mathire university 99% akonera bururi takana tagu so githomo no kyo kingituma thirikari ihote gwika ate nginya maundu mangi mothe ihote uko ina andu makuruta mawira kuringana honge different cia thirikari so iyo budget hau ni mekire wega muno na gwiciria riu ona mbeca iria irakiagite ku tariu ne bari receipt last year ni gode cha manu wa board ingi ya cukuru ni joyo uguo no tubya tu barutite tunini tutinaigana capitation iria mari mayo ira kurari na manegene ginya gwa ikinya handu wakera ginya na mwalimu wake agecoka so gwiciria mbeca icio ni gwikate ni guko ikioneka
nema togo in that you vote yes hena horoge wegie farafara iria farafara ni cia ruhonge rwigi transport rutokorogio ni CS Kipchumba Murkomen ofisi ya Kipchumba Murkomen ni ekirwo ciringi bilioni 249 249 billion mbeca cia kurikia farafara iria makiria itarikite ciambiriirwo nginya ni thirikari yo yahatukire woni waku ni uriku hari mbeca ciekirwo cia kurikia mafarafara
kajuge
na hiko na mafarafara mari guku gicigo kia Mount Kenya region makiria Nyeri county ungenda kwikirika
kajuge hari budget ya 249 billion ya heo ruhonge rwa mafarafara kana infrastructure ni mbeca njega na gwiciria icio no irikie project iria itigarite mafarama matigarite ta guku Mount Kenya ni kuri farafara icio cia mau icio ni itigarite itirikite ciothe so na ni gutei no fara ingikorwo ri kugikona fara njega network ri Andu ni mari save maundu maingi akorwo ni ta maguta ngari yaku handu hena ko bara ni njega ri ni ukuhiuha na ni gwika ki ni gusave maguta maku na ni gusave mbeca na mbeca ni uguo no ticitumire na njira ingi ta kugura indo ingi akorwo ni national at the national level ni tuona ta high express highway no ithirire kahituka igathie airport gacoke oka waiyaki we ikahitukira Westlands ya gutwara indo airport ni kukorwo economy kana economy ya bururi ndigiteithika muno tondu rakoni ta jamu ya kota kuta Nairobi riu itire koragwo kuo rira andu maikarite jamu ri gari cikarite mirigo ikarite jamu iri tatwarwo kure bataire akwa ta factory kana uko itwarwo nanja thirikari kana andu ni makoragwo thirikari ko ekirusi mbeca nyingi muno in terms of billions ogwo riu project icio gwiciria riu administration yakota kwa kirikia bara iria major iria already budgeted na ni gwiciria hau ni hega muno ni guteithia economy guthii na mbere
ruhonge rwa mai ciringi bilioni 59 59 billion ministry ya mai kuringana nawe kwina hi miradi igicigo kia Mount Kenya region abunge mabati uko riu magithie office ya ministry mbeca cia mai kuringana na cibati uko cikinyitirira hasa guteithia atia
mbeca icio ri ni njega na bio ni njega na kwanja kwitu Mount Kenya niko kwina thina kwanja na gukukieni riu MPs ni wira wao mathie marorenya project iria ingikwo akorwo ta kieni dams demu cia mai riu ni bakuhota project ta icio ni hota guthi na mbere tondu mai na mundu andu meka irrigation riu ukora ina ngaragu kora andu mai na mai makulima tondu mai macio ma demu maya maumaga tuya wentanya wasco kana kuya kungi batiota ukorwo makiigana makulima riu mai macio ma demu na ki gweci mbeca icio ni kavite mbeca icio na tagwito Mount Kenya ndiko kwenda thira kwanja ntuli area nene muno nyumu ya na ugukeni ikubatara demu nyingi muno na gwiciria riu wira ucio no urutike project riu ni mubunge uyo ri ku ahota kurumirira ahota kurumirira ministry ria concerned ya mai nigetha kwa kiheo mbeca athia agekira atia ogwo ndigwiciria from this time going forward uhoro ucio wa mai ndigwiciria ni bado kwa problem kwa Mount Kenya
na hii kuringana nawe twanaigua demu ikirwo ni kwenjwo ni ministry ya mai tukaigua demu na ndenjirwo mbeca ni ciorire kuringana wina imani ta wakiri mbeca ici ni ikuhuthika uria kwagirire na iti kuingira marima maria tuiguaga demu ni enjirwo cikihorokera
gwiciria riu hau anandu nao ni makwenda magakorwo bakirumirira tondu mbeca ici ciumaga igotini kana iroma igotini uria tukuruta ogwo hatire ti uhoro wa mwega ungikorwo we mundu akawaida ndukwenda kumenya uria mbeca icio irahuthika na njuge kiwatho ruhonge rũu njuge rwa article 35 ya constitution wina right ya kuria so no wandike marwa wabici-inĩ ya CDF ya MP wa kwanyu kana mũmbunge wa kwanyu ukenda kumenya ni demu cigana for example area ya Kieni igwa kuna ingitumite mbeca cigana wina right urie ni mbeca cigana contract icio kakandarathi iria igutumika hari gwaka demu icio wina right thini wa katiba article 35 kumenya demu ni cigana igutumira mbeca cigana na wina right ya utia nginya kandarathi kana contract iyo umiro ko kimirora uko kiona kana mundu na kana ni china value mbeca iria igutumika ka value ni kuoneka kana ni gukorwo ikirio
thank you muno wakiri na makiria kwina mbeca ingitua na makiria tugirikiria CS ni ari horo wegie budget ya Florida kwira ni 3.6 trillion na 1.7 trillion icio cirathie he kindu gitagwo government expenditure gari cia thirikari maguta mawabici ma thirikari expenditure ya thirikari iri 1.7 trillion kuringana na mbeca icio itire iguru muno cigithie na thirikari rita expenditure 1.7 trillion
na kanjuge ati ni iriguru tondu thini wa budget thini wa mahuthiro ma thirikari hari kindu kiu tweta expenditure recurrent na development recurrent ingikuwa iguru niyo ino ya gutumira mbeca maendeleo ni manini bado tuko tuli hard hold so ndawenda igwa budget niyo the higher no mbeca nyingi muno milioni ya 800 kindu plus ati cia thirikari ekarisi ngari ici tumagirwo ni honge cia defense na borithi na ki gukorwo thirikari kombora, you can imagine mbeca iria akorwo ni ngari ukorage ngari irakomborwo o muthenya 8,000 na thini wa Kenya tuge akonda police stations here tu nacio police stations nita tuge I don't know maybe tagri that you can imagine per day na mbeca icio ni cia ngari yo irihagio ikiuma akorwo ni Toyota Kenya yukaga na zero mileage icoke ngari yo ni irihagirwo 8,000 o muthenya thirikari ibatie kumenya atiriri ni wega kurisi ngari icio tondu kurisi ni gukombora ati komborage o muthenya kana ibataire magure ngari ciao na maintain so expenditure ya 1.7 iri on higher side trillion tondu ni urona ni more than half
ya budget
ya 3.6 trillion so how no hakorwo hena thina ikuga ati development ni ukara uthi wa na mbere wa maundu macio toira mabana kina maundu macio mothe ni magukorwo magitigwo na thutha tondu government yo kwa ikihuthira mbeca nyingi gukira kiria rongania igoti.
Ofisi ya President State House ni rongereirwo mbeca kuringana na budget ile yagitigitwo ni mugathe Uhuru wa Kenyatta ni kura introduce ofisi njeru ya the Prime Cabinet Secretary na ina budget onayo njeru na oho twete makiria nginya mawabici meru ma introduce ma thirikari kuringana nawe utikuongerera murigo hari budget kana ukuga thirikari ni ndongu
kajuge thirikari ni fataire ukorwo iri a bit serious tondu taru akorwo ni ta ministry yo ni ukora kwanja ni gucokera wira wa ministry ingi iracokera na ina staff ayo ni ukore kiheo ina wabici ukore komboro kwina kurugunu ukona bill cia thitima na maina hot view na ngari ugucioneka so kurikana na wodi wakwa tondu thirikari ino ni kwanja ni ugaga ati irenda kunyihia iti andu nigetha thirikari yakwa ikihuthira mbeca nyingi hari mishara ni woni wakwa itiranyo hau ni matiratwarana uria thirikari yo ndiratwarana uria ireka ati ireka thank you muno munori wa GTN TV ndio muritagwo Peter Ishora arajira good discussion Pauline Wachinga arajira Pauline I'm watching no makahio arajira ali mitambo ine tuned na makiria ndio na ginya kifa wa kirima mitambo ine Alex Josh arajira geithia wakiri no ageithio ni jamba itagwo Ndiritu wa Muriithi kuma kuria Mathira ndagithika muno
na makiria ne ndiroria munori wa GTN TV dina bena kwandika ndumiriri yaku makiria kiuria kiri ongeda kuria wakiria ha kigi budget twandikire mitambo ine ya GTN TV hau Facebook ya GTN TV na ni ngatho nyingi inyuĩ muragithie na mbere na gutwirorera wakiri bururi ukinyite handu ndungikombero mbeca nyingi kuma mabũrũri mangĩ ma nanja uria twamenyete gukomba tondu nginya mathire maria tukina mo ni maingi kuragituika budget ino ya thomo muthenya wa muthe ya 3.6 trillion twina deficit ya ciringi bilioni 700 riu kai bururi uyu no ukombire ni twitikiritio gukomba bilioni 200 nanja na no tukombire bilioni 500 guku thiini wa bururi uyu witu kuringana nawe ndeto ya ngombo uramiona atia
reke njuge horo cio wa ukorwo thirikari ikomba nanja ti horo mwega wa ithaka tondu already thirikari cio ikoretwo na hau mbere ta thirikari ya Mwai wa Kibaki ni ekire uthi wa na mbere muno uria nginya umuthi uyu projects ici ciothe thirikari ici ikoretwo igika ni kuringana na mundu wa mbere irio horo ni Kibaki Mwai wa Kibaki ndakoragwo agikomba nanja thirikari gwiciria tondu wakomba thire ni ukoragwo na interest uguo undu mwega muno ndingi emphasize ndikaba thirikari ikikomba kuri andu guku lokali asubu handu ha ukomba ki
na kuja
kuri IMF
yoke aria na wakiri umekirire kirira mekirira bengi kana ikombe kambuni-ini ikombe within our premises
ni yagirire nogo ni gwagirire tondu kuri na njira nyingi muno ni kuko na nyamu citagwo treasury bills and bonds iyo ni njira imwe ya thirikari gukomba kuria gwa treasury makendia bill ukagura ugacokerio ni kuri cia kahinda kanini ka thiku nyinyi kana mieri minini na ni kuri cia miaka mingi long term iyo ni njira imwe ni digitara thirikari ino yende gukomba guku kuri andu aguku locally handu ha ukomba kuri IMF icio na World Bank tondu conditions cia andu acio niko ire na riu haga turi already twina thiri munene muno uguo thirikari iri yonganagia mbeca guku iri ikiriha mathiri macio nona
tukaruta mbeca guku tukiriha thiri
unaona so uguo ti undu ngihota guti undu rithia nake tutiriuma handu hamwe niko back time uguo kira ndingi advice kana ndingiuga thirikari fatire gwika ni ati fatire ukomba gukuro kare kuri andu kuri kambuni kuri shares ta icio ndauga ni kuri bonds ta icio ndoiga na netige tondu ona thirikari ino tondu so far so good niko mbere 200 billion uguo niguo uma kuri IMF mbeca icio ri na niraugire nirenda kunina uhoro ucio wa mathiriri tutirona gugithio wega tondu nona nao riu mbeca ona yake ungania ici nyingi through finance bureau wa go ri coke rihe 200 billion ri na already iyo ni meri igana ni less than ona wakati muthiru like tuge it's like about in 8 months niko bete mbeca icio tukobete already ri ni tuguithi handu
acha wakiri kuma budget ya ire rakirikirie ukihatuka ya ire yahatukitio ni thirikari ya President Uhuru Muigai wa Kenyatta mwaka wa financial year ya mwisho ya thirikari ya Uhuru ya 2022-2023 urigithanitie na budget ino ya thomo ya mbere ya President Uhuru William Samoei Ruto ya 2023-2024 ni kuonania ate hena mbeca ciongerereka thiini wa budget 200 billion niki uratuma thirikari kana niki kiratuma wicirie gitumite thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza icirie kuongerera budget na shilingi bilioni 200 niki gikimonete kahi mbeca ciongererekete bururi-ini
gwiciria
na kurero garama ya muturire iguru kaigua garama ya muturire no niyo budget tuongerera na bilioni 200
takajuge andu aria tuthomete economics kira gigutuma thirikari yongerere na ikona na budget nene ni gwiciria ni rona ni kuhota kugania mbeca nyingi magoti maingi gukira thirikari cingi cia hau kabere tondu ni ikite magaruruku maingi muno thiini wa ruhonge rwa KRA rukorunganagia mbeca nituonete magicenjia nginya leadership na magacoka riu ni mara introduce maundu maingi makwa igoti tari machine icio iratuika cia tax
cia kuruta marithiti
dukaini for example tax invoice uka invoice everything you are paying ugacoka ugatuika ati akorwo ni marona ni makuongerera PS1 macio tukugaga so gucie ni mona ni makuhota kuonga kwina ni makuoya mbeca nyingi ukira
togo mbeca ici kuringana nawe wakiri ici cirongererwo 200 billion cirenda ciume cia hari mu Kenya oyu urauga garama ya muturire iguru
uguo niguo kuroneka ni kuroneka ati
mu Kenya na kindu angi oyu
marenda riu kindu niguo niguo tukuona uguo niguo tweteire kuona tondu uria tuwe cost of living indo ithiite iguru kindu almost gutikiri tathiite iguru riu ri mundu acoka already cost iri acoka ongererwo igoti
ero hari kanya mutwenda
kuoya hari mundu ucio ri nona riu hau tutuika ni gukurihoteka tondu for example ta ikonita housing ino marauga level ino ri ile tuika ona kone no be 3% oka 1.5 ri urakora mundu already na loan mundu tuge ni yo loan tene etiguo na no nginya akirihe ira kuri bengi ka kuri masako na ni arakiriha acoka ongererwo
ero hari kitu kuoyo hau
okumo hau tubeta twatigara
bengi ni roya na mwene nyumba ni
roya ule mundu uyu akuo igoti mbeca ciothe ri mbeca iria ritika ona cio ri inika finally ri tuicitana githungu disposable income iria angihota kugura nayo indo ri iguko ile mbeca itari kiene mundu ucio ndahota kugura indo hata guthi kugura cukari wakinyuagire ndubia hata kugura mutu na kwa mundu ucio nako ene atigona kamucara kanene ri income agira after igoti ri akone ahwa indo ici ingi ri bado nakugura igoti ri avi na magoti maria mangi so how gwiciria thirikari ndigwiciria ni ciritio wega muno horo uyu na ta amwe maikoragwo mari finance ni muno ri ni makwenda ni ndira ma challenge marore proposals icio wega
kuringana nawe nawe wakiri advocate ni gwenda hiyo gitire wakiri wa Rutere na tuonete thirikari ikiuga ni haririe kuoya magoti maingi muno na ni ngwirire ni almost 2.57 trillion nicio thirikari irenda kuoya makiria kuria Kenya nigetha ikinyanirie budget ino kuringana nawe kuria KRA no rio miwe na macira maretwo na igwa KRA tukaigwa ungumania andu mana waiverwo tax andu mana fake mana henania oro wigi tax KRA warora wina imani nayo ni kuhota gukinyaniria guteithĩrĩria thirikari gukinyaniria budget kana ungumania no guthii na mbere kuria KRA
reke njuge bũrũri ta Kenya na mabũrũri marĩa mangĩ ta maitũ tũtirahota gukinya ta mabũrũri ma Rũraya gwĩciria matingĩhota reke ngwĩre for sure wa mbere matina capacity matirĩ na andũ a kũruta wĩra ũcio arĩa mangĩtrustwo wa mbere kwĩna deficit ya trust andũ arĩa makũruta wĩra ũcio rĩ nĩgetha ma make sure atĩ nĩ gwathi gũti mũndũ ũrĩ ũkaga kuuga atĩrĩrĩ kĩndũ rĩa mathabu makwa akwa tax nĩ ĩno rĩ oya mbeca ici ndega tax kanini gũtirĩ na andũ tondũ rĩu no marutire wĩra na honge iria ciroraga ungumania ta anti corruption EACC na Kenya kĩrĩa tuonete nĩ atĩ honge cia Kenya itihotaga kũruta wĩra hamwe thiko na supremacy battles
honge ikarie
so to the extent ati KRA matirĩ na for example thigari ciao cia kũrora ungumania tondũ tuonire mĩci ya rats ni kora mena ginya mawakiri marandikirwo makarora transactions iria irathi na mbere KRA matirĩ na matirĩ na capacity iyo na Akenya ithuĩ ũrĩa tuhana ithuĩ tũrĩ andũ akwa nginya ona gĩkorwo mũndũ ũkoragwo na kiosk na harĩa nĩtũĩ wega heaga mũndũ kĩndũ akorwo na license ũyũ mũndũ arĩhe tax
ũyũ no akũheana kanyamũ kanini njeherera
so andũ matirĩ mindset ya andũ ndĩrehera harĩ ungumania tondũ andũ a KRA na andũ arĩa maruta akorwo ta biashara kwa ici small SME mindset yao batiri marahota gukorwo marĩ na mindset njega atĩ one men marĩ ready kuheana ihaki na kuona andũ aya nao maofisa make nao marĩ ready kwa ihaki so iyo Harold gwĩciria thirikari
Harold ndĩngĩhoteka kũrũĩka
aca
thank you muno makiria ndona njamba gwĩtwo Peter Ishaura iyo budget ĩgũtũhinyĩrĩria ũru muno ndikio kana hihi nĩguo wakiri akiuga Paulo wacigara njĩra wakiri nĩ aracira wega muno may God bless you Kirinda wa Njohi wakiri nĩ aracira wega biũ good discussion mũndũ gwĩtwo wakiri hena ũhoro wĩgiĩ VAT ya kĩndũ gĩtagwo petroleum irarĩ 8% niho President Uhuru wa Kenyatta aramĩtigire na rĩu thirikari ĩno nĩ ĩrauga kũhetũkĩra nginya watho ũrĩa wagĩthomwo nĩ wendekithĩtio nĩ CS rauga atĩ maguta nĩ makuma 8% na VAT yongererwo maita merĩ ĩthiĩ 16% kũringana nawe mũndũ ũranyua ngari maguta-inĩ nĩ arahinyĩrĩrĩka kana hihi nĩ ũyũ nĩ mwene betũrũ kana nĩ ũrendia maguta
agacuke kũringana na watho ũcio rĩ rĩrĩa VAT yongererwo mũndũ ũyũ ũra supply maguta no nginya ongerere cost no nginya amitware harĩ ya VAT no nginya amitware harĩ mũndũ ũyũ ũragũra
harĩ consumer
ũyũ
ũrogera maguta mũndũ ũyũ wa nduthi
so as long as VAT ĩrĩ igũrũ rĩ mũndũ ũyũ nake ama supply kwanja ama tũbetũ tũtũ ni twĩ gũkũthi ona nĩ tũrĩre mu tondũ tũya kũrĩ mabetũ ma manene tukaheo mena distributor arrangement ma distribute so as long as kwanja rĩu nĩ ongerereka kuma rĩu ona ndiũrĩa kũngĩthiĩ tondũ gwĩciria maguta rĩu andũ matigeciria atĩ nĩ makũgwa maũthia thiathĩ
na maguta marĩkũ apatĩra kũu nĩ kuga indo ici ingĩ tũgũraga nduka-inĩ nĩ cikwambatĩra kana gũtirĩ handũ ciĩtainwo
no nginya ciambatĩre tondũ ĩyo nĩ effect ĩmwe ya maguta ma igũrũ cost ya transport kana gũtwara gũtwara indo harĩa ibataire akorwo nĩ kuma indo iria iumaga port cigakinya Nairobi habara yo kana cost yo ĩtwagwo harĩ consumer ũguo aikorwo rĩu nĩ kuga atĩ kila kĩndũ kĩothe no nginya gĩthiĩ igũrũ
toguo andũ meharĩri toguo budget ĩno nĩ kuga atĩ ngarama ya mũtũrĩre nĩ ĩgũthiĩ na mbere na kwambatĩra
nĩ gũthiĩ na mbere
Andu manyite itimi cithi
ni guthi na mbere kurigana hau ti undu wa kwaririria riu gwiciria tigano hihi gwithie riu thirikari ndioi mubango riri ikona guo hindi ino tugithia na hau mbere no riu ta petroleum tondu nikoetwo petroleum products icio nikoretwo na thina muno tondu weciagia ni maguziro rate maybe akonita tax on transporting petroleum goods maziro rate akoni tax ya good transport maguta na riu gututina igwo tutocio so petroleum products riu indo ia ndaigua hau ingigwagwa kuringana na moni makwa ilo ta fertilizer na sugar kinaigwa tondu gwatuika igwa cost kana hadhara ya gucitwara trans gucitwara ida factory kana gukua fertilizer yo kumitwara kana indo iria ithondeka fertilizer tondu iria ithondeka indo nyingi ni eheria few igoti ni zero rate indo ta icio nicio tungiona riu ta cukari nifateire kugwa tondu no akigwa riu akori transport ya gutwara igwa kuri factory ni zero rate ni kumini ni eherio few so indo ta icio nicio ingikwa nicio tungiona riu duka-ini ikigwa
kweheria igoti hari kindu gitagwo fertilizer hihi we ni ureciria undu ucio ni ukurehe arimi ni maguthii na mbere na kurima na hihi ng'aragu ni guthira bururi-ini na hihi kweheria igoti kuri fertilizer kuringana nawe garama ya mutu ni kugwa matuka-ini
ya gucia ni kugwa no nginya ikigwa na guciria kauni kaundu kamwe kira tungiona twona hari budget ino na ni twona thirikari riu ni ki serious na horo ucio tondu riu fertilizer ya gituika ni mazero rate the cost ya kubi transport ni kugwa bei yao ni kugwa na andu ni makuhota gukirima na magiki atia na gukiongerereke ako ni bebe nigetha na andu aria mathiaga miras makiote kugura bebe cia kingi hari
ni ma
supply ya githiguru ri nona riu ni makuhota na gugika ati ukinyihia bei andu aya maragithia mutu so guciria hau ni hega na hau guciria hangithi uguo guciria in the coming days nitukuona
mutu
ukigwa mutu
gwĩcia Kenya othe magĩtĩire mutu kĩgwe kũringana na budget ino ya gĩthomo na nĩtuona nginya kũrĩ kĩgĩna kĩngĩ kĩagwetwo gĩtagwo hustler fund kĩgĩna gĩkĩ kũringana nawe ndĩrenda kũmenya kana hihi nĩwoneta kĩngĩteithia mbeũ njĩthĩ nĩ kĩoĩ thirikari ino ĩrakiuga nĩ ya hustler fund na makĩria nĩ makorirwo maika campaign makiuga no nginya tũgagĩteithia hustlers na budget ile ya thomo wakiri kana engineer kana wakiri warotere hihi nĩ wega ũtwĩre hustler fund ya heo 11 billion kuringana nawe mbeca ici nĩ igũteithia hustlers kana itikũhota kũmateithia
reke njuge hustler fund kuma thirikari ĩno na rĩrĩa ya campaignaga ĩyo yarĩ one of the pillars kana maũndũ marĩa ya promisete andu na nitwakiona ni wega tondu kuringana na billion icio ya heo ruhonge rura ni ku enhance rongererwo funds getha andu mahote gukorwo andu aya kwanja biashara ici nini tucindaga SME businesses ni bakuhota gukorwo maki access no riu thina ni atiriri no maheane biashara icio no gukorwo njira ya guciona ndio kweli ri ndaihu
njira ya guciona
na bakeri kuriha maruni macio mako makiheanwo so success kuheana mbeca ni mongerera ni wega it's a good thing no riu it means to be seen kana mbeca icio ni ikuhota ni andu makota gucikinyira na ni kuoneka na biashara kana ikutia ruti wira ni bakuhota kuriha maruni macio andu ingi akurihwo ni fadio no ethire biu ni collapse
wakithengi muno wakiri wakiri aracira wega muno Norman Kehio na makiria ndiro na andu ingi muno marikite ndumiri cianyu nigucithoma ndirende twambe tuikirie turacokereria nigetha makiria turore unjira wakiri nituonire muthuri mugathe ahuruke horo Mwai wa Kibaki niokire na kigina gia ku empower mbeũ njithi getagwo youth fund niokire na kigina getagwo women enterprise fund nituronire mugathe Uhuru wa Kenyatta na athurwo president aroka na kigina giake getagwo uwezo fund riu kuma hari uwezo fund president nioka William Ruto kuhetokera budget yake ni araugire arokia na kigina gitagwo hustler fund o president na kigina giake nikwenda kumenya woni waku tumenye niki gitumaga o president yoka oke na kigina giake hi no kuhotekeke o president yaguka agafuata kioneki kĩorio ũngĩ makiria tugucokereria wakinya gutucokeria kĩũria kĩu.
GTN TV, home of gifts and talents. The Nyeri National Polytechnic nĩ mũrakũnyita ũgeni we mũrutwo wa secondary mũciari aruti a wĩra kothi-inĩ cia moko ta njuakari inyuothe mũranyita ũgeni thĩinĩ wa igongona rĩa Career Fair and Innovation Open Day na Jumamothi tarĩki 17 mweri tũrĩ wa gatandatũ kwambĩrĩria thaa 3 cia rũcinĩ nginya thaa 11 cia hwaĩ-inĩ. Maya mothe magĩtabanio thĩinĩ wa The Nyeri National Polytechnic Ground. Thimu ya Open Day ĩno nĩ gũteithĩrĩria arutwo gũkinya matua mega harĩ ũcagũri wa kothi. Kũingĩra gũtirĩ marĩhi. Igongona rĩrĩ rĩkamemerekio ĩmwe na GTN TV.
RBG Works Limited is a construction company that deals in construction materials produced with state-of-the-art machines. They are uniquely designed to fit all your construction needs for buildings, roads, pavements, parking lots, bridges, and many more. The materials include interlocking hollow blocks, cabro pavers, road curbs, road channels, hollow ports, louver blocks, paving slabs, wall coping, side slabs, spindles and balustrade, coverts and concrete posts. For more enquiries, you can contact us on 0738 123 123, that is 0738 123 123, or visit our company that is located opposite Kagumo Teachers College along the Nyeri Mukurweini Road. All are welcome.
My name is Samuel Kahura, Principal Nyeri High School. On 23rd of June this year, 2023, we will be having a ceremony in the school that will be launching the school anthem, Swahili version.
The launching of the Kiswahili school anthem.
The Kiswahili version of the school anthem.
Swahili anthem.
We already have an English one. And this has been an effort from the students and teachers of Nyeri High School, trying to bring the team spirit among the students and all the stakeholders, so that we are able to handle all the matters in the school. We would like to say this, that Nyeri High School is almost 100 years old. It has been producing men of substance who are out there in the society. Therefore, that day will be one of those days that will be coming up to form the very, very, very strong history and the heritage of our great Nyeri High School. Welcome the viewers of GTN into this very big ceremony, and ask you to continue partnering with us so that we can bring up these young men in the right way. Karibuni.
Niguo kwamukira rwimbo ngatho rutuike skiza tune ya thimu yaku ukwandika kiugo skiza wikire space wandike kodi ino 6981766 utume kuri 811.
GTN TV, home of gifts and talents.
Itwacokereria ringi mwirori wa GTN TV ni ngatho nyingi muno ari muthenya munene wa thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza. Muthenya wa muthi nirio mathoma budget yao ya mbere, budget ya mbere ya thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza. Wakiri ari ndakuria kiuria o president kuma Moi wa Kibaki ni okire na kigena giake, Uhuru wa Kenyatta yoka na kigena giake, na ntonie nginya Uwezo Fund ena mathina tondu kwina group cio ire mbeca itie cia cokia, Hustle Fund kwina group cio ete mbeca itie cia cokia. Niki githia na mbere o president yoka agoka na kigena giake?
Guciria o president oka njenda gukorwo na gitiga legacy yake na guciria koragwo ni kuga ati funds icio ingi niko itiko ihigetie ikiro ikiro ageciria nä agå kana no undu må no kå batithio rä twa different rä no retwo hasara fund na no thirikari ndä kirä te fast no reke tuge noyo no kwenda kå mä gemia rä twa rä ngä na må ndå ageciria hingä nä agå mä ka kaå ndå kangä different nä agå cenjia no idea noyo
taguo ä no no korwo nä youth fund taguo kuringana na thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza ngirokire empower youth fund empower women enterprise fund mekire mbeca uwezo fund ine no ndu mwe na hasara fund
no ndu mwe atina difference
hena mundu ajira uliza wakili when the finance bill will start being effective will it help Kenya not to borrow from western countries?
Okay, ideally ugo niguo watho ucio renda wike ati nigetha Kenya itige utinda ikirira na ngombo cia nakuja no twacho atwakira ningi igikihinyerie ningi andu muno ri mauto igo no mauto igo nginya ya kumaruta na riu wakia kumaruta wakia ga mbeca makoni ngi mauto igo tiri othe ri ndigwiciria so government kore kingi ibatire gwika thirikari ni ku balance ningi ya ukomba guti mundu akombaga ona we gwaku mucii kana ona kuri okoragwo so gukomba ti kuru kiria gwibataire ni gu strike balance between gukomba especially ku avoid gukomba muno na nja ugerie muno gukuroko na kwina maundu maingi kiria ni digiciria ri ni kuongerera andu amaruta igoti bakoma reingi ukamake sure mundu wothe kana mundu wa boda boda kana mundu uri urendia groceries uti mundu ari haigoti handu ha kuongerera tandu a wira already tondu mundu na pay slip ni atakujita mushara ucio ri thirikari uko ri ngota muno kuringana nani ati gutwiki ati mundu wira pay slip ni kuhota kurenga ni kurehata kurenga mushara na kuuri igati no ni bataire guthie na ni kaba yandike andu ingi thini wa ruhonge rwa KRA mahota kwa mathiri maingi matati bati o mundu uti utauta igoti ira tuko tuli thirikari ikio na mbeca guku handu ha gukomba
wakiri wa Rotere advocate rauga kaba thirikari ongerere aruti a wira aingi KRA moke magera magoti kuria Kenya handu ha gukomba ikigonu waku ni uriku nyandikira ndumiriri ha mitambo-ini wakiri tuona makiria CS agithoma budget yake neuga ohoro wegie guthaka kamari kana kindu gitagwo betting ni undu wa gutigirira arutwo matina beti muno na makiria arutwo cukuru ni ongerera igoti ria kubeti kuma ciringi kuma 7.5 ginyagia 12.5% kuonania ati VAT ni ongererwo hari betting kuringana nawe betting ni njega kana hi uguo meka ni mahitia
kajuge mauta macio ni mega ndora ni mongerera kuma 7% up to 10% na guciria ona kiria muno mongerera ni tax iria thirikari iri yaga hari ku advertise maundu macio ma betting ku advertise ginya njohi by the way ginya njohi akoru ni ma advertise ku advertise
kureha advert ginya ukuta mitambo
kwira igoti ukorere iguru na ni wega tondu maundu macio ti maundu as much as thirikari niko discourage but akoma ri maingi atwa akorwo tondu betting yo kuri andu merete muno ri ku bet ri mogero igoti ri ni uku reduce maundu macio so hau ni handu ni wega
shukari uria uruma nja ya bururi naguo no akorwo kiroro makiria shukari uria ukorwo kiuma nja ya bururi no ongerero igoti o kilo imwe ciringi 5 kuringana nawe ndeteno ni guteithia bururi no economically kana ni kuhinyiriria bururi
abe nyambe gwirwa ithaka kuringana horo cio wa shukari shukari uria wongererwo igoti ni shukari wa kawaida tunyuaga uyu wikagira cai-ini no ni njira njega tondu ni gutuma factory iri guku citeithike na murimi wa guku akwa akiona kindu to ni ku avoid competition ya andu mareka atia mauta cukari na nja uguo nduko kiuma na nja tukorwo tugiconsume mo guku no hari cukari ungi utumagirwo hari ukona medicinal value utumagirwo hari cukari iho utumagirwo hari laboratories utumagirwo hari maundu ta macio na guthondeka na ki ucio ni free ni weherio duty ni weherio duty tondu ucio ni weherio ni guteithia hako ni mathibitari hako ni chemicals iria itumagira cukari ucio ndunongererwo uria ongererwo ni cukari wa kawaida wa kunyua na ni wega tondu mundu nake icio factory ciako ni kuhota gukura iria cikona ukumumias ni kuhota gukura wega na murimi one kindu
mathire mabũrũri no mathire kuringana na wakiri kana hi no miario kana hi we warora budget ino yathomwo na muere ucio urendekithio wakuwe magoti kuringana na wina mwihoko no tutiga gukomba biu kana
Reke tutigitiga gukomba tondu ona mbeca icio thirikari ni rauga iri ginya kwitukira watho marenda kuhituke wa finance guku mbeca icio thirikari ndingĩhota kũngania mbeca ciothe cia mahũthĩro mayo gũkũ bũrũri-inĩ. Ũguo gũkomba no nginya tũrĩkomba no kĩrĩa kĩngĩka thirikari ũhote kũnyihia ngombo icio.
Tuna makiria hari ndungi warikia guthomwo ni CS wa Treasury Ndung'u ari horo wegi sports na sports ni turonire nginya president akinengerana nyumba ya ciringi milioni 5 he muteng'eri umwe guku bururi-ini aramunengera ceki ya ciringi milioni 5. Bururi witu wa Kenya ni tuikaine na ngumo ya guteng'era turi ateng'eri twana make history mabũrũri-inĩ. Oho ni turi mithako mingi tuthakaga twana na andu aingi makoto me sports ni yaheo 17.7 billion kuringana nawe mbeca ici ni igutumika kana ni igutumika wega kana hi ni igu improve mathako bururi-ini hi ni igwakithia stadiums kana hi urona tari urugano na rukorwo sports-ini tuko rugithie wega.
Reke tuge mbeca icio ri kana njuge hakwa ni mwene mbeca icio ingĩhũthĩka nĩ mbeca nyingĩ na nĩ hetwo gũtirĩ thirikari ĩngĩ ĩrĩa yahe rũhonge rwa mathaka mbeca ta icio na nĩ wega mũno tondũ rĩu nĩ akorwo nĩ makũhota kũmanage icio ciao twanaigua andũ nĩ magũthiaga gũthaka na nja kwaga mbeca nginya cia kũmarĩha
nĩ kwomire
magatigiti rĩu maũndũ macio ndĩ na tondũ tũikaine kwanja ta mahenya rĩu rĩu thirikari irekire mũirĩtu ũcio araheirwo mbeca icio milioni 5 nĩ wega mũno na agũthwo nginya nyũmba by the way na nĩ wega mũno tondũ nĩ encourage andũ kwanja aya mateng'agĩra aya gũkũ Rift Valley bathi na mbere na gũteng'era na nĩ kũrehera thirikari rĩrĩa andũ acio marathiĩ na nja rĩ ni bararehe kindu gitagwo foreign exchange na Kenya tondu tourists ni maguka guku kuona andu acio mateng'agĩra na ki na nginya rĩrĩa marathie na rĩrĩa marongererwo mbeca ko makaheo mbeca na magakio nyumba ni maraini karinjo tondu tene ni turaiguaga athaki munioka thikari ya Kenya gũtikĩndũ ya muhe no tũbeca tũrĩa athũkũma na kuja agoka agahũthĩra tugathira akwa ari muthĩni no na rĩu hau atirathia wega so ngwĩciria hau thirikari hau ndĩkĩte wega na rĩu kĩrĩa ndingĩ expect ati mbeca ici itikahũthĩrwo tondũ problem itu ya Kenya nĩ mbeca nĩ ungumania so mbeca icio twanaigua actually na kũrĩ kesi rigoti twaigua andũ mabutirwo maire mũbira
icio cia sports nĩ
ciarĩo nĩ cieka atia so challenge ĩrĩa nene nĩ corruption thĩinĩ wa Kenya.
Hau turonire hari PS urakiumire kuria Kemsa arakorirwo akirutwo ruhonge-inĩ rwĩgiĩ Kemsa arathamio rĩu arĩ sports-inĩ tutikio hihi kana ni okorwo agitindika sports na njira njega turonie nginya CS uria urendekithirio kuingira ruhonge-inĩ rwa sports makiria kiumite Nyeri County Charles Jagua kuringana nawe Charles Jagua mangirikia kuhitithio ma CS no hote gutindika sports bũrũri
ndake njuge ati ni tutingimenya wega uria agukana kuruta wira wega na nituwe ati andu acio chief secretary mafanya guteithĩrĩria minister na nĩ makorwo mena mandate nene mũno day to day running ya rũhonge ta rũu na tũkũhope ati nĩ changes icio irekirwo thĩinĩ wa honge icio nĩ mũnene wa bũrũri gwĩciria mũthamaki wa bũrũri yakĩrorete akona nĩ gũkwenda changes maybe nĩ akĩiguĩte toko ana information tutari mũthamaki wa bũrũri akona intelligence toko akĩiguire nĩ akĩrĩkia kwenda gũtigika toko mbeca iria akĩrĩirwo hihi na hihi tondũ akiuga gĩcenjia andũ acio so change nĩ njega na tũkũhope trust ya president yakina andũ thĩinĩ wa andũ acio rĩ nao nĩ magũgĩkĩdeliver kana nĩ magũkĩruta wĩra wega
nĩ ndona makiria CS nĩ akorwo agĩtanja mbeca kana kĩgĩna kĩrĩa gĩgwĩkĩrwo ũhoro wĩgiĩ ICT ministry ICT ĩrĩa yatongoregio nĩ mũndũ wĩtagwo Mũcerũ rĩu ministry ya ICT ĩna ciringi bilioni 20 na ndaigua CS mendekiria make nĩ atĩ nĩ gũgwakwo ICT centers makiria matũũra-inĩ guteithĩrĩria mbeũ njĩthĩ nĩ ũndũ wa maũndũ megiĩ gũthoma maũndũ ma ũkinyanĩria gũthoma ũrĩa mangĩan online kuringana nawe ndeto ĩno ĩgiĩ ICT hubs gũkũ mashinani no ĩteithie mbeũ njĩthĩ no ĩkirĩtie mawĩra kana hihi no njĩra ya gũte mbeca cia mũingĩ
reke njuge atĩ kĩrĩa nĩ policy njega mũno na gwakanya hubs icio nĩ njega mũno tondũ thirikari ĩno kĩrĩa one of its pillars nĩ kũ digitalize government services iko ire digital mitambo-inĩ ati yako ni license urenda ni uguthia ko hau gicagi hena internet ri uguthio e-citizen uthio download uri hirio hau urike maundu macio handu auti ndogithie Nyeri for example ko Imathira nona so ni guteithia muno andu aya kwanja SME business andu aya small entrepreneurs SME businesses icio gukura tondu riu nona riu akwa ni mundu ari hari ari gicagi kwao ni akuhota kugira mutambo-ini agate license ke maundu ari hirio hau na thie na mbere na kabiacara kau hau gicagi-ini kao ataguthie kuria Nyeri no akiona riu hau ni handu hega muno na guciria hau ni undu mwe uria thirikari eka wega kuringana na uria eriria andu pillars yayo ya digitalization kana maundu mathie na na mwishi shokianĩria so how ni hega.
In that one you say you vote yes?
Yes, 100%.
Wakiri uga vote yes uhoro wigi ICT hub no ageithio ni mundu tagwo Starly SC arajira watching from KNH Othaya show equality thengio muno arutia wira a KNH Othaya ne gatho ne jeni muno atwirorera muri kuria mukutira kuria thibitari Karithi Kansura muko sawa kabisa thengio muno Karithi Kansura okuria guothe uri Jane Gonyo. Another question on construction of the TVET institution. How will they be effective since capitation will be pulled out, hence reduced students in them? Orowegi ari besha ciekirwo gwa TVET thĩinĩ wa makiria constituency iria icigo cia mbunge iria tene ciahota gwaka TVET institution. Kuringana nawe cukuru ici cia TVET nĩ irateithia bũrũri?
Nekejua nĩ irateithia bũrũri na nĩ wega mũno guo tondu guciari wona uti constitution stanyiri ita ina TVET kwetha ni
Othaya kwina mathenge Mathira kwina Mathira TTI
yes
Mukuru-ini technical
ona tetu gwiciria ni kuri nayo
tetu kwina TTI
yes
so
so TVET ici ri na mbeca ici ni ngugite mbeca kuringana na ni maheirwo mbeca hari ruhonge rwa mbeca iria iheo 6 area 600 something billion ici cia hiru ruhonge rwa education ni mahetwo mbeca ayu TVET na cia kuori ni guteithĩrĩria thirikari hari ku realize 2030
vision 2030
tondu ni kuofa andu ni mako mena makwe power na technical courses abaya matarahota guthii na mbere university kana ki maguthie na mundu aguteithika na nginya na aga kwandikwo ni ena skills kana ni akuheo ni akuhena ujuzi wa kuiga mawira make kimundu so gwiciria iyo ni gunu wega muno na ino thirikari gwiciria ni very committed na how it has scored
togo thirikari ni kuringana nawe kire kiriteithie mbeũ njithi ni mundu agena technical skill kana athome kothi ya moko
yes going forward gwa vuri uthiite na TVET ni
kwakiri manyihanyihe andu amwe maprabas
maingĩ
thengi muno makiria wakiri hari mundu anjira muko sawa kabisa no ageithio ni mundu etagwo Dickson wa Kanini anjira mitambo-ini ni akugeithia muno wakiri he no ndona makiria a Kenya ingi magikoro ma comment uhoro wigie TVET institutions icio ni marauga hihi kwina mbeca citakwetwo cia capitation macukuru mako mena thina na mwiritu retwo Jane ni ari uhoro wigie corruption ungumania kuringana nawe corruption ingi ni ino atondo budget no ithomo nene mbeca cithomo nyingi cicoke cihorokere corruption kuringana nayo hakiri na ni ni ugiciita macira maingi megie ungumania ingi ni ino ta guku bururi-ini
guciria corruption no ni na kindu kimwe gitagwo mindset andu macenjie guciria wa maundu bakorwo ati matira wenyewe ba make decision na matue itua
mundu we mwenye togo thirikari tio ingiteithia
thirikari ingiteithia tondu andu bagiko mari kure we ni gwirire niwe wirinde kuheana ihakiri no thirikari hau handu irokira taru icio TVET icio capitation iyo mbeca iria mari heagwo ri ndigwiciria thirikari irenda makomba kirisi mbeca ciao so riu mari mbeca ciao ri kuriko kwina ungumania ri mbeca icio ri nona no collapse tondu igikiaga mbeca ri igikiaga funds ni guthii na mbere
riu igithi na mbere
igwakwo icoke collapse cigiakwo icio ni mbeca cia huthika na cia collapse ri itina chivure ikwendaga na ni gutuma nginya so basically horo wako aungumania ri uri across board kundu guothe na ni undu very serious na it should be a mindset andu makorwo macenjie matu na matu ati unu buru wao ati magira ungumania ni buru wa mathukia na ni ciana ciao ikathinika mabũrũri marĩa makoragwo twi marũraya na kĩ kũrĩa gũtakorwo na kĩrĩ andũ enyewe gũtirĩ mũndũ wĩtĩkagĩra ihaki kana ũheanaga ihaki
na rĩu gũkũ bũrũri-inĩ aiko mabũrũri marĩa mananja tuonde nginya ma minister au gũkũ bũrũri-inĩ mangĩthiĩ ma benchmark na kũu nja mone ũrĩa hihi mabũrũri ta mau matatũ matakorwo maiga corruption matingĩrehe changes gũkũ bũrũri-inĩ
reke tuge
no cia thirikari
reke tuge ona makorwo magĩthiĩ na makorwo magĩthiĩ benchmark magũthiaga na wandenginya ta mabũrũri ta Singapore kũrĩa kũrĩ zero tolerance na macoka gũkũ rĩ in fact ona nĩo makoragwo marĩ matongoretie thĩinĩ wa ungumania so rĩu andũ rĩ gwĩciria they just taking cue from their leaders tondũ andũ matingĩkorwo marĩ leaders ingĩthua ndongoria ndingĩkinya nyeki so rĩu gwĩciria atongoria makĩia rĩu andũ aramera gũkũ thĩ rĩ makĩona nĩ kwagĩrĩire
ona ithuĩ reke tũhatũke nacio andũ arĩa akũrũ nĩ marorwo na makĩria nĩ gwĩkĩrwo rũhonge-inĩ rwa andũ arĩa akũrũ na makĩria na mĩikarĩre nĩ gwĩkĩrwo ciringi birioni 36 36 billion program ĩno ya introduce nĩ former government nĩ former regime ĩgiĩ kũrũmbũiya andũ arĩa akũrũ tũiguĩte kahinda kararĩho makiuga mbeca ciao itikoretwo cikĩingĩra kũringana nawe mbeca ici cia andũ akũrũ nĩ important kana nĩ ciagĩrĩire
mbeca icio nĩ ciagĩrĩire mũno tondũ bũrũri one of the indicators kana kĩonereria kĩa bũrũri ũthiĩte na mbere nĩ bũrũri ũkorwo nĩ ũrahota kũrora andũ arĩa akũrũ tumetaga senior
yes
tondũ andũ acio ti andũ mena hinya ti andũ mena hinya wa mwĩrĩ au kũruta wĩra so mbeca icio nĩ very important na no nginya andũ acio rĩ bũrũri ũrĩ na economy njega nĩ ũbatiĩ gũkorwo ũkĩmahe kanyamu tondũ mũndũ ũcio ndarĩ na njĩra ya livelihood kana ndarĩ na hinya gũkorwo agĩka atĩ agĩthũkũmĩra so thirikari nĩ ĩbatiĩ gũkorwo ĩkĩrora mũndũ ta ũcio na nginya mabũrũri marĩa tũkĩroraga ma Amerika na kũrĩa kũngĩ ũguo nĩguo gũthiaga na mbere so mbeca icio nĩ ciagĩrĩire na nĩ wega mũno tũkũhope tondũ itirĩ kuo twaiguaga nĩ maikarĩte ta mĩeri 6 matarĩ
mona mbeca matũraga mahanaga raini bengi
so rĩu rĩ nĩ mabataire kũ enforce thirikari ya mbeca icio rĩ makorwo na mahote kũ enforce tuuga atĩrĩrĩ nĩ gũtigĩrĩra atĩ mbeca icio ciakinyĩra andũ acio na nĩ ciathira through channels njega bengi na itinarĩo nĩgetha andũ acio makorwo magĩteithĩka tondũ gĩconoko kĩnene mũno andũ ta icio andũ makũrũ matarĩ mayo makorwo magĩkwo tondũ matirahota gwĩka atĩ
kuona kĩndũ gĩa kũrĩa
na thirikari ndĩrahota kũmahe kĩ na nĩ ĩkĩrĩte thĩinĩ wa manifesto yao na makauga tũgũkorwo tũgĩteithia andũ so no ĩkorwo no hakwo harĩ horu mũno na thirikari no ĩkorwo ĩkĩfeel na ĩfeel mũno ĩngĩaga gũtigĩrĩra atĩ nĩ mahingio ũguo
nĩma wakiri tuthiĩte ũguo nako producer wakwa ranjĩa nĩ agũthoma mohoro hena rũhonge rwa nyamũ cia gĩthaka thirikari yekĩra ciringi birioni 10 kũringana nawe ĩno nĩ priority gwĩkĩrĩra nyamũ cia gĩthaka birioni 10 hihi nĩ kwagĩrĩire kana mbeca imwe cia ici birioni 10 cingĩatwarwo honge ingĩ iria ciĩna priority is it a priority kũhe rũhonge rwa nyamũ ciringi birioni 10
well reke njuge birioni 10 ti nyingĩ na ti nini na njuge atĩ rũhonge rũu nĩ rũbataire kũheo mbeca ona ko harĩ niũ ka kahinda gaka kũringana na harĩa mũtũrĩre ũrĩ ĩyo ndĩrabataire gũkorwo makĩheo mbeca icio although tondũ rĩu rĩ maheo mbeca icio rĩ thirikari ĩrona kĩ
ĩrateithĩka
tourist nĩ maroka ingĩ gũka kuona nyamũ icio nwanyita rĩu angĩkorwo tondũ tũtirona akorwo ta tourism ĩgĩthiĩ wega rĩ tondũ mabataire tondũ tourism ĩyo nĩ njega tondũ tũrehagĩra mbeca ndora andũ a tourism moka na ndora moka na ndora rĩ ndora nĩ kweri most stable Kenya shilling makũrehe kĩndũ ta foreign exchange gũkũ Kenya na ĩkahota gwĩka atĩa ciringi kagĩa hinya na tũkona mbeca na thirikari ĩkona mbeca no angĩkorwo gũtirĩ na bangi kũ boost tourism industry nayo maheane for example akorwo nĩ ta gũkorwo andũ magĩũka ageni magĩũka gũkũ Kenya rĩ agĩkorwo matirahota kũ advertise na kuri aja ati barehe atari aingiri na ni maheanire mbeca nyingi kuri wildlife ri no nayo ni hathara so no nginya ma balance na meke serious marketing ya Kenya to kuheana mbeca icio kuri wildlife ni mathiete mabari na kuu akwa ni ministry ya tourism na andu ake mathie thitiananja mathi ma kiate ma advertise Kenya na kuuja ati twina kira nigetha andu acio
marketing ma advertise bururi we
no mangihana mbeca wildlife ri na matireka na batirumiririe na active na aggressive kwendia ruhonge ru muno na tu especially tourism then mbeca icio ri itiko na value yeah in my view
CS ni akorokeria maundu maingi makiria megie uhoro igie budget neuga utonga wa bururi ni ukombatira kumanagia na 4.4% ukorokia batira nginyagia kuma 4.8% ni ukombatira nginyagia 5.5% mwaka wa 2023 kuringana nawe utonga wa bururi ni ukombatira
reke tuge ati utonga wa bururi ri niguo tuga GDP no ni ukombatira no kuringana na measures icio na mbeca icio ciheanĩtwo kuringana na department ingirutithio wega na kwage corruption kĩnduge kwage corruption utonga no wabatire tondu mungiungania mbeca nyingi icoke ciko kwina ungumania no ukiye no utonga ucio no wabatire
ndungiabatira
so thirikari ni kwenda
uratucokio corruption ni rĩtwa wakiri
ndapucokia corruption tondu riri utonga ndungiabatira utonga ucio wa GDP ri growth development product wa bururi ri ndungiabatira gwiko kwina corruption so kira thirikari ndibatire kudio nakio muno ri na iko thini wa Kenya ri o riu ndekero thirikari no iraingirire twaiguire ku KEPSA ino ya ruhonge rwa medical services rwa dawa ona hari PS wa public health yo arugamirio already aikarite 6 months already ni undu wa corruption hiyo utonga ndungiabatira kwina corruption in government departments thina wa guku thina wa bururi uyu
ni ungumania
da gutiri utonga uri abatira ona ginya nyamo ino ĩrĩa housing project iyo raigua no kwata ukorwo huthu muno fadito ĩthie collapse tondu mundu ni aregwo mbeca ati ni cia nyumba icio ikorwo contract cina goro muno andu aya magwaka ikarihio gukira uria ciagirire so igia supervision njega ri uti utongo githi na mbere project ya housing ne gutungumana ndio collapse yeah so utonga no wambate no kungiaga kumenyerwo muno uhoro wa corruption na ni gukiri na watho kwena watho wa economic crimes act watho ungi ukoragwo ho wa procurement and disposal public procurement and disposal act wa 205 matho macio mangia ku enforce na mbagoti ma enforce ati kicira tocio wa anti corruption wa thigotini utigaye guthie riria guikarire riria andu mahithire ugatwaragwo tene tondu watwarwo wikarire ukaigua ati mbeca ntaruri kwa mbeca ni ciritwo cia KEPSA ri riu andu acio ni kukero ukambo karipoto honge cibare kwa investigate secretly nigetha inyiti andu tondu mauga kwina corruption andu mamenya ni kuhitha mehithaga ciro cha uthi gotini ri
wakora wakiri
wira ni no na wakiri ari hori ona wira ri nduri na strength andu ane mehithire ni makava mathafu ni mathondekirwo ni mabalanceirwo watuika gutire mbeca ciora yet ni kuri mbeca ciorire so ginya honge akoni cia DPP cia prosecution ni kwenda ciongererwo aruti a wira na ciongererwo budget nigetha irwane na corruption ino nigetha utonga wa bururi uguo marauga ukore from that percent 4% up to 78% ni possible no kwa uguo agencies ici ciothe iria ingi involved cia corruption cia prosecution cia borithi na ki ciaga gukorwo ikiruta wira kuria kwagirire ri gutiri utonga urithie na urikorwo kuo.
Thengi muno wakiri na makiria ni uchambuzi waku mwega uhoro wigie budget ino ya bururi ni tuona makiria uria mbeca ikigaitwo cia mawabici nginya mathirikari wabici ya president ni itongoretie na bilioni 11 wabici ya munini wa president Rigathi wa Gachagua kana Riggy G ihetwo ciringi 3.7 billion wabici ya minister munene kana the super CS mwitagwo Mudavadi ahetwo ciringi 648 million nikuonia thirikari ino ofisi ithatu ni cio ciikirirwo mbeca nyingi wonu waku ni uriku
ati na bata wa gukorwo wabici ikiheo mbeca ta icio tondu tutiritwo wira gwe mako makiruta akoni wabici ĩno ya munini wa bururi na wabici ĩno ya chief minister ya Noe Mudavadi twarora maundu maingi maruta wira tuhana-ini
kwatuika Mudavadi no aguthithia ciana nja ena telefoni nyingi nikio mbeca cirekirwo nyingi
na hiyo ti priority so niĩ nguhupaga na expectaga ati ni makuheo kindu kinini ukira mbeca icio maheo icio ni mbeca nyingi muno na mbeca icio gutiri services maukuro direct tondu kwina honge cia thirikari ya ira ina service delivery so andu aya ni wira wao ni gu supervise government na ku lead policy ya thirikari so ndirona uria maundu macio mabate ko makiria mbeca ta icio so mbeca icio ngwiciria hau budget yo allocation iyo tije kana digi na ndiratwana wega kuringana na uria mamerĩire andu thikari ĩrĩire andu nĩbataire ku reduce andu ni kuga ni makonga riu ri mbeca icio ni nyingi muno na department cia thirikari ri nacio ni ihetwo mawira macio na ni mawira marĩkũ mararuta wanyita
hena mundu andika atiri wakili watu wanataka eti ofisi ya deputy president imepewa pesa kidogo. Afadhali hii kuliko wakati wa Uhuru haikupewa hata bilioni 1.
Hiyo ni propaganda tondu wabici uti hindi ile itako budget-ini atari yaheo mbeca na deputy president wira wake ni called deputy president. In fact makao mari wabici ni presidency president and deputy president wanyita so mbeca iria ngikona nacio ka budget ya magiheo ri mostly ni current expense ya kuri handu wa wira ti mbeca cia gwika ini development tondu mbeca cia development nake kuri na specific kana honge iria akoni health akoni education tuge ni hiyo mbeca ciao so mbeca cia andu aya ri kwaje itibatire guthitukanio kuringana nani
sifati kuiganana
kuthukania atiriri ati wabici ya deputy president iraheo mbeca mwanya ya president iraheo na ya uyu ungi wa chief minister iraheo mbeca mahebatire kwa kiro budget imwe macoke mamenye uria makwenda kuringana ruci iria mundu aruta
It's better to depend on tax than borrowing. The borrower is always a slave to the lender. However, what strategy do we have to manage our tax with this high rate of corruption, wakili?
Na kitu ati wabere thirikari ni bataire ku manage a serious government thirikari wa mithure mugumbikagira na thini wa mwina kadarathi kana contract ati ni go provide security ni ku manage taxation ni ku reduce corruption kana ni ku check corruption but unfortunately ugo tugo guthia na mbere ugo tugo tuona guthia na mbere tuona thirikari itari serious na tukona thirikari ile nginya ikoretwo kutigane hende ya Moi wa Kibaki kwa na zero tolerance to corruption ndigire nginya majaji kwa na radical surgery cia 2 3 no thirikari ici chiko kite ukorwo hukuma hende ya Moi wa Kibaki ni malemeto fiu horo wa ugumania ni malemeto fiu na ndirona they have lost that battle na ndirona makihota ndirona
the battle is lost
it's already lost ona budget ino jego gutuhetu mbeca cia muingi ikuokanio akone icio house levy thini wa thiku cigana na miaka 7-5 iwe fadio ni ya collapse na mbeca cia Kenya ni ciio I mean kedige ni ciorira ni cia horokera wanyita
turi hau turore horo igi tutirari horo igi health kana ugima wa mwiri na ruhonge rwe ni key factor hari guko bururi-ini ruhonge rugima wa mwiri ruhetwo 141 billion ni ruhonge rwe na mbeca iria nyingi muno kuringana na budget ino ya thomo na makiria kwina nginya mbeca cikirio hau cirathie kuri counties oni horo igi ugima wa mwiri kuringana nawe ruhonge rugima wa mwiri guko bururi-ini niki hasa mabati uko makimurika
kitu ruhonge rwa mwiri matire guko makirora uhoro wa kuringana ruhonge rwa mwiri rwa gima mwiri ajui ni hari corner department igiri yako ya medical services and hari public health ina medical services ri niyo idirana maundu for example ndo cha kipsa weka atia kudio na horo wa supply dawa naki kile mafatia ko makensho ni atiriri wa mbere na haha na ndutina igua wega muno horo cio ukiaririo muno wako ruhonge rwa NHIF ni very important ya component very important
andu marari thibitari makero kaditi ya utawira
baadhi wena makero no horo cio wa corruption tondu wa mbere ri mbeca icio cia ta for example budget yo maheo mangigithondeka we maingi mari njega na corruption makuhe andu ndawa okay makora kuriha andu a wira kaunti riri hago mbeca thino in good time kuma treasury nigetha ikahota kuriha andu aya mautawira mathibitari-ini madagitari manasi na ki tuigua maikaragia mieri 3 matai mariho uguo muraro yawe rithi mundu na matiota gwika atia kuhudumira andu mundu wa kawaida then coming to issue ya akonita ruhonge ruru rwa NHIF
yes
ohoro ucio ni wa corruption ndu turario uguo meriga I think was last week niyo marahotire ukoma kiruri situfesha tunini muno kuma treasury guthi kuri mathibitari-ini matiru mathibitari iriku maheo urakora thibitari uta ugwitwo nyiri ugathi mathari ukerwo matirenda kuona NHIF card wathi thibitari ile irathi kutroi ateta mathari ngi athi NHIF matienda kumiona tondu matiraheo mbeca itirathicwo no mundu ni contribute rĩngĩ no twarire o month rĩrĩa ĩragwo mbeca iria tutwaraga ugatwara rũhonge rwa NHIF rĩngĩ ũkarengwo mũcara-inĩ nĩ ũra contribute no cionganio rĩ itiracoka kũriricĩrwo mathibitari nĩkĩo rĩu marakwĩra atĩ ũrĩhe cash tondũ njũĩ mũndũ urari mathĩna urari na biro ya kinya ciringi 40 na nĩ mũndũ wa gwĩte akaunĩka kũgũrũ
nena kandi
na rĩu arerirwo nĩ thibitari public ya karati na rero no mu contribute urehe kazi yote na kazi ngiri 4 tondu gitanda ate ngi magana mugwanja muthenya umwe wanyita riu ndike ndai kore kwa gicoko hari ungumania tondu akombeca ni munganirie kuri andu ri chenja every
mutirata gwikira
mutiraririci ri kuri mathibitari nigetha mahote mundu athie na kandi ya HF ri riu buri ugithiite ku seriously
makiria wakitukira ruhonge rwigi ministry ya ugima wa mwiri niyo ikuite KEMSA niyo NHIF thirikari ni yekira 141 billion ni kuonia thirikari ino ina ihinda itiro muno gutikirira ati ruhonge rwa ministry ya ugima wa mwiri ni rwa hurana corruption kana ungumani
gwiciria riu ora kuroneka kana vile thirikari ni riri kundio no horo ucio na tugukihupu ni gukihota nigetha mbeca icio ri makiheo ri igiteithia andu a Kenya
mbeca cia hero buni ciongererwo ni thirikari kuringana CS wa treasury mendekithie maria akithoma budget muthenya wa muthi kuma 15 billion to 30 billion thirikari hau ni yeka wega kwacithia githomo kia higher education
hau ni yeka wega muno na ngiona cio guhupu tondu andu makite maigua ati ukuhe andu ngiri igana rimwe thiini wa Kenya na miario ingi yaritio ni munene wa bururi na ngwiciria ndiari miega ya kuga ati mundu atwara mwana cukuru ya private ati uthio kamurihe bururi mothe mathiite na mbere utikindu kiri gorota higher education nigetha agwirire haria tukiambiriria ati ni wega muno andu makorwo makithoma na hau mbere magathia na mbere na help ni kwa iteithia kurukunene muno na ndibataire gukorwo iri discriminatory ati kuthitukania ati mwana uyu angari cukuru ya private na ari public no na hauti hega tondu nginya katiba ni wite ati riri ati 27 mundu ena wiyathi wa kwaga ukora githitukanio
Article 27 of the Constitution.
The right to non-discrimination. And ndibataire gukorwo ukidiscriminate ndu uriku kana uriku uguo andu othe a university mabataire gukorwo maki access help iyo kana loan ru nigetha andu othe makorwo magithoma ati mundu aingira ta ni njui andu maingire university na ni mare miroro makiuma ni ndu wa mbeca tondu umenye university waingira ndungirikia hari mbeca irio percentage ukuruta waingira na ndungikakigera utarikitie ni andu aingi muno ciana nyingi muno njugi cikoretwo ma university iremetwo kana mundu agathia agacenjia kothi athi kothi ya raithi tondu etetwo riu kothi njega ta medicine agacenjia
ni kwaga mbeca
so ri mbeca icio ri tukuhope ati andu ciana aria mari university uti mundu ukorwo agikate akema ruthi na mbere na tukuhupuru ndu kumanage wega nigetha andu aria nigetha ciana iko ikihota ku access o mundu wothe
nima ni ugire kiria thirikari ikiteithia kana kio ni gwikirira githomo tondu mawakiri maingihe engineer wa makiria wakiri wa rutere advocate maingihe thirikari ni yugire ni ikite bilioni 5 hari kuongerera kuriha subsidy ya fertilizer 5 billion oho kwina 25 billion ciikiritwo makiria kuriha arrears cieho ciigi subsidy cia korio cigikirwo fertilizer-ini na honge itiganite 25 billion cirariha mathire na 5 billion subsidy ya fertilizer
yes Uguo ni wega muno na ngwiciria ta riu thirikari ya ingiro uguo bataiza ira ciokire ya tweritwo ko eri ngiri kindu 3,500 cicoka gukinyira mundu na kindu ngiri 5
ikinya hari
mwananchi hari athi so subsidy yo ri ni guteithia hari ku supply bataiza yo ni kuta charges ici cia import duty ni guteithia bataiza yo yakinya ndu kimana muri bari yo kama heyo subsidy ri ara ma supply ri ndakota kumi supply na bei iri yagire nginya hari macinani ndoko ngiga subsidy yo cost yo ya kuma riu ya kinya kuria port bataiza yo ingi yakinya mundu haga subsidy consumer ni harakorwo akireha be igio kaiga kinya ngiri 5 na mera ni ngiri 3,500 so subsidy yo rungu hope ni guteithiriria na nimeka wega muno ikira subsidy yo rungu ciria rufataiza no hote obeire meranire ko ikinyira murimi.
Watching from Eldoret, Flora Muthoni, say hi to Akiri, na akagwithia muno ari Eldoret.
Na githeka muno.
Ni rakwirora.
Je Flora, no Akiri.
Flora no Akiri.
No Akiri.
Yuko na yari murehe guku.
Ari ukane muito mai ri muri white. Thirumi. Yeah.
Flora ni ritwa no Akiri akurehe guku nigetha nayo tuthomere article no igwa handira kila gero section 7 of the constitution gacoki article ini wa spirit wa ngoini akugeithia muno Salimia Wakiri na no wageithio ni friend na mundu etagwo Olivia wale mitambo ini
acio ndi moi acio ni ciana ciakwa ucio Olivia ni muiretu muwe muno na mwana ketagwo friend acio ni ciana ciakwa ni ndageithika na ndwega muno ni kuona ma kithikeria nduraria
wale mitambo
ini wega muno.
Hari mundu etagwo Julian Masheru. Corruption in Kenya requires an all-inclusive techniques such as mindset and relooking of process and procedures. Mundu ucio ni ashira
about the procedures of
etagwo Julian Masheru.
About procedures yake
procedure arauga kejokererege. Corruption in Kenya requires all-inclusive techniques such as mindset and macenjie mwiciririe wa na muonere wa maundu and relooking on process and procedures.
Ni maugo Masheruga ni muwe ni mwanake muwe muno ya thomaga Nyeri High School ni ona no ugugite ni agree nani ati tugiaucenjia mindset tutingiota kuhukura na corruption andu ara mari kuria murima kwa tonda guthie na America na kuria kungi andu acio kire makombekite mundu na taroro ni mundu jigwa utafuri ya konta German ungiguithia karatathi mundu uri in public mundu ucio ari in public ni akurugamia wanyita so andu ni decide no andu magi decide bururi wao uko ri mwega ati ithuothe tuko turi brothers keeper goge ensure ati ndenda uthi na mbere na ndona corruption ri ni wa mbere ndigo partake kana ndigo ko ndi umwe wa kunyitirira tondu for example karira wa meni muthigari ukamwe 50 ri no na we already when we
50 kako kakojitwo tene
no na we when we tikirite ati tutigithira mbere corruption so how mindset ni very important. Yeah.
Thank you muno mundu witwo Julian Masheru ugatho magera Nyeri High. Hena mundu witagwo Pauline wa Chinga ni akugeithia njera Wakiri no nginya ugeithie
ndaithika muno ucio ni muwe ni tukwa tutagawira nake magotini so ni muwe na ni thank you muno ni wega muno ni guthikia
ona kene watho ti mundu ngitwatwara uguo Thank you muno hari mundu ngirandika since the court is against the appointment of CAS aya maraki appointwa CAS uliza Wakiri what will happen are these CAS included in the budget hii mani budget ini
to how budget ni to andu acio CAS acio ri heci ro rigoti-ini ni mabire kurugamio makiro matikambe kuingira wabici-ini so ndigwiciria mbeca ciao ni ha budget-ini tondu no igwa ni andu aingi na ni makinya 50 na riu andu acio ri tondu ni gwagire cira na makirugamia maituika matigathi wabici-ri watho wa mugite ati ungirugamia ukaingira wabici ndungiheo mushara andu aruta wira uguo riu mishara ya andu acio ri ti captured
ndiri budget-ini
riu magika tuika cira ucio no warika na mautuka mbauthi wabici-ri no guthondekwo ni bunge supplementary budget ka budget ingi ya gukiriti mishara yao yeah.
Wakiri thank you muno na ni ndenda ngwetega maita maingi nigetha makiria tabarira ya rucine nigetha tuko tukirora tuithiranie maingi megi maundu maria maguthi na mbere na bururi-ini muthenya wa Tuesday tariu ni gwakona finance bill igicokeria bunge taguo ni ngenda tukorwo nawe haha muthenya wa Tuesday kiroko na ngacokeria ngatho ni gugiuka ngetha tuthii na mbere na ndereti ino na njira ndikiru ndireno ni producer wakwa twatigie ndagika igire nigetha tukorwo tukiingira tabarire ingi ndenda nguhe ndagika icio igire maundu maria mothe uraigua tatu ariganirwo kwaria na makirio tamburi andu makiri ha akina Pauline akina wakiri akina Mucero na andu aria ingi othe matwirorera mundu ugitwo wakiri ukimatambure.
Yes, kajuge budget yo he maundu maingi muno yaririria na andu no mathima ngenda-ini cio kiria social media no mathima follow up nigetha ma understand kuria mbeca ciao igutumika igoti ria marirutaga tondu thirikari irutaga mbeca kuri igoti ria turutaga wega uko kimenya nigetha ona criticize ako kimenya ura criticize tondu thirikari atwiririo na twire kuhana mbeca ici kuri this department na mbeca icio hihi ni cia kirutire wira uria wari irute so andu makwenda ma follow up mako makirora kana budget iyo ri estimate iyo twaheo ri na proposals icio ri thirikari ni atumirwo uguo so undu ucio ngiuga ni ati thirikari no ndikwenda kona na mass education ko githomithia andu korwo wa mauta ma magoti na ki nigetha andu makamenya bata wa igoti niki tumaga turute magoti na procedure ya budget yo na makwenda andu bamenye maundu macio mothe thirikari ni bataire gwika civil education na ndikaga undu uria ungi na ithuĩ tukwenda tukorwo turi very active proactive tukarage gutra turi nja thirikari politics kana gurumira thirikari ni duty ya mundu wothe wa members of the public no nginya tukorwo tukirora ithuĩ na ithuĩ angi professionals a finance mahoteire guteithia andu kuchambua maundu maya mathii na mbere guchambua budget ino makiria na mateithĩrĩrie andu kunyita aria mena githomo kia bao for example no mateithie thirikari ku processes iria itumagirwo no framework iria ibatire gwikirwo na ka nginya tawatho tocio finance bill matho mere andu hora public participation ati undu cio ni mena right ya kwenda guthi kuga uria makwenda ni mbeca cigana akwo ni house levy te yo levy turerwo ya nyumba ri ni mabatire ku no ndo rukaida kauri kahituku tondu ru ni rakitukire ni withiite that reading akori muthenya wa Tuesday na no wega tugakorwo tukiariria haha ngwihopu yako nigagi hitukari na ni likely 80% yata kuhituka tugakorwo haha tugikimisha bua kwa detail no yera tumiro haha na wakiri biru iyo nigetha tumirore kwa njira ndike njoke ngira acio andu acio athikiriria ni wega muno ni undu wa guthikiriria na ciuria icio moria ni njega muno na ni cia tumona ni get another perspective ya watho cio finance bill na budget yo muthi tuthi na bena ku engage tuli aragia haha mukaigwa muri free kujuria ciuria ciothe o ile mungenda kujuria kwa ina watho na nginya ikonomi na maundu ma finance thomete economics thomete commerce accounting maundu macio mothe uguo ni mati limited ona wira wakiri akoragwo thoma maundu maingi
na nikio kothi ni koragwo ithomagwo miaka mingi
kukorera ndi kumini atiriri ka talk about the subject at the side so they limited ati na maundu make ati maundu ma watho twariri maundu maingi muno nginya ma finance
thank you muno makiria ndi kurehe nginya uteti-ini tukiirania maingi megi uteti-ini njui ndurigitwo muno ni horo wigie utongoria wa bururi-ini na ngucokeria ngatho nyingi muno wakiri makiria ni gutucerera twatinda nawe guku twarumirira budget imwe kwa imwe na ngicokeria mweri wa GTN TV ngatho etagwo wakiri wa Rutere kuma gicigo kia bunge kia Mathira na wakiri wa Rutere ni atakirwo ni maundu maingi oguo akiuga maundu maingi economics maundu maingi watho ni ndi mucokeria ngatho nyingi muno Esther Joki wa Kanyinyi aranjira say hi to wakiri ni atuthomithia wega muno good budget analysis Esther no agithio ni Esther Joki wa Kanyinyi
agitheka muno
Esther Joki wakiri ni agitheka muno na makiria ni mundu wetagwo Wainaina wa Muthaiga anjira no nginya ngugeithie uciongerera kawaru-ini
agitheka muno
etagwo Wainaina wa Muthaiga ni agitheka no agitheka Wainaina ndakinyia ngithi ciaku ni njona no atuona etagwo Wainaina wa Muthaiga uthaku na handu hetagwo Muthaiga Muthaiga ndogo
handu au akani ukunyo neto uma haha
ngukuonete no ndecirie hihi uthie woe kanyamu hau nawe wingire Muthaiga
Ndona mathaa ti mũru ni thaa igĩrĩ.
Tukugerera Muthaiga. Nĩngũgeria muthuri wakiri Muthaiga nigetha akimenye uthaya nigetha atuike muikari motha. Thengi muno wakiri, thengi muno mũrori wa GTN TV. Ũguo nĩguo budget ũkihanaga ya 2023 nĩyo budget ya mbere ya thirikari ya Kenya Kwanza. Thirikari ĩtongoretio nĩ President William Samoei Ruto hamwe na deputy wake Rigathi wa Gachagua. Tucemanie muthenya wa rucio tabarĩra-inĩ ya imeria rucinĩ rucio kiroko ngakorwo tukiarĩrĩria ũhoro wĩgiĩ taranda. Muthenya wa Friday hĩndĩ ciothe kwambĩrĩria thaa 2 cia rucinĩ nginyagia thaa 3 twaragia ũhoro wĩgiĩ taranda. Hihi we nĩ uri talent? Hihi we nĩ uri kĩheo Ngai akũhete ũrigagwo ũrĩa ũgakĩonjorithia? Rucio nĩ ngakorwo haha makĩria twarĩcia taranda ũkorwo ũkĩmenya mũgeni wakwa rucio ũrĩa ndĩrenda gũ surprise nake nĩ ũkamũrora auge taranda yake nĩ ĩrĩkũ. Nawe wĩ kũu mũciĩ o gũtirĩ mũndũ ta taranda ũka GTN TV nigetha tũnjoithie taranda. Wakiri taranda yake anjĩra athomete maũndũ mothe. Taranda yake nĩ watho na gũteithĩrĩria andũ kũmenya watho. Thengiũ mũno mũrori wa GTN TV. Tũrokanĩre mũthenya wa rũciũ mũgĩe na ũtukũ mwega na GTN TV. Ũyũ nĩguo mũciĩ wa iheo na taranda. Niĩ njĩtagwo Waithaka wa Kĩnyua.